It's been an epic season, which has taken us to 6 different countries in the modern era for the European Le Mans Series. That is still a record, and we've had, so far, 5 times for our races. Another one set before us to determine the overall champions in the ELMS, but also in LMP2 Pro-Am and in LMGT3. And there's those that just want to win the final race of the season as well. That might prove a fly in the ointment, it has to be said. A beautiful day on the south coast of Portugal. We're just a stone's throw away from the Atlantic, of course, and it gets a bit blustery here at times, but actually the air is relatively still, and certainly the tension is more so felt in the garages and on the pit wall. I wasn't here yesterday, but thankfully I've recovered from a very quick illness and back again in time for the final race of the season. We had a real cracker this morning as well to decide the Michelin Le Mans Cup. I'm Johnny Palmer. This is Graham Goodwin. We have Steph Wentworth in the pit lane, ready to bring us all the stories as well. The scene is set for the season finale.
It's going to be an absolute cracker. But before we get to what's on the grid, let's have a look at just what you're about to see here for the European Le Mans Series in 2025.
What is the European Le Mans Series, you may ask? The ELMS is a premier endurance racing series featuring 6 races across the season held at the top racetracks across Europe. Teamwork is a vital aspect of ELMS as professional and amateur drivers work together in teams of 2 or 3 and share the driving duties of their car. There are 4 categories of racing cars in ELMS: LMP2, which is the top class, LMP2 Pro-Am, LMP3 and LMGT3. These classes compete alongside one another for 4 hours at each event. Across all 4 of these classes, there is a record-breaking 44 entries this season and 10 different manufacturers. They are competing not just for the European crown, but also for the ultimate prize, an automatic invitation to the 2026 24 Hours of Le Mans, awarded to the top teams in each category. The absolute best part is that fans are at the forefront of the action, with affordable ticketing and incredible access across the weekend. And for those of you at home, you won't miss a thing, as you can catch all of the thrilling action live on our YouTube channel and FIAWEC.tv.
And that the voice of Steph Wentworth, filling in all of the blanks. If perhaps you are joining us for the first time this year, well, you've timed it pretty well in that, this, as I say, the scene is set and all the championships, bar one, still up for grabs. This is where this particular race fits into the rest of the campaign. We started back in April in Barcelona and then to the south of France and Le Castellet, the natural pause for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, before then Imola in Italy, Spa in Belgium, a return to the UK, the first time in 6 years last month. And here we are in Portimão, which has become a Saturday race. So thank you for setting your alarms a little bit earlier for that as well, just to make sure that the trophies can be officially presented in the right way to make sure that all of the judicials are decided. There is Jarno Trulli, by the way, who is here with outside interest, you might, because I was thinking, has he got any connection with Portugal? And then I looked at the rookie test and the number of people that are on that list. We'll delve into that, but a winner in Formula One in the 2004 Monaco Grand Prix. So many different starts as well, Jarno Trulli. But this track, 4.6 kilometres and 15 corners. Now, I feel it's only right that, because Graham was here yesterday and I was not, for him to call you through the highlights of the grid that we have for today.
1 pit exit is open, LMGT3 qualifying session.
On board with Michael Birch in the 23 McLaren as he set 3rd fastest time in LMGT3. It was the Racing Spirit Le Mans Aston Martin 2nd. TF Sport, though, with a first ELMS pole position with Hiroshi Koizumi and the number 8606 GT3R. And very happy bunnies down at TF Sports. In LMP3, 3rd on the grid after qualifying was a WTM by Rinaldi Duquesne, 17 in its championship winning livery from CLX Motorsport, initially 2nd on the grid. pole position was set yesterday, but then taken away from Gideon Henrion and RLRM Sport for a non-compliant diffuser. It will be CLX Motorsport that starts from pole. Fabulous qualifying session in LMP2 Pro, and Rodrigo Salas tried hard but couldn't quite get there in the TDS Racing Orica. PJ Hyatt in AO by TF Spike the Dragon looked like he got it nailed, but it was Giorgio Roda that pulled something out of nowhere to once again put the 77 Proton car on the class pole for the season finale. And then on to the big guns in LMP2. Would be the 43 car of Nick Yillerly, an interior pole competition on the second row of the grid. Mathis Chaubert now named officially as a Genesis Magna Racing hypercar driver second, but Matteo Caroli for Iron Lynx Proton pushing away the dark clouds of what's been a tricky season to set the final pole position of the season, and a sixth different pole sitter in the European Le Mans Series in 6 races sets the scene.
So a quite phenomenal record considering, well, we have 12 cars, not necessarily 12 different teams, but 12 cars in LMP2, and 6 of them have been on the front row on pole position. So phenomenal strength in depth across the field in terms of 1 lap pace. How many teams can make that work for them over the 4 hours? And in the majority of cases, 3 different drivers as well. Depending on your driver makeup in some of the categories, that determines how long each driver can be at the wheel, both in a minimum and maximum sense. It's a simple rule in LMP2 though these days, whether you're in Pro-Am or normal LMP2, it's a minimum drive time of 1 hour, regardless of whether you're bronze, silver, gold or platinum. So we can keep abreast of that.
Yeah, sports car racing can make simple tricky at times, but that's one rule that's a good one to remember. It's going to be part of the way in which this race is going to emerge. This is Michael Birch's McLaren from United Autosports. And there are front row, 2 very different GT cars, the Aston Martin Vantage and the Corvette Z06 GT3R. Clément Mathieu it was, Owen Bastard and Valentina Harzeclos. We'll see what they can do to claim the final win of the season for their team and for Aston Martin. They're not in the title fight here, but that title fight will go to the very end of this season. 7 cars still in it, albeit 1 or 2 of them pretty much mathematically. But as we've seen from the racing so far over this weekend, Johnny Palmer, anything can really happen. There's Corvette on pole position. Hiroshi Kozumi, it will be to take the start here. Worth noting, by the way, as we see the fold of the grid later, each of these classes, for a variety of reasons, has got a car that can be fast and has been fast, starting from the back of the class with their fastest drivers, the result of various technical infringements and red flag incidents in qualifying. The flag of our host nation, Portugal, awaits. And as we've already seen, it will be Jana Trulli to wave the green flag, the national flag, I think it will be at the start of this race. And we'll explain why a little later. There's lots of reasons why we're racing on a Saturday here. All sorts of excitement due for tomorrow.
Before that though, here's Filipe Sousa with the Portuguese national anthem.
Sobre a terra, sobre o mar, as armas, pela pátria lutar, contra os canhões marchar.
Filipe Sousa, who was at the Eurovision Song Contest in 2012, representing Portugal, of course.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
And, well, we are graced by her presence 13 years on from that here at the Portimão International Circuit. I'm very grateful that she can be here to perform a splendid rendition of the Portuguese national anthem. So we move on to LMP3, and looking at the list of cars, therefore, that have been put to the back of each of their categories. That's the 15 RLR M Sport car of Julien Omrion, for details I think you've mentioned earlier in the day, and possibly within this segment as well.
It was an ineligible diffuser, and they're irritated by that because it's a brand new part, we're told. But fifth on the grid there for the DKR Engineering Ginetta. Been battling on with this car through its first season in this Generation 3, Gen 3 LMP3 era, the Toyota turbo-powered cars now that debuted at the start of this year in the Michelin Le Mans Cup and here in the European Le Mans Series. So that's shuffled the Ginetta one place further up. Here in fourth place, Euro International. They've not had the season, Johnny, they would be looking for. They've deferred now to a three-driver crew for the number 11 and starting on the second row of the class grid.
These are the cars, incidentally, that will have to make two mandatory stops that are of a dictated time, and it changes depending on which track we are at. But in this case, it's 1 minute and 50 seconds or 110 seconds. So you have to visit the pit lane on two separate occasions and do pit stops that last that time or longer. That won't see you to the finish of the race, though, so any extra stops can be as quick as you like. And there is the dominance of CLX Motorsport, already on 105 points. Level pegging, though, just in behind. So there's still a fight on for second position, but it is the main winner in LMP3 that has the big prize of a Le Mans invitation for next year.
Yep, indeed. The two pink cars in the offing there. Here's the front row of LMP3. It is the WTM by Rinaldi Racing Duqueine, the 12 car. Torsten Kratz will start this car, and is this the final time we'll see the Duqueine with WTM Rinaldi? This car notably up for sale post this race, and Rinaldi taking home the Michelin Le Mans Cup title in a fantastic finish of the season, but that with a Ligier, and I do wonder whether or not that's heading home there too. This, though, is our championship-winning team in a fabulous championship-winning livery, the number 17 car, to celebrate what's been an amazing year for this trio of drivers. Paul Oncher, Adrien Clubenil, Theo Jensen, and they've been, well, I'm not going to say pretty much faultless with the exception of Spa.
Yeah.
It all fell apart, but won the title with a race to spare. It could have been with two races to spare, but for poor luck and a couple of mistakes in Belgium, but they've been amazing this year.
The only other slight wrinkle was the fact they didn't take pole at Silverstone, because was that Griffin Peebles that did that.
Might have been right.
Yeah, it was certainly his car, so I'm pretty sure it was Griffin that was put out to take that pole, the car he shares with Leo Weiss and Torsten Kratz. As always, the pit lane walkabout, so well subscribed earlier on today, and I was listening as I made my way back to the commentary booth to the resident PA announcer and commentator here, and he was really struggling to get the pit lane cleared because there were so many fans in and around it. They didn't want to leave, trying to seek out their favourite drivers. With one visit for many, just the one a year to Portugal, and there are some Portuguese interest, of course, as well. So delighted that so many fans have flooded through the entry gates this weekend, and that there's some pleasant weather as well at 26 degrees Celsius in the air, 39, nearly 40 therefore down at track level. So a lot of tyre technicians just trying to work out what the tyre wear is likely to be across some fairly lengthy stints for some. LMP2 is probably going to do about 40, 45 minutes, but a GT stint could go beyond the hour to maybe 65 at a push.
Yeah, this is Rodrigo Gonzalez starting the TDS racing car, third on the grid. PJ Hyatt with the very American helmet aboard Spike LMP2 Dragon, the number 99 car. Looked to me like he'd nailed that qualifying, but it was a spectacular effort from Giorgio Roda that snatched it at the end. And it is just now the 99 and the 20 in the offing for the championship win, class championship win. And remember that entry to the 24 Hours of Le Mans that comes with that win, with the 83 car of Francois Perraudot failing to secure pole position. It's now mathematically impossible. This, though, is Giorgio Roda's number 77 car. He will start the car. Rennie Binder, Bent Viscal to share this car. And this is a team that is absolutely desperate to convert qualifying form into race-winning form.
They have struggled to do that at times, and I think even they will admit that has been the case. But yeah, an incredible record. Certainly last year, as far as pole positions are concerned. That's a 4th pole this year for Giorgio Roda, but their best result remains the 2nd place finish at Imola. And other than that, they haven't been on the podium this year.
5th on the grid overall, VDS Panis Racing, the 48 car. They lead the points by 6 points. 3 teams in the running here for not only the championship, but 2 entries for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It'll be Ollie Gray to start the car after a stellar season that has attracted the vote that he will be getting a drive at the rookie test in Bahrain for the WC aboard the title-winning hypercar. 4th, EDEX Sport, in this unique 10th anniversary livery for EDEX Sports at the end of their 10th year in sports car racing. And then 3rd, into Europol, Kuma Chivkovsky will be aboard the Racing Bakers number 43 car, joined by Tom Dillman and Nick Yellerly. They're 2 looking for a great result to complete the year. Still 2 more to call, and it's the front row of this grid. And 2 teams that have had a variety of different fortunes through the year, but it's going to be very close. This is the black and orange colour scheme for the 2nd EDEX Sport car, but this is the car backed by the trajectory programme for Genesis Magma Racing. Jamie Chadwick will start the race. Daniel Gadella and Mathis Hubert already named as part of Genesis's forthcoming 2026 hypercar programme for the FIA World Endurance Championship, for which this is partly the preparation. In the pole position sitter, Johnny?
Is for the first time, although he come very, very close on a couple of occasions, I remember. Matteo Cairoli leaving it late to set his 1:30.771 late in the season, I mean, and less than a 1/10 of a second actually separated the 2 cars at the sharp end. So a tremendous effort. It means there are 6 different cars that have taken pole position this year, starting off with the number 30 Duquesne in Barcelona, and then a pole for the 43 Inter Europol competition car, Algarve Pro's number 25, the 24 Nielsen racing car, and last time out it was the now championship leading number 48 VDS Panis Racing crew. They only have a 6-point lead though, and Inter Europol competition are a point further back.
It's really, really tight. And remember, it is about the championship, but it's 2 places on the Le Mans grid next year for the top 2 finishers. Jarno Trulli is standing by with the national flag of Portugal. And it will be 2 formation laps as always. Aboard the number 66 JMW Motorsport car. Scott Noble aboard that car. And I'm hearing that Scott and his crew will be returning next year. That's great news. They, of course, as mechanics leave the grid, we can get this grid rolling.
So 7 points separating 3 teams at the top of LMP2, as 2 formation laps do indeed start with 6 minutes to go. And Jarno Trulli, who is here because his son is to be involved tomorrow during the testing, but the former Minardi and Prost and Jordan and Renault, Toyota and Team Lotus Formula 1 driver, he had amazingly 252 starts.
Wow.
Just the 1 win, but that was the famous 2004 Monaco Grand Prix where he'd actually put his car on pole position, and I don't think ever lost the lead in that race. Here's the full grid. Jonas Reed starts the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton car with the first pole position of the season for that particular outfit. Then Jamie Chadwick in the number 18 EDEX Sport car, followed by Kuba Śmiechowski for Inter Europol, Paul Lafargue for EDEX Sport, Ollie Gray in the VDS Panis Racing Championship leading car, and Ryan Cullen will start from 6th. ahead of Jembolek Bashi for Nielsen Racing, Manuel Espirito Santo for CLX Motorsport, Manuel Maldonado and Luca Giotto for United Autosports and Inter Europol competition. Then it's Ben Pedersen in the Duquesne team car and Theo Pourchaire in number 25. On to the LMP2 Pro-Ams, pole position taken again by Proton Competition and Giorgio Roda, starting a line alongside his kind of arch nemesis this season, PJ Hyatt for AO by TF, or Spike the Dragon, and I'm sure you do prefer. Rodrigo Sales, TDS Racing's number 29, starts from 15th but 3rd in class with John Falb, fellow American for company for Nielsen Racing. Then it's Georgios Kolovos and Francois Perodo for DKR Engineering and AF Corsa in number 83. Daniel Schneider of Brazil for United Autosport starts 19th, and put to the back of the category, Algarve Pro Racing's Alex Quinn, who must start. They would have ideally left him till much later on in the race. Paul Lancher's CLX Motorsport LMP3 car took pole position again, and alongside that car, the WTM by Rinaldi Racing car of Torsten Kratz. Then it's Tim Kresick and Fabian Michal for Inter Europol and Euro International. DKR Engineering's Antti Ramo of Estonia with Julien Gerby alongside in the number 8 Team Virage car. Jacques Wolf for Racing Spirit of Le Mans and Lewis Stern for Ultimate, number 35. And on the 15th row, it's Stefan Tribordini for M Racing. They're involved in the fight for second place in LMP3, with Julien Omrion again penalised for a faulty part. So no times recorded for car 15, and they'll have to do it the hard way as well. 82 TF Sport, that's the first pole position of the season for that team. And Hiroshi Koizumi, who did the time, will start from pole position. Pretty much all the bronze drivers in from the start. So Clement Mateur starting from second position in the 59 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin, ahead of Michael Birch for United, Martin Berry, Iron Lynx, Takeshi Kimura and Celia Martin for Kessel Racing and Iron Dames. Then it is Custodio Toledo for Richard Mille AF Corsa, Duncan Cameron of Spirit of Race number 55, Scott Noble for JMW Motorsport and Andrew Gilbert Kessel Racing, Mike Wainwright and Horst Felbermeyer will be next up. Wainwright in the GR Racing Ferrari, number 86, and Horst Feldmeyer and his Proton Competition Porsche. Konrad Lausen is the only exception to that bronze list of drivers. Again, because he's been the quickest driver in number 51, must start the car. It stipulates that in the sporting regulations. If you don't record a time, or if you have times stripped from your car, then it's fastest driver in from the start. And in car 51, Conrad's actually the silver, so interestingly he was quicker in the free practice sessions than Davide Rigon, his teammate.
Indeed. Correcting myself, by the way, I did say the Aston Martin was not the title of it. Most certainly is second in the points, one of 7 cars that can still take the LMGT3 title, albeit some of them rather mathematically. But we've seen already this weekend that well, racing and endurance racing in particular can throw spanner in all sorts of works deep onto the second formation lap. So we'll be getting green flag racing at the end of this lap. 3 titles up for grabs, 4 entries for the 24 Hours of Le Mans up for grabs, and it's all going to happen in just over the next 4 hours. Stick with us. It will be fast, it will be fractious, it will be thrilling, and it will throw pretty much everything into the task ahead for these 43 cars, with no 37 CLX Pure Racing Orica here this weekend. Withdrawal with injury last week for Alex Malikin.
And remember, if you're calling the shots for any particular car on the grid, you have to be totally on point in terms of your sporting rules. These days, if a full course yellow is thrown, that locks you out of the pits for anything other than emergency service. The same can be said for the first 3 laps of a safety car. The only exception these days is a virtual safety car, which we were discussing before we went to air. That's really what everyone that's been put to the back of their category will be hoping for, so they can make an early driver change and burn some bronze or silver time. But the situation has to be a little specific for a virtual safety car to come out. And if it happens, if there's an incident in the first 5 to 10 laps, I think that will just be straight into safety car anyway, because nobody's really going to be desperate for fuel at that point. It all comes down to this then. We've had 5 absolute cracking races through the course of the 2025 season. This is the 6th country on the list to visit, and it's become the traditional showdown venue, the Portimão International Circuit, for race 6, the final race of the 2025 European Le Mans Series campaign. And it's going to be a patient wait for all the cars to come out of Galp corner with eyes fixed on the 5 red lights. We'll be racing, but not quite yet. Now we are, and the final race of the year gets underway with a very good start for Jonas Ried, and in fact the 2 behind are going to be side by side as they arrive at Primera corner, with Kuba Śmiechowski just about getting the shout over Jamie Chadwick. The rest of them flood their way through the first sequence of 3 corners that are in quick succession here. La Gauche corner, where the drone is right above, and then this tricky left-hand kink that leads them onto the back straight. Everyone through in LMP2 Pro Am and P3 for that matter as well. Giorgio Roda's held on to his lead in LMP2 Pro Am, it would appear. Alex Quinn's up to 2nd place already from the back of the Pro Am field. How on earth has he done that? Maybe right around the outside of turns 1, 2 and 3.
And some brief trouble, I think, for WTM by Rinaldi Duquesne, but that car is back away and running again. The yellow flag's withdrawn at turn 3, 4. But other than that, a reasonably clean start. But yes, spectacular progress from Alex Quinn.
So he runs 2nd. That could very easily be the lead of LMP2 Pro-Am by the end of the lap, because Giorgio Roda won't concern himself.
It already is.
It already is. There you go. Well, to be honest, that's not a fight that Roda needs to get involved with. Why slow yourself down in trying to block or cut off a pro driver? Roda, the bronze, he's in the team deliberately for that fact. And now side-by-side action down the hill out of Portimão corners at the top. It's the dive downhill through the left-hander at 12. And that was the Iron Dames Porsche of Celia Martin, duking it out with Martin Berry's Iron Lynx number 63 Mercedes.
So yes, Alex Quinn, 8 cars passed in 8 corners. Remarkable start to this race. He's now tucked in behind teammate Théo Pourchaire, heading to Peugeot in the hypercar deal for 2026, Théo. And Alex Quinn matching up beautifully with that.
Gillian Henrion's already into the pits. Is that something he needed to serve, or is that a genuine problem?
No, that will be him switching the driver.
Already? Yeah, okay, so don't even wait for a virtual safety car. Just get out of the car and start to burn the bronze time. There is some sort of incident at the first corner where double waved yellows.
The 57 car, it is.
There it is.
It's Takeshi Kimura. So a couple of cars have had mildly rotational moments. Second of them, the second of the Kessel car. Now, this does look just like a driver change, but he's going to need to be rapid with this. They surely are not going to be burning a long stop at this stage.
Well, it puts you off the lead lap straight away before you started, so I don't see the thinking there.
Further progress for Alex Quinn. He's now ahead of Paul Lafargue, the last runner in the LMP2 class. And I can tell you that the number 15 car is underway and will get to pit exit before the train comes through, but not much before.
Yeah. Well, they'd obviously worked out how long it was likely to take. They did take the opportunity to put a bit of fuel in that car, and Michael Jensen has taken it over. So he will rejoin at the back of the field, but crucially still on the lead lap, still on the lead LMP3 lap as well.
The calculation could well be here, but if you still do get an early safety car, a virtual safety car, they get the wave by.
Yes. Yeah, true enough. So there is a chance for the field to condense, and you wouldn't lose positions relative to the race leader. Still, Martin Berry and Celia Martin are hard at it. The Mercedes just about staying ahead of the Porsche, and Konrad Lausen from the back of the field is about to get his elbows out as well. Remember, Lausen, the quickest driver in car 51, and he therefore had to go into that car from the start, and it's not a surprise to see him hustling those places for 4th and 5th.
He's making his way up the order as of 2. 2, of course, we said is Alex Quinn. So pushing hard at this stage, everybody. A couple of minor incidents, but no major dramas at this stage. Field has caught and swallowed up that 15 RLR car. It's making its way back down the order in LMP2. Already lapped then with the team opting to switch Gillian Henry on out for Michael Jensen. Gillian had to start the car because of their disqualification from qualifying.
But the other three cars that had to start with their quickest driver have stayed with that selection, if you can call it selection, a must have for those particular cars. But Alex Quinn's put that to good use. Here's Konrad Lausen down the inside of Celia Martin. Left his braking very, very late, but was then visual just beyond the B pillar for the French woman.
And more hopscotch. That is still Alex Quinn.
Yeah.
Théo Pourchaire has already dealt with the number 30 Duquesne team car. And Alex Quinn, too, had been past that car, but has been repassed by Benji Pedersen.
I fear, just going into Primera corner, was that there was a big squirm from Alex Quinn's car as he tried to get it not stopped necessarily, but just the angle of attack into the first corner was tightened at the very last minute.
Got a good run there, though. I think he's going to get done past Pedersen. Meantime, in LMP2 Pro-Am, second and third, Giorgio Roda, John Falb, and then PJ Hyatt.
So already some impressive times coming in, considering these cars are on pretty much full tanks, but the fastest driver out there is Oliver Gray in the VDS Panis racing car, who's made a couple of positions from his starting spot. So
he's had a brilliant season. And we said at the start of the show, Johnny, he's been the selection from LMM, the race organisers, to test the championship winning hypercar on the rookie test after the race in Bahrain next month, side by side between M Racing and DCAR Engineering's Ginetta. Which way is this going to go? The answer is, it is the Ligier, the 68 car, that goes by Stefan Trebordini ahead of Antti Ramo. And PJ Hyatt under pressure here. Georgios Kolovos making great progress.
Maybe PJ made a slight error coming out of the final corner, because I'm surprised at the speed differential between those two cars as they headed onto the main straight. You can draft in these cars, even though they're very much dependent on the aerodynamics. If you tuck in behind on the long straight, that will give you a significantly more kph at the top speed, but PJ still very much with Kolovos to try and get back past again before he disappears up the road.
Tell you, the Takeshi Kimura incident involved Scott Noble, the number 66 car. That incident is under review. Meantime, AMG is still fending off the Ferrari of Konrad Larsen. So Martin Berry having a good spell here, as we've got the recovering Torsten Kratz in the number 12 Duquesne on the back of these two cars. Now we'll be looking to hustle his way through quickly as possible. But a good start, by the way, from Clement Mathieu, who leads the race. And Michael Birch in third place is having a really good race. He's been finding form in this McLaren in the latter part this year. But the inside of the 51 goes to 12. And Larsen off the track in avoidance. Topsy-turvy stuff at the lead of LMP2 Pro-Am. This is John Falb ahead of Rodrigo Sales. Old sparring partners, this pair, and John coming in to this Nielsen Racing squad. Just rejoins that rivalry, and a big twitch off the curb from Sales, and he's lost ground there to John Falb. Lost the front end of the car rather. Gathered it up nicely, but not quickly enough. Alex Quinn has dealt with, by the way, Benji Pedersen, and Théo Pourchaire and Alex Quinn are playing hopscotch up this field.
I'm struggling to remember what happened to the number 12 car to put it there. Did we see an incident for Torsten Kratz?
He had a spin at turn 3-4 on the first lap.
Okay, right, fine. So that's why he's working his way back through the GT field for position at this stage. It's a rare error for Torsten Kratz. Normally his copybook faultless, but he made
assuming an error.
Oh yeah, indeed. Yeah. Could well have been given a helping hand in that. And I did say that it looked relatively clean from our position through the first few corners, but it's tough to get this many cars into those first three right-handers. So Primera the kind of nameless middle corner and then La Groche, whereas Jamie Chadwick is now heading onto the main start-finish straight. Start and finish line in slightly different positions. Here's Clement Matter then with a really good start to put the racing spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin up ahead of the pole-sitting TF Sport Corvette of Hiroshi Koizumi, but Koizumi definitely keeping Matter within his sights. Michael Birch watching it all unfold in front as well in the papaya and black United Autosports McLaren.
Yeah, impressive start from all three of these bronze drivers in LMGT3. They're going to have to deal with the traffic from behind in the shape of the decane of Torsten Kratz very shortly. Behind that, Martin Berry still fending off silver rank Conrad Larsen. Celia Martin sticking with the programme there as well, and a bit of a gap to Andrew Gilbert. Here, though, is battle in LMP3, and this is the battle for fourth place. Porsche closing in on Manuel Maldonado. This is a three-car battle for 9th position overall. Maldonado in the United Autosports car, followed by the two Algarve Pro cars, with Alex Quinn, remember, starting from the back of LMP2 Pro-Am, has dealt with that challenge and has already passed two of the LMP2s.
And obviously, this is the time in the race to really make hay, because the Crichton Lendudis 1 hour stint or thereabouts will have to come later on in the piece. Ollie Caldwell needs to do at least an hour as well, but they'll want Crichton in probably sooner rather than later. So maybe do Alex's full stint, or maybe to the first pit stop window, so 40 or so, 45 minutes. At that point, get Crichton in, as long as they're not going to lose too much time with the driver change.
Top three in LMGT3 getting ahead, and this is, I think, the point at which we'll see Alex Quinn handing this car over to Crichton Lentudis. They've waited to see whether or not there'll be a really early intervention, and the fact that there's not going to be at this point means they'll be looking to do a quick driver change. Here is the lead battle coming through traffic. Opportunities here, excuse me, here for advancement.
Absolute madness down towards Tora Vit, because this is the first time that the leading gaggle are going to have to catch traffic, and the problem is that the LMGT3 field hasn't really had much of an opportunity to spread out. We're only 12 minutes into the race around this relatively short circuit, so having to look out for one another, and this is where the bronzes really do earn their corn, because they're having to have a 6th and sometimes 7th sense to know where everybody is behind them.
Alex Quinn has climbed out of that car in for Crichton Lendudis in. Also in, John Falb. Now, that's not what we were expecting. John is, of course, the bronze in that car.
Yes.
So it's Jonas Reed leading. Hearing from Steph Wentworth down in the pits, a rear left tyre change. So there's a bit of cut tyre, a slow puncture on the Nielsen Racing car. That's going to cramp their style. It's been a longer stop for John as well. It is Jonas Reed leading this race by 1.2 seconds on Jamie Chadwick, who's had a great start in the number 18 EDEX Sport car. Ollie Gray is right with Jamie in third place in the number 48 VDS Panis car, and then in line astern, Kubish Makovsky in the 43 Europol car, Nielsen Racing Skembola Bazzi, the Manuel Espirito Santo 47 CLX Motorsport car, Luca Giotto in the second Europol car, the 34, and Ryan Cullen for Vector Sport.
Car 25's just entered the pits. That's Theo Pourchaire with potentially a driver change as well. He too, or that car, was put to the back of the field.
So they'll be maybe saving some Theo Pourchaire time for later. Expect to see Matthias Kaiser. That is side-by-side contact around the outside, the Duquesne team, number 30. And that's ripped the mirror off the number 66. Watch to the left. Yeah, that was contact. And those mirrors known to be...
We are going full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow. We are under full course yellow.
In case you're wondering, by the way, although we can hear Eduardo Freitas, Eduardo cannot hear Graham Goodwin, so that's the reason why he wasn't rudely interrupting him. He's obviously got a job to do. We have a direct line, so that is live words coming from the race director who is at his home race this weekend.
It is indeed, and by the way, we'll always pause if there's something coming from race control. That's going to be important in terms of your understanding and ours of the way that racing is going. This will be a bit of a clear-up, I think. We've got slippery surface flags out at turn 12.
We are sending marshals on track at T13 from driver's right-hand side. We're sending marshals on track at T13 from the right-hand side.
That will be debris.
Getting underway then at 2:30 this afternoon with plenty of action and cars slightly off the track here, there and everywhere. Normally you get a little bit of consideration if you breach the track limits on the first lap because you've got to make space for each other. But there were one or two very nearly moments of cars not half spinning necessarily, but just a bit of contact taking them off the ideal line. So is that the Vector Sport car that was...
That was Vector and Onidex Sports, number 28 car, having a bit of a moment.
Just tangling very slightly, but it was neatly controlled by Ryan Cullen.
We'll tell you, by the way, as we came into that full course yellow, Ollie Gray has got by Jamie Chadwick.
Clement Mateur, did he take the lead at this point following the TF Sport Corvette? They're side by side there. So I think it was coming out of La Gauche corner, and at that point was the spin for Torsten Kratz, which I'm sure we saw at the time. I must have been looking the other way.
We didn't see that
fine.
live. This is the impact between the 66 and the 57 that sent Takeshi Kimura around, and that's under investigation.
So that was the secondary wave of cars really that involved Torsten Kratz, and still don't know for sure whether...
We're back to green flag racing, by the way, and that's a change to the lead.
So whether Torsten Kratz was involved on his own or helped along by that. Anyway, change of lead. Where are you talking about? In what category?
Overall.
Oh, so Gray gets ahead of Reed. Yes, he does.
On the restart, Ollie Gray coming up the hill.
And bear in mind, he started 5th. So in the colours of Mark VDS, the VDS Panis racing car leading the championship and has now made short work of Jonas Reed in the number 9 car.
What a year he is having. Is this rich vein of form going to end up with him going to Le Mans again? He was a standout talent there this year, and so unlucky the car broke just at the point where it looked like fortune had handed them the race. And the suspension breakage saw them limping home, but Ollie Gray, what a stint from him so far. Also on the restarts, Celia Martin ahead of Martin Berry.
They'd already been cleared by Conrad Lawson, who's up to 4th position in LMGT3, but Celia Martin and Martin Berry still scrapping over the places just outside the top 4. Another pit stopper is Jacques Wolf in the number 31 LMP3 car. He's just come in now, and that's way too early. Oh, it's a drive-through, okay. So the 31, did he get a penalty?
That's a second stop for the 31.
Car 31. I'm just searching down for anything that it's been pinged for this early on, but a second stop nevertheless. And yep, straight back out again, 28 seconds, which I hope is a drive-through time. I just remember seeing 34 seconds for some cars in the Michelin Le Mans Cup race. You consider the pit lane speed limit is exactly the same in this championship at 60 kilometres per hour. But anyway, second stop already for Jacques Wolf in car number 31.
That's one to look into. We didn't see the 31 come down the pit lane for the first stop, so let's hope.
So it may well have been a fix in the first stop, and has he driven down the pit lane just so that the team can see the car at slower speed to make sure that they have sorted it out? It does make sense. As Ollie Gray now does the fastest lap of the race. So that is a 1:33.6.
No, it's Alex Quinn, and marginally quicker than that.
Okay, fastest lap in LMP2. But yes, Quinn's quicker in an LMP2 Pro-Am car. My data flashes up fastest laps within category, and I kind of automatically assume when an LMP2 fastest lap happens, then it's going to be fastest overall. But quite right, not quite.
Warning flag, by the way, the black and white flag for car 34. That's Luca Giotto in the second of the Inter-Europol cars. So Race controller spotted something we didn't.
Paul Lachaise going very nicely in LMP3 by putting in that car's fastest time so far, the number 17, helping out his road position, really, building himself a seconds advantage over Fabian Michal. Oh, a little bit of a lock-up there from the 51 Ferrari, perhaps.
Celia Martin back with Conrad Laursen, so not letting him go at all.
Well, also, Laursen had a lap that was 2 seconds slower than Celia Martin. So whether that was traffic that he had to make a space for, or he's just made a very slight error.
And you noted, by the way, it is another switch in the lead, LMGT3, because Hiroshi Kazumi is back in the lead in the Corvette. So, again, I feel like I've said this a lot so far, topsy-turvy stuff in pretty much every class, with the exception of LMP3, where CLX Motorsports lead, as it seems they've done for most of this season. VDS Panis Racing's Oliver Gray, he's pushing for the win and the title, and he's pulling away 3 seconds to the good. So absolutely storming along in LMP2 Pro-Am. Giorgio Roda leads. Remember, Alex Quinn led the race after taking the lead within the first lap, then pitted to hand the car over to Crichton Entudis, who is making his way back up through the LMP3 traffic now. Georgios Kolovos is behind Giorgio Roda, PJ Hyatt in third, right on the tail of the DK Engineering car. The 34 and 43 swap positions there. This is Kuba Śmigowski dropping back at this stage of the race. He was right up there, wasn't he, at the start? Second, and now dropping back down to 6th place and behind the team car. Coming in a shot there is the blue and white number 50 Richard Mille AF Corsa car. Castadio Toledo at the wheel of that car. Should they win the title here, and they still can, that would be Lila Wadu winning titles on both sides of the Atlantic within a week.
That's very impressive.
Having taken the Michelin Endurance Cup title with AF Corsa at Petit Le Mans last weekend.
I have worked through in my mind why we were seeing a lot of pit lane visits in the Michelin Le Mans Cup earlier in the day at 34 seconds. They were behind the safety car when those times were being triggered. So 28 seconds looks fine for Jacques Wolf. But interestingly, his first visit to the pit lane was only about 46, 47 seconds. So it's been a pretty quick stop, followed by a very quick stop, as in he didn't even stop with the team, he just drove right through. But all is not right with Racing Spirit Le Mans number 31, I'm going to suggest. Well,
we've got several 57-second stops, which were, from memory, they were tyres, single tyre for both of those stops.
Okay.
In one case, it was a single tyre and a driver change. Matthias Kaiser stepping aboard the car. So that there's been some intervention, but not much.
And the tyre change has to be done separately from the driver change, doesn't it?
Yes.
If you're not putting fuel in, even if you do driver and tyre, they can't be done at the same time, I think I'm right in saying. Certainly fuel and tyres can't be done at the same time.
Ollie Gray now almost 5 seconds to the good from Jonas Reed, with Ken Bolabasi now third place for Nielsen Racing. A strong start for the 24 car. Giorgio Roda, Giorgio Kolovos, PJ Hyatt still line astern in LMP2 Pro-Am. Scott Noble goes up the inside of Horst Felbermeyer, who's aboard the number 60 Proton competition Porsche this weekend.
Well, Felbermeyer had overtaken, I think, both of these into the first corner, and then out on the exit, like you say, Scott Noble got back in front, but that was a phenomenal overtake from Horst. They had to just check to make sure it wasn't the pro in the car, number 60, but one of those places lost on the exit because he ran a touch wide coming out of Primera corner.
I think I'm right, we're going to be seeing Horst Felbermeyer and his son Horst Felix Felbermeyer, or Horst Felbermeyer III in motorsport terms, in a P2 car in Asia this year. That's a lot of family fun going on in sports car racing, and no little part of it will be here tomorrow at the European Le Mans Series rookie test. We'll talk about that as we get deeper into this race.
Speaking of going deeper into a corner on this occasion, Julien Gerby, a touch wide into Tora Vip. He's got an LMP2 car alongside as well, which may be providing a distraction. Gerby was having a good tussle with Tim Kresick only a few laps ago. He had Stefan Tribordini behind him at the time, but Tribordini's now up to 4th place to clear the Spaniard. And the 68 car and the 88 cars, remember, they are the ones tied on the points, second in LMP3, and they're kind of matching one another stride for stride in the race as well, 3rd and 4th.
Pushing on at the moment is Luca Giotto. He's had that warning, but it's not stopped his pace. He's, as I say, past the 43 of the sister car, and is now right on the tail of the EDEC Sport number 18 of Jamie Chadwick. Proto Competitions, Giorgio Roda is pulling a gap here to Georgios Kolovos, who's under pressure from BJ Hyatt. Here is Giotto, the slipstream of Jamie Chadwick. There's a little bit of a gap behind now to the sister car, the endurable car of Kuba Schmitkowski.
There's a potential worry for the Horst Felbermeyer car, number 60, Proton Competition, being under investigation for a potential full-course yellow infringement. And they're also looking at an incident that involved the Duquesne car and the 66 Scott Noble car. We talked about that at the time, I seem to remember, but that contact, that was when Noble lost one of his door mirrors coming out of the final corner and onto the main straight.
The investigation is for overtaking off track by the Duquesne team car,
yes.
Not just for the contact.
Yep.
So that will be an interesting one to see how race control and stewards maybe see that.
Yeah, well, there was only one car off track of those two, but they'll try and work out whether he was there in a wrong position. How about this for being close with the pole-sitting car, number 9 of Jonas Reed, with Jem Bolot-Bashi around the outside. The Turkish driver couldn't quite make that work to the top of the hill at turn 13.
Yeah, doing that through LMP3 traffic. Decent attempt there from the Turkish driver to get onto terms with Jonas Reed. Jonas, another driver that will be in family-related activity tomorrow with his younger brother. The younger brother, by the way, will be trying 3 different cars in 3 different classes in the rookie test tomorrow.
I hope he remembers which one he's in at all times, because the characteristics or the capability rather changes considerably.
There's the 30 car. Investigation after that contact a little earlier. That's the 2 pink Ligiers. They're running at the moment in 3rd and 4th, and Kuba Schmitkowski is on pit lane. Well, that is a driver change for the 34 car. Something not quite right there. That was a bit of a brush, I think, between the front of the 99 car and the rear of... Did he get into the DKR car? It was very close. So driver change for the 34, Schmitkowski out.
It's not Schmitkowski, it's Luca Giotto in 34.
Oh, my apologies, it's the other one, isn't it?
Yeah. But Schmitkowski happy to stay in 6th place. That is a few places he's lost in the process. Car 34 didn't have as good a starting position, I seem to recall. Just check on the grid. Car 34 started from 10th place with Giotto at the wheel, and there's a long list of cars now that are going to have 10 seconds added to their next pit stop for a starting procedure infringement, and they are all GT cars.
It's the 57 Kessel car, it's the 66 car for JMW, and the 86 GR Racing car. They're not only all GT cars, they're all Ferraris, and that I'm sure will be outside the grid hatchings. So 10 seconds added to all of those 3 at the next pit stop, so that's going to cramp their start a little.
Yep, that old classic where the grid hatchings are not only in place for a standing start, but they also are important in a rolling start as well, where you need to put your car directly through them.
Manuel Espirito Santo has caught this battle as well, so this is now a 3-car battle for 2nd place, and that is helping Ollie Gray, who is now 9 seconds clear. Blistering starts to the race from Oliver Gray and the VDS Panis Racing team. They're starting as they mean to go on. They're gunning for this title.
By the way, the new driver into the 34 to replace Luca Giotto is Jean-Baptiste Simonauer. It was surprising to see Giotto on the list as the first driver. They had a time there, 1:31.165, so there was no reason from a regulation point of view to put Giotto in at the start, but he was selected nevertheless. Generally that selection process or the submittance of your starting driver has to be done before qualifying.
It's a kind of quite odd moment to pit that car.
Very.
Unless something's wrong with Luca in the car.
Yeah.
That's one possibility.
Yeah, good point. But it was otherwise a standard stop, but like you say, only half an hour in. Now there's a slow running car, one of the APR entries. That looks like a puncture as well, maybe on the right side. Oh, way up in the air there for Celia Martin. Caught way too much curb, and the car doing a slight wheelie as it worked its way through Primera corner. She caught it nicely, actually, and hasn't let it phase her, but she's lost ground on the car she was battling with.
It's the 25 car that is on pit road, Matthias Kaiser.
Let's have a look at this again, see how much air Celia Martin took. Oh, caught the sausage curb. But front wheels, possibly three wheels, all three tyres off the road.
Should have felt that.
Too right.
Yellow's at turn 1 as well, and that is the 30 car in trouble.
It's in the barrier.
And that is in the barrier, and that is going to require an intervention. Now, what is going on here with the 25 car as well? So Benji Pedersen in the wall, I'm afraid.
25 did seem to be down
25
on one side.
is going into the garage.
So it's not just a puncture. Therefore, if it is down on one side, maybe a suspension
Virtual
issue.
safety car is coming. Oh, that was major lockup to what happened there. Did he just get too deep into the corner in traffic? Was there a failure?
There was some retardation, but if it's not slowing equally on both sides, then that can be the result. And thankfully, there's a lot of Recticel barrier there before you get to the tyres, but Benjamin Pedersen just cannot really explain that, throws his hands up in the air, but does acknowledge to the marshals that he feels okay at this stage.
Virtual safety car it is. It's double yellows at turn 1 to protect the incident site even further. Let's explain again. We've got growing audiences for endurance racing and for the European Le Mans Series. Virtual safety car is effectively, at this point, a full course yellow procedure, but with the pit lane open. And the pit lane will stay open, as you see once again. Benji Pedersen going off at pretty high speed there. After the safety car is scrambled, and it will be, the pit entry will close. So effectively at this point, race director Eduardo Freitas will allow at least 2 laps for every car to have an opportunity to pit. And one of the first to take that opportunity is our race leader, Ollie Gray. He's going to stay aboard the 48 car. So we'll then get to a safety car process, standard safety car process, and if necessary, there will be a wave-by. Wave-by will be for any car behind the safety car whose class leader is behind them. That's to prevent, effectively, causing them to lose a lap because of the process. So far, has to be said, the virtual safety car process has worked extremely well.
Yes. This is now the second season of virtual safety car in ACO rules racing, or maybe even season 3. Time is flying. PJ Hyatt was flying as well prior to us going into this VSC. How many cars did he clear there?
3.
Fighting with Georgios Kolovos.
And he overhauled Georgios Kolovos and has moved up into second place. In fact, he pits immediately.
Second place, yes.
Second place, pits immediately.
Yeah. Well, I think that's absolutely the decision. You can't pass up a virtual safety car to get some fuel into the car. We're not in the natural window for any of these cars at this stage, but
pretty much everybody will.
It does give you half a tank in some cases.
And it's just a 29 going in the garage. Or is just being repositioned? Okay.
Because the number 8 Team Virage car had already parked right next door, so that's just about as close Matthias Besch could get, not Matthias Besch, Rodriguez Sales could get in the number 29 car.
So as things stand right now, and actually we'll wait to call this because there's cars that have not yet had an opportunity to pit. They will get that opportunity. As I say, it will be at least 2 laps under virtual safety car conditions with the pit entry open. The second that you see on timing screens, if you're here at the track or watching at home, that the safety car is being deployed, pit entry will close. Pit exit will still be open.
Now, how many of the 4 cars that were put to the back of their respective categories decided not to do an early-ish pit stop? Because some ran it for a bit, hoping there might be this scenario.
Alex Quinn certainly did, and Crichton Tudis is now in amongst the pack, albeit towards the back of the pack. Theo Pourchaire,
He came in, didn't he?
yeah, he came in. Conrad Larson has not yet pitted. Or has he just done so? He's just done so. Charlie Simoni's just got into the car, and we saw pretty much the first lap that Gideon Onmion passed the car over to Michael Jensen, and LMP2 Sport are recovering back up the field after that change.
So a lot of the teams sort of pushed the abort button on their pre-plan, going, right, we haven't had an incident in the opening few laps, let's just scrap that and get the bronze or silver drivers in now. Whereas being a bit more patient, AF Corsa could be in a strongish position, doing their first pit stop in a free sense, and also getting that driver change done as well.
Yep. Incar, by the way, the lead group in LMGT3, and now in the second time of asking, or second opportunity, it's the remaining lead group in LMP2. This is going to shake things up a bit, without a doubt. The whole reasoning behind this process, by the way, well, there's 2 reasons. One is to provide the best protection possible for intervention, and that's why we're under virtual safety car. The other is to put in as many protections as possible that the process doesn't interfere with the race. This is a more serious incident than would be deemed necessary to deploy a full course yellow, but not as immediately urgent to deploy directly a safety car. We will see the safety car shortly.
Yeah, I think part of the reason was that the driver involved, Benjamin Pedersen, was out so quickly. So although some of the circuit infrastructure is now going to have to be assessed, and clearly a very damaged car will have to be craned away, probably on a flatbed, you can at least give a window for everyone to get their scheduled pit stops out of the way, or slightly earlier than planned, to then go into a safety car where there should be a pass around then. But the pass around is always interesting as well, because nobody's instructed by race control to pass the safety car. That is all down to the chief engineer on each of the cars to say, yes, you are eligible, you should be in the list, and go ahead. But we've seen many times before that if you get that wrong, the penalty is enormous.
Team's going to work. Discipline now on pit lane, absolutely critical. There we go. 3D camera on the rear of the TF Sport Corvette. I don't think this is live. I think this is from one of our practice sessions.
It had me fooled, I have to say, and it's a good way to witness it. It's almost like when I used to play the very early Sony PlayStation games, and you could have a camera view like this.
Would you like to explain to the audience what a Sony PlayStation was?
You can still buy them, it's just that it's called a PlayStation 5 now, or 6. I don't know what they're up to, but I am talking about the original one. And not even the slimmed down version that they bought out retrospectively after that as well. I'm not sponsored by them, by the way. Other consoles are available.
So just while we're under virtual safety car, opportunities to just take a look at just what it looks like from the perspective of a small person sitting on the rear wing of a Corvette.
Yes. Who's not Charlie Eastwood?
It's not Charlie Eastwood, no. Speaking of Corvettes, we're hoping to have Ollie Gavin in to join us at some point in the second hour of this race, and we've got another very special guest in hour 3. We're not going to tell you who that is.
Oh, okay. Right.
Massive name in motorsport.
Under wraps.
Massive name.
He's working this weekend, isn't he?
He is working this weekend.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Safety
car has now been deployed. So that means if you've not pitted, and I can tell you by the look of things everybody had, that it's too late. In fact, the only car that hasn't pitted is the one that's embedded in the wall, or was. And that's not going anywhere other than the back of a flatbed anytime soon, I don't think. So they are doing just a little bit of rearranging for... Are these safer barriers or are these Tech Pro?
It's not a safer barrier, I don't think. But yeah, Tech Pro or Recticel. Recticel tend to be foam, don't they? So Tech Pro, the plastic ones, I think.
Other safety barriers are available.
Again, yes. But I just think back to the huge incidents that we've had over the years into turn one, because it is such a high-speed approach, and if you do have something fail on the car, then that is not a nice situation to have, because yes, there's a gravel trap, but it doesn't really do a great deal if you can't even get the car turned in any way. And it did look like Pedersen struggled in that fact. He just went straight as a dime all the way to the plastic barrier, but thankfully was able to have a conversation with the marshals. Safety car now deployed, as it is always at the end of a couple of laps of virtual safety car then, to hopefully pick up Ollie Gray, and indeed it is the VDS Panis racing car that emerges as the first machine, and therefore the TF Sport Corvette in behind
is the class leader as well. I'm
will
just
be eligible for a pass around. I was
just looking for where we've got class leaders behind that.
Actually,
it's LMP3 and LMP2 Pro Am. We need to pick out of that order. I can tell you the LMP3 leader is way back in the order, so I think we are going to see some pass around for LMP3. And as for the number 77 car, there is going to be a pass around in LMP2 Pro Am as well.
Yeah.
So there will be a pass around required here, so it'll be just a little while, but they have managed to work through these processes very quickly.
Yeah.
Pit entry, of course, now is closed with the safety car on track. So anybody needing to pit for whatever reason now will have to follow the emergency pit stop procedure.
You were spot on, by the way, because I was suggesting that the TF Sport car would need to be one of the pass-around cars, but as the category leader in this type of racing, it stays put. If this was IMSA, then even the category cars that would sort of confuse the leading category, even they get like a lucky dog, isn't it? The free pass to gain a lap back, but that does not exist in the European Le Mans Series.
Pretty much the whole grid. Like the 30 car, if that's on the back of a truck, and it might be, still shown on our tracker. I don't think it's on track. I think it's actually on the access road. Pretty soon we'll have the entire remaining grid together in the train. At that point they'll start looking at where we are with the repair and the inspection of the barriers, and then move to the pass around. So 3 hours 18 minutes to go to the end of this race, the end of this season, and the end of ACO rules racing for 2025 in Europe. And Johnny, it's been quite a year. All sorts of storylines, all sorts of heroics and issues, and good news, bad news. The return to Silverstone, a joyous affair for the huge UK fan base, and emerging talents, which is one of the joys of the ladder system of international sports car racing. And well, we've got 4, 5 significant young talents at the front of this field at the moment. Ollie Gray, Manuel Espirito Santo, Ken Bolabese, Jonas Reed and Jamie Chadwick are the lead 5 cars at the moment. It is emerging as a real display case, shop window, call it what you will, for talent looking for a professional career in motorsport.
And some stability being observed as well, put forward by the championship in the calendar's now been released, has been for a number of weeks for 2026 with no major changes, although this date changes by a week, does it?
1 week.
Equivalent?
Yes, 1 week.
So it's a week earlier next year.
It is indeed. Now
yes.
That's, as my understanding is, just to assist, to accommodate the freight for the Asian Le Mans Series. Just take some of the pressure off the European teams looking to move car and kit eastwards, and there will still be sports car racing, endurance racing here on this weekend next year as well. We've got cars already doing pass around, that's correct, yes.
Yes.
There goes Crichton Tudis. That can only be a good thing for the 20. Here comes Nielsen Racing's 27. 77 is the lead car, so they may well be the only 2 that require pass around from LMP2 Pro-Am. Was expecting we should see potentially an LMP3 car or two, but maybe I'm wrong. Might well be all tucked in behind the 17. If it is just these two LMP2 cars, this should be done quite quickly.
Indeed.
We might just get one more lap of safety car here.
Well, the safety car, well, the mid-pack of the safety car train suddenly basically stops, and I did think that was indicative of the safety car trying to reduce its pace so that it might be possible to get going at the end of this lap. I think that's the ideal situation.
Well, they don't have to wait for the 20 and the 27 to join the back of the queue. I think that's the preferred option. Safety car is currently at turn 8. I can tell you that Crichton is at turn 14. So in a quick part of the track, so a lot of this gap will be swallowed up now. At pretty much racing speed by the 20 and the 27.
The pass around is concluded, so it's just those cars, it would appear. LMP3 is all set to go, with Paul Lancher leading for CLX Motorsport, Fabian Michal and Stefan Trabordini, who has got ahead of Tim Kresick. So did he do that in a pit stop sequence, or was that no, it must have been during the virtual safety car that Trabordini in M Racing's 68
identical
got ahead of Kresick,
by the way. And just looking down the order there, and all bar Racing Spirit Le Mans swallowed a long pit stop during that stop. So we wait and see whether or not this is going to go back to green, because turn 14 for the safety car, turn 6 for Clark Crichton and Tudis. He's closing in very rapidly. I think we are going to go down around one more time.
So the only two cars I reckon that haven't ticked off one of the long stops, 1 minute and 50 seconds, are Ultimate, number 35, and Racing Spirit of Le Mans, because that car's visited the pit lane a number of times.
And Ultimate missed it by a single second.
Oh, no way.
1 minute 49 seconds. Just
so they were aiming for it. They were aiming for it and didn't get it.
Missed it.
That's the worst possible scenario.
Not quite sure why we've got the McLaren. Have they got potential problem? The team are taking a look, I wonder.
Or is that a radio issue and messages can't be received or sent, and therefore they're scribbling stuff on a board that requires Michael Birch to get a little bit closer to the pit wall in order to read that. Maybe some hand signals to try and rectify an issue.
You see across in the distance, the top right of the screen, the World Championship level kart circuit here at Portimão. It's held the World Finals recently. And oddly enough, that was the first time I met Enzo Trulli. It shared a weekend with us here. And Enzo will be circulating in the rookie test. I expect to see Trulli Jr. in the European Le Mans Series in a leading role in 2026. Also amongst the highlights, by the way, tomorrow will be an all Alcabaisi family LMP3 car. Khaled Alcabaisi making a bit of a comeback with both of his daughters, and he intends to race with the girls. They've had a great season, cracking season in Ligier European Series, and I think they've found a home in sports car racing. I'm delighted to say that as well.
Well, it's a happy home for many and a growing family. I mean, if you can call a family of thousands of people, maybe more, then it certainly is the case. The safety car is going to come in this lap, by the way. The lights either are already out or they will be extinguished by the time that car gets into Sagres. And getting the message for sure is Ollie Gray. Now, the tricky thing is that if you're in LMP2, Manuel Espirito Santo, for instance, he's not able to overtake these three GTE cars before the line. So there's an even better chance of Ollie Gray just nipping away and continuing to build that gap, or starting to extend that gap for a second time.
Green flag, and away we hear the engine notes rising. I think Ollie Gray has gone.
He certainly has.
And let's wait and see just exactly what. So gap behind safety car, 3 seconds. Let's see what that's going to translate to as they cross the line.
I think that was by design, that Manuel Espirito Santo wasn't quite on the boot lid of the Porsche of of Celia Martin.
Ollie Gray's not even in the shot.
No, well, no, because they're all wedged in behind
Absolutely.
those GT cars. But I think, as I say, just holding back Manuel Espirito Santo, just to then get the hammer down and have the space. There was a touch there between the leading Corvette in LMGT3 and the Aston Martin. So they were nose to tail with possible slight damage. But Hiroshi Koizumi rode the storm. And Clement Matter, who has led the category, is going to try an audacious manoeuvre down the inside, hip and shoulder check, and he's still not quite got there.
Look at Celia Martin up the inside as well. She was looking to take advantage there, wasn't quite in the window. Hiroshi Koizumi is trying to have none of that, but I'm not sure he's going to get much of a choice. The position's changed there, but is he going to go back? Martin all over the back of the Corvette, and here comes Jamie Chadwick.
Do they all still have their door mirrors is the next question. Looks like the Corvette's held on to it. As the Corvette and the Porsche, Koizumi and Martin, arrive at the Portimão sequence of corners absolutely together.
So your Horst Feldbermeyer is going to get 10 seconds added to the next pit stop, 4 and 1 penalty point. That's a full course yellow infringement. Celia Martin staying out the way of the flying phalanx of Oreca's trying to make their way through this traffic. It is Ollie Gray. He is already 4.8 seconds the good after that restart ahead of the 47 CLX Motorsport car. Nielsen Racing's Bullet Basie is under a second back, and then there's a gap to Jonas Reed leading another train of cars.
Over the line go various runners in different categories. So much mixed up this field is now after only 51 minutes of racing, and now there's an issue for the 22 United Autosports car, which has no pace at all on the main start-finish straight. So what's happened there? Is that another puncture? Difficult to tell, actually. So. I don't think it is.
He moved out of line immediately towards the pit wall, and I thought, again, just maybe for the team to have a look, but it's worse than that. And that is Manuel Maldonado, and is dropping down the order.
So Maldonado.
Oh, that was a hit there. That was the DKR car and the Proton car making contact, the hairpin, and that's allowed the GT cars behind to get into it again, and Koizumi get alongside and by the Aston Martin a second time. Double yellows at turn 3.
Now a spin coming out of turn 8 as well for a DKR liveried car.
That was the P2 car.
So that's Kolovos.
If Manuel Maldonado is stopping, might well have to be a full power reset here. Let's hope that's all that's required.
Where was he there? Here's Matter.
Turn 4.
Okay. Okay, so it depends where he is in relation to the racetrack, but...
So I think there was...
Contact here, you think?
Yes. Well, yes, there was. It was right rear of the DKR car to the front, and we've got a safety car. That'll be for Manuel Maldonado at least, and possibly for number 3. And that was... Didn't quite see if there was contact there, but you'd tend to think that there might well have been, unless there's damage for that car.
Well, that's my other concern. It's already had a hit from Giorgio Roda, and then at just a couple of corners later, 3 corners after that, can't get out of turn 8, although it did make the turn, but then as Kolovos tried to accelerate, that's popped a drive shaft or something.
Yeah, safety car called for recovery of this car, and potentially intervention for the 3, although that car is underway.
So that is the outside of the turn 4 exit, and a horrible place to be sitting.
Yeah, you really do not want to be there.
So that's the reason why they said, because I thought if he's on the inside of the track, it's not a huge concern, and they could just leave it there to see whether he could restart
That's a
the car.
very, very quick corner indeed, and we've seen major incidents there before.
But if he's parked on the left, which I know I didn't know where the red paint was, and the close-up shot just didn't tell me which side of the road he was. But yeah, as soon as I realised he's sitting on the curb, no other option. And because a lot of pit stops had already been done, there wasn't really the need to call a virtual safety car in this instance. So straight into safety car means that the pit lane is closed for the first 3 laps again. And now some sort of recovery has got to be called, but I bet they're all based in the wrong places. So that might be a bit tricky to organise.
So the 3 car, after that moment, has carried on. Remember, pit is closed. So that sort of tends to indicate to me, Johnny, that was well, either a spin on his own or contact rather than a problem with the car. If there's a problem with the car that's sending the car around and off track, I'd have thought emergency pit stop would have been the right call, but I don't think it is that for DKR. Manuel Maldonado, if he can, will be talking to the team and getting instruction.
If you do pit,
he's underway.
Oh, okay. So he's done a complete reset. Still not quite going as fast as I would like, though.
Remember,
catch up with the safety car.
Yeah, okay.
If it was full course yellow, that's fine, but normally everyone's instructed to quicken the pace. I mean, don't go race speed, but you have to adhere to the waved yellows to then join the safety car train. We'll wait to see whether that's been rectified. It certainly won't be the first time that's happened. A car
is very, very slow.
Yeah, it hasn't sorted anything in actual fact. Might be able to get it back to the pits and therefore for the team to look at, but this is only one corner later. And he's going to take the shortcut at Tora Vip.
I suspect he's looking for a way off the circuit at this point.
Maybe.
And stopped again. So he's a brave attempt to get it back from Manuel Maldonado. It's not worked. So now down at what is that? Between 5. It's on the hill on the way up. So even if he's got limited power, that's not going to help. So, incident involving car 77 Roda and 3 Kolovos at turn 5 under review. Now, what was that, the first contact or a potential second contact?
No, that was the first contact at the hairpin bend just beneath the rotunda. So that was in front of the GT cars that were fighting for the lead, you might remember. And certainly will have alarmed Hiroshi Koizumi and Clement Matter because the track appeared briefly blocked by a couple of clashing LMP2 cars.
I can tell you as well, by the way, that we've got a shot in the garage for the 25 Algarve Pro Racing car. There is no work going on that car. So I think that's end of season for the 25, or end of European Le Mans Series for the 25. The Algarve Pro Racing team will be looking to defend their titles in the Asian Le Mans Series. The most successful individual team, I believe, in the Asian Le Mans Series, certainly for the overall.
So every reason to enter again, therefore, with success hoped for, not guaranteed by any stretch, but at least they know how to be successful in that part of the world. The winter adventure for ACO-governed motor racing.
Yeah, looking forward to it once again. Kicking off in Sepang at the beginning of December. You can catch up with all the action there. Again, live and free on YouTube. So it will be myself and again with Ollie Gavin. We hope to have Ollie in the booth with us shortly. And they always go for someone young and glamorous on pit lane. So David Addison it is.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, experience counts for something, perhaps. Minus some of the other qualities you mentioned. Hello, David, if you're watching. So at 2:30 this afternoon, 43 cars were on the grid and raring to go for the season finale. Down towards Primera, really good getaway for Jonas Reed initially, and that was because Kuba Śmiechowski and Jamie Chadwick were having their own arm wrestle side by side into Primera and Lagos corners. And Luca Giotto getting his elbows out as well, nice and early. There was a slight tap onto the rear of Ryan Cullen's Vector Sport car, which put him briefly sideways from the rear. But so much the case of 3 wide into 1 apex really is tough to do without contact. The only spin coming after the first 3 sequences, the first corners of those first 3 that I've mentioned, because it was a spin for Torsten Kratz coming out of the kink at turn 4, which heavily delayed him. But he did eventually work his way through. This is, I think, the moment I was referring to. And everybody else wanting or needing to check up for fear of piling into the back of Torsten Kratz's WTM by Rinaldi car. Contact between Scott Noble and the 57 Kessel racing car of Takeshi Kimura. We noted the spin at the time, and then it was flagged to have Noble involved, and he certainly had a busy start to his race, because around the outside and possibly off the track then went the number 30 car. plucking away the left side door mirror of the Americans' Ferrari. This was the change of lead after the restart, and a much more alert Ollie Gray appears coming out of Tora Vit, so he got the hammer down. He'd also steered to the left to make sure that the way was clear for VDS Spanish Racing's car to be in front. It was a wheelie-style entry into Primera corner for Celia Martin as she headed right over the sausage curb and was airborne briefly. Great overtake around the outside at Craig Jones corner for PJ Hyatt, but this was not nice to watch. And I'm sure even worse when you're in the cockpit for Benjamin Pedersen and the Duquesne car, which for whatever reason was not able to stop into the first corner and hammered into the Tech Pro barriers at unabated speed. These three GT cars have been providing a terrific show. Three very evenly matched bronze drivers in a Corvette, an Aston and a Porsche. Meanwhile, the 22 car with severe difficulties, and with 3 hours to go, the 22 may well be out of the race at this stage, Manuel Maldonado. We are about to go racing though again, and Ollie Gray is backing the field up almost to walking pace. It's within his rights to do that.
Well, he can't do his brake.
Yeah.
But he can choose when to get the power in, and away he goes now. It's not quite the advantage he held at the end of the last safety car, but it's not bad. He's not caught Manuel Espirito Santo napping, but he's certainly got a few car lengths in hand here, and if anything, pulling away with the Espirito Santo with Bolognesi just behind him. So it's the 48 from BDS Spanish Racing fending off the 47. Bolognesi got at the inside, and I think has got second place there.
So Bolognesi, we reckon, now up to second place.
He is.
Yeah, in the 24 Nielsen racing car, and ahead of CLX's Orica. So Gray away and gone, we can sort of assume, purely because of the speed that Gray was able to display in the opening part of his stint. But Bolognesi and Espirito Santo are much more evenly matched. Jonas Reed wants to try and hang on to their coattails if at all possible. And then Ryan Cullen, Jamie Chadwick and Paul Lafargue for Vector and the two sister EDEX Sport cars. There is the 43 of Kuba Śmiechowski, currently running in 8th place. And Śmiechowski has behind him the LMP2 Pro-Am leader, one of our camera cars this weekend, with PJ Hyatt driving Spike. So PJ leading Pro-Am from Giorgio Roda, but Roda's right on his tail as well.
Away we go. Point to make here is the timing of that safety car intervention and the change to Crichton 2. This has sort of negated the disadvantage for the 20 in starting Alex Quinn. They're slightly out of kilter in terms of driver time, but remember, this is the team leading the way in LMP2 Pro-Am, and it's going to be about what happens in the second and third phases of this race, about how this all pans out. Meantime, Philippe Mathieu, second place in LMGT3, still with Celia Martin on his tail. These two less than a second back from the Corvette, Hiroshi Koizumi. So the Corvette starting from pole position. It's been as low down a 4th and then back into the lead in this race. It's been topsy-turvy stuff.
Yeah, that's what I mean about the top 3 cars certainly being in the fight, and you can probably lump in Martin Berry now as well in this restarted race, if you like, or continuing race, but with various cautions, and that has provided a foot up for one or two, like Martin Berry, like Michael Birch as well in the 23 McLaren.
It's an hour, isn't it, for our bronze drivers in the LMP2 Pro-Am?
Yes.
The hour is up, and most of the LMP2 Pro-Am cars are now on pit lane. 29 is on pit lane, so is 83, 21, 27 and 3.
Unfortunately for everyone here, the virtual safety car did not fall in a perfect sense, because if there'd been a VSC then at that point, then you could have got your drivers out in a free sense as well. But no point in keeping the bronze in for any longer than is necessary. It doesn't naturally fit into the pit window either, but they will fuel the cars in order to push on for at least another 40 minutes, maybe 45 minutes, depending on how the fuel burn is around this place.
2 points to mention as we've got Celia Martin getting alongside Clément Mathieu, and I think she's going to get this position. A little bit of a kiss side by side between the two cars. She takes that position. Great move from Celia. It's been a change of lead.
Had a moment, no, she had a moment, and the place is going to be changed back again. There was just a little wiggle from the Porsche. But again, that could have been a heck of a lot worse. And here comes Martin Berry with the forward momentum in 4th place. But in the draft of the Aston Martin, Celia Martin looking the more likely to get back in front of Matter.
She's going to go straight away, and I think she's going to make it back again. Meantime, change of leaders who went back to green flag racing in LMP3. M Racing, Stefan Trebadini passes the Select Motorsport car of Paul Lancher. And also, we've got the incident involving the 77. That's Giorgio Roda and Georgios Kolovos in the DKR car. No investigation necessary.
Martin Berry swept around the outside of Clément Matter, coming out of turn 4, so he's now up to 3rd position.
Michael Birch is right there as well. We're joined, as we engaged in this LMGT3 battle, by renowned GT3 racer. I think one of the most successful and I think attractive previous racing drivers in the sport. Oh, sorry, it's not like him.
No, that's the wrong guy.
It's not him. It's Ollie Gavin.
Oh, it's a pleasure to see you, gentlemen. Johnny, it's so good to see you. You're looking so well.
Thank you for your hard work yesterday, by the way.
Oh, absolute pleasure. Invoices in the post.
It's slowly returning.
New fastest lap of the race. So this is a pass. Is this a pass forward from PJ Hyatt? He goes to the outside and goes around. And it is PJ Hyatt to the lead of LMP2 Pro Am. Benji Pedersen is going to get a drive-through penalty for overtaking off track. A bit late for that. He's a little further off track than he intended, I'm afraid, in what the move that ended his race here. Ollie, you've been down in the pit and the paddock. Exciting day for many teams. Lots of teams and drivers looking to see what they can do, either in championship or race terms. A race filled with anticipation here.
Absolutely, yeah. There was a lot of energy down on the grid, and there was certainly a lot of sort of anticipation before the start of this race, and I think it's playing out. There is, yes, many things to play for here, and drivers who are going for championships, certainly in this GT class, the GT3 class, it is, I think, 6 or 7 cars that can still win it. And yeah, let's see how this is all unfolds, but certainly nice to see the Corvette out there in front and leading.
Oh, right, that's enough about Corvette.
Yes.
Didn't take him long, did it?
Right. You know, I've got to get it in immediately if I can.
It's been a big step forward here this weekend for TF Sport with that Corvette. Hiroshi Kazumi really does seem to be well alight here.
Yeah, he does. You know, he's certainly been working away in it, and he certainly seems to be really nicely in the groove in the ELMS, and yeah, I think that the car really does look after its tyres, and I think that's where we're going to sort of see that car really come into its own in this sort of second half of these stints and later on in the race today. But yeah, I think as the sun starts to go down here, I think we're going to see changing track conditions, and I think everybody's going to be working that pretty hard. That's up and down all of the classes, and wonderful to see a great crowd here as well today. You know, the grid walk was packed.
It was great. It's great to see lots of local fans and also people on a late summer, early winter holiday here, taking the opportunity to take in the European Le Mans Series. Trouble for Scott Noble, is going to get a drive-through penalty for the collision we saw that turned around Takeshi Kimura at turn 1. So a drive-through penalty for the 66 JMW car. Incident involving car 66 and 35 at turn 7 is under review, causing a collision. Okay.
I don't remember that one. That's the Ultimate, isn't it? Ultimate 35.
Not sure we saw that.
And the other one that Scott Noble's been involved in, which wasn't really
the 30
entirely of his own doing, and I think, you know, if anybody's culpable for that, it would be the 30, because that was the car off the track at the time.
Well, that's the car that's now had a drive-through penalty but is out of the race. So that was called against Benji Pedersen.
Yeah, I didn't see that incident, but it certainly seemed like he got into the gravel trap at high speed, but it was after a touch.
We don't know. There are 2 separate incidents, one down through turn 15 with a Duquesne team car going around the outside and ripping out the mirror from the 66 car in doing so. So that was called for overtaking off track. There is a 4-way shuffle that has just about worked for the number 10 car. Still in the hands of Ryan Cullen, by the way, so Ryan's in spirited form. Here's Jamie Chadwick on the charge back. She's also trying to put a move on Jonas Reed and does so. And Jonas is straight under pressure from the 43 car. So that's 2 places lost.
It's
in
brutal
3
down
corners.
there at turn 1, isn't it? How you can just get offline and you get dive bombed, and then you know you're offline, and you can never quite get it back. As they come down here into, I think this is the spot coming down into turn 1, just round the outside there on Jonas, and Jonas is still in the hunt there. He's back up the inside, but he can't quite make it stick. He gets pinched off, and then Jamie just dives up the inside. Opportunistic move as he's coming through here down into turn 3, excuse me.
And gets it. Also seen, by the way, under investigation, not that incident, but another incident involving the Vector Sport car number 10 and the number 18, which is Jamie Chadwick, driver behaviour on the start-finish straight.
Driver behaviour?
Yes.
So that wasn't, it says start-finish straight, but not at the start of the race necessarily, so it's okay.
So it's not moving before the red light or
no.
the lights go out?
Maybe a bit of weaving. Didn't see it, won't comment. Away we go then. 43 car comes sweeping down the final turn here on the tail of Jonas Reed, who's had a bit of a torrid last lap, lost a couple of places, but Jonas back up to speed.
He just needs to breathe a little bit here and just get his composure back. He's driven well today, and just sometimes when you just get a bit offline, you pick up on the tyre, and the car just starts to feel a little bit squidgy and squishy underneath you, and you just need to get that pickup cleaned up and get the tyre back switched on, and the car underneath you again.
I just wonder whether he had a slight moment or slightly offline coming out of gallop on that particular occasion when he was then absolutely swamped by Ryan Cullen. And
yeah, that's what I'm talking. Yeah, that's what I was kind of talking about. And it's since that point he can't quite get the tyre cleaned up again, and now he's having to defend hard. And in doing so, again, you start attracting more pickup on the tyre, and so it just starts in a little bit of a spiral. Just needs a couple of clean laps, really hard, working the tyre well, cleaning it up, and the car will be back underneath it.
It's hard to do that, though, isn't it, when you're under massive pressure from Kuba Schmichowski,
yeah, exactly.
or anybody.
You know, that's part of it. You know, you've just got to be able to do that and learn your craft, but it is a very, very difficult art to perfect.
Franklin Tunis, by the way, still aboard the car, will not yet have done his hour, and this is the point at which the pendulum will slightly swing away from Algarve Pro Racing, because they've got their bronze drivers still out there against now professional drivers in many of the other LMP2 Pro-Am cars, and they're out of sequence. So they've suffered very little. Side by side this time by the Algarve Pro man up the inside of Jonas Reed. Has he got enough here to make a fight of it into turn 1? I'm not sure he does. No, he does not.
Yeah, and if the car is still moving around underneath Jonas, then it's going to be through that last turn 15, over the bump there. You're just not going to have the confidence to really commit, flow the speed, and then you're backed up coming onto the front straight.
PJ Hyatt on pit lane from the lead of the LMP2 Pro-Am race, so they are sticking with their fuel strategy at the moment. So we'd expect to see Giorgio Roda in shortly.
Yeah, interesting that one or two are just pushing the window a bit further than it needs to go, but certain teams actually like to match their fuel mileage with the driver changes, because otherwise you're just encouraging extra stops. So as long as the bronze is happy in the car, PJ Hyatt would have been happy to do the whole race probably.
Almost certainly.
But he's going to get out at this point.
Really typically they would put Dane Cameron in at this stage of the race. Let's see whether or not that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I saw Tom out on the grid and he's super happy with PJ. He said he's just been really developed so much this year, and it's been a pleasure to work with. And
well, we talked a little earlier about Ollie Gray and his form as one of the pros of the VDS Panis racing team. Let's talk in a similar vein about the progress we've seen from PJ Hyatt. He's in a car a lot. We talked about this in qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, when he wasn't here.
When he wasn't
here.
Yeah.
Was there any track action yesterday?
There was, strangely enough.
Were you sleeping?
I didn't know anything about that.
No, we know.
Yeah, we know.
Here comes the 47 CLX Motorsport car. 20 from Algarve Pro Racing. Crichton Tudis is on pit lane, so that will be the end of his drive time as well, one would think.
So Jonas now, he's actually managed to control that gap to Kuba. It's like he's just had a time just to sort of get himself back together, get the tyres back underneath him, and he's now there at the same speed.
Black and white flag goes to Ryan Cullen at the number 10 car, causing a collision with car 18 at the start-finish straight. So that was that investigation into driver behaviour. So maybe a little bit too aggressive in defence, or attack for that matter, from Ryan Cullen. So it's a final warning for him. This is the 20 car.
Just going back to PJ, and I saw again Tom on the grid, and he was saying that PJ had the lap together to get pole. He just couldn't quite just string it. That last sector, in the first sector, he just couldn't quite get it all to work just for that one lap.
It was an absolute cracker of an LMP2 Pro-Am.
But they were also absolutely blown away how Giorgio could just do it and just find that lap out of nowhere when the tyre is almost done. And I saw Louis Delatraz and he was like, where did Giorgio find that lap from?
Yeah. So out comes the 20 car again. That is Ollie Colwell aboard that car. It is indeed Dane Cameron, just ahead of Ollie. So just ahead, it's about a minute ahead on timing at the moment. And CLX Motorsports 47, Enzo Fittipaldi joins the race. That other incident, we said it wasn't the same thing we'd just seen. Car 10, Ryan Cullen going around car 9 at turn 1, but that is under investigation too for overtaking off track.
Yeah, so Cullen had, well, he went to the inside, didn't he, and sort of threw Reed a bit of a dummy, and then eventually pulled off the overtake around the outside. But was he over the white line when that was completed? We've got the wrong angle, to be honest, from the cameras that we are fed from the truck, and the cameras on the outside of the circuit don't really do us any favours. Now,
Jamie Chadwick watching. Oh wow! No.
Oh no!
That's a real shame for Tim Kresick. He was having a blinding race, and also now in the gravel,
it's Ryan Cullen.
Oh.
So that was just very messy. Jamie Chadwick goes to the inside. Thinks she thought was going to close the gap. Drives off track. I was too busy watching Jamie. Did he hit the
contact?
Yeah.
The way the 88 went round, I'm sure.
Yeah, there was contact, but it was from Cullen. It wasn't from Chadwick.
No, Chadwick was off the track at this point.
I think Cullen was too busy looking at Jamie.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what's gone on. Those two have got hooked up into their own little feud. Jamie has pulled out of another potential bit of argy-bargy, and Ryan, whilst watching where Jamie was, had forgotten there was a P3 car in front.
Yeah.
And the big loser there is Ryan Cullen.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
So he thought he could get the necessary turning circle perhaps, or just thought he could use the momentum to run through the gravel. But the problem is that's a gravel trap that then runs uphill.
It's not the simplest place to recover from either, though we'll wait to see what the choice of intervention is going to be here for race control. Watch it again.
The 88 just comes across. Yeah, and Ryan's, I think, too busy looking there where Jamie's gone, and then he's tried to drive through the gravel to get through, but once you're in it and it's so deep there, there's no way he was going to make that turn.
Tim Kresick thankfully did drive away. Yes, and he has lost places, but only to 8th spot in LMP3, so that is still recoverable. The car ahead, Fabien Michal's just come in for Euro International for a standard stop, I'm going to suggest. But Ryan Cullen, who'd have been having an absolute blinder, one of his best races in recent memory, but is potentially now out of the race. Let's hope that's not the case, but will fall off the lead lap.
There's the damage as well to the 88. It was quite a chunky hit on the 88 and not in a good place for an LMP3 car. It's a virtual safety car, is the call. So straight down to full course yellow speed. Pits will be open. Well, this could throw a spanner in the works for a variety of people, or indeed offer an opportunity. Now, how are they going to recover the 10?
This is as it went down to virtual safety car. I think people just getting down to the speed.
With no major dramas there, the 88 car they're taking a look at.
Well, do they now? They might not have had any plans to do a 1 minute and 50 second stop when it began, but turn it into that, and that's a massive win, isn't it? Whilst everyone else is doing 80 kph, you're doing one of your long stops.
Yeah, but there will be the opportunity for everybody else to do it. The only problem is it at a point that's useful to them?
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, that was a brush side by side. Jamie Chadwick
right at the wrong point as well when you want that contact.
Absolutely.
The car is light and it's unloading, and you're just sort of waiting for the car to settle again. You get a bit of contact, and that just sends you even wider.
Is this the end of Ollie Gray's run? It's been hugely impressive. It's been interrupted.
Nick Manassian just giving some instruction there.
There's Danny Ucadella about to get aboard the car that Jamie Chadwick has been campaigning to this point.
Yeah.
And Esteban Masson with his Toyota Gazoo Racing emblems. Very much a part, I think, of their future, the Toyota Gazoo Racing empire, whether or not it be with the hypercar program or what will eventually be a replacement for the venerable RCF Lexus. Don't see that car being replaced in the coming season in the WEC by the, it seems, somewhat delayed replacement car.
Just stay off track just for a bit longer.
Yeah, there's an awful lot pouring out at the back. Also, the car was bumping around, and I was a bit concerned that more of it was broken, but I think it's okay.
Yeah.
Ryan will be able to tell that over the next few corners, although obviously at a much reduced pace.
And Bolognati leads the race, but I think will pit. Away goes Esteban Masson.
I've seen it in the past where you had cars recovered that way, where they're pulled sort of like negatively out of the gravel trap, and the car's sort of like running the wrong way with the gravel sort of going back into the car, and that there can be problems with that don't really sort of shake out. Stones have gone into certain spots of bodywork.
Cooling system, braking.
Yeah, exactly. So they just really need to give it a good shake out and a good look over.
Well, hopefully he's getting the instruction to be very, very cautious on this returning half lap to get the number 10 car back to Vector Sport. Meanwhile, others around are still making stops, including the number 34 into Europol LMP2 car. The TF Sport Corvette that was leading the LM GT3 category has made a stop as well. Hiroshi Koizumi can't get out of that car yet.
No, that's the thing. It's just like 10 minutes, isn't it? 10 more minutes.
Yes, it is.
Julien Martin, by the way, leads the race with that stop. Martin Berry sits second, Clement Mathieu third. It's been a really engaging lead battle in LM GT3, despite the interruptions. 4 or 5 runners and some cracking racing. What is the future in this race for this car, the number 50 car? We've seen this before, by the way, gentlemen, the 50 car, running towards the back of the pack, but not losing too much time, and all of a sudden, climbing. And to remind our viewers here, should that car win the championship, that will be 2 championships within a week on both sides of the Atlantic for Lili Wadou.
Yeah.
So we've taken the Michelin Endurance Cup in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship last week at Petit Le Mans.
Certainly very, very busy for her at this stage, and talent that could have been spotted in one-way racing. Was it Renault Alpine that I spotted her in a few years ago?
She was, Alpine Euro Cup.
Might have even been here, actually.
First female winner in that series, and spotted because that was a Signatech run series for future projects by Philippe Signot.
Is that Ryan Cullen come in there?
It is indeed.
Yeah.
So he's back, at least, from the gravel trap at the Tora Vip corner. And did something happen on the way into pit road? Now it's potential unsafe release, maybe?
No, I just
think
think
they're just showing
Oh, it's the gravel
gravel
coming out of Ryan Cullen's car as he stopped. Yeah, it's okay.
Got on the
behind.
radio to him and just given him a bit of a reminder to do that somewhere out on track.
Yeah, so that's not helped out too many other people who want to be making their stop, but I suppose it's better to run over gravel at a slower speed, maybe.
Question to you, Ollie. How did you see forget for a moment the impact from the 10 on the 88. How did you see the interaction between this car, Jimmy Chadwick bringing the car down pit lane, and Ryan Cullen coming into that incident zone? There'd clearly been a couple of little bits of argy-bargy
Yeah, I think
the lead up to it.
Yeah, there was certainly a certain amount of sort of covering off, and then I think the two of them were so glued to what each other were doing that they weren't looking at what other cars were around. And the 88 did sort of, it was all the way to the right, took a very wide entry, and then arced it across directly back to the apex, which they're absolutely allowed to do. But that definitely surprised Ryan, and it sort of came out of nowhere. And contact was.
I'm sending a pickup on track on driver's right at T5. I'm sending a pickup on track on driver's right at T5.
Yeah, so that I think really did surprise Ryan, and the contact was big on the 88. And yeah, this really it's put a big spanner in their works for their race.
I wonder if that is a pickup with some kind of cleaning mechanism.
Yeah, because I don't think there's a car off there
No.
that needs recovering anymore.
No.
Ryan having got back under his own steam, and thinking back to other incidents, Jamie Chadwick got through even though she cut the corner significantly, and that's the Jamie Chadwick car. But now with Danny Juncadella at the wheel, who was being spoken by Quick Nick Manassian
Bring
before.
it back exactly like this.
Please.
No, there won't be any please in it.
All right.
It'll just be, do it like this.
That's a straight instruction.
Yeah.
We don't care what anything else that happens in the stint, just want that car looking like that.
By the way, delighted that Danny Juncadella, this LMP2 program has paid off for him being named as part of the setup for Genesis Magna Racing and their hypercar program. That was a big target for him coming into this season.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it was a big target, and it certainly paid off for him, and it's very good. He's a great talent. Nick's discussing what's happened with Jamie there. I think that turn 5.
Be advised, we have a cleaning equipment at T5. We have cleaning equipment at T5,
Johnny,
which may be overtaken.
Just write this down. Graham was right.
I cannot believe this. This is almost time to hang the headset up, actually.
Hang on a minute. You can't hear this, but they can see it.
It's a smug face. It's a smug face. It's nothing else, anything concerning, because you could have been dreaming up all sorts of possibilities there.
We are under safety car. Car 48, slow down, please. Car 48, slow down. We are under safety car. We have a cleaning van cleaning the track between T5 and T7. Be advised, we have a cleaning on track between T5 and T7.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure that Eduardo was hoping that Ryan was going to drive out of the gravel trap and then drive sort of offline for all of those first sort of few corners, but I think Ryan was so focused on getting the car back in pit lane, frustrated with what had just happened with Jamie, and that's...
Cars approaching T8, be advised, we have a cleaner on track and you're coming to the blind spot of the track. You're coming to the blind spot of the track.
Just hope everybody's got on the radio.
can see
all the drivers.
I'm going to tell the cleaner to cross sides of the track after car 35.
This is where white flags are so crucial as well. A white flag instructing drivers that there is a slow vehicle on track, and much better to know that it's circuit infrastructure being repaired as well. As we look after that, here's Steph Wentworth in the pit lane.
I am joined by Ollie Gray, driver of the number 48 VDS Panis Racing, who has just pitted from the lead of the race. Quite an intermittent stint with all of those interventions. Every time you pulled out a gap, it felt like the safety car just kind of closed those right back up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was good to get into the lead, but it was slightly frustrating that we kept having interventions, but it's the way it goes sometimes. We're still in the lead and we just need to make no mistakes. Esteban's out there now, and I'm sure he's going to do a good job, and then Charles is going to jump in at the end and hopefully finish it off.
You guys have an incredibly calm demeanour for the fact that you are fighting for the championship right now and kind of everything is on the line.
Yeah, exactly. We're just trying to focus on ourselves at the moment and focus on doing our job. And obviously, we're going to have to look at the EI deck and the Inter-Europe at some point. But if we focus on ourselves, I'm sure we can do the job.
That's well. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Worth saying, gentlemen, that the three cars that are in the competition still for the championship win are all in the checks notes, top 5. So this is going to be a very interesting phase of the race. Now remember, it is about the championship. It's also about being second, because the second place car 2 will be invited to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, as will CLX Motorsport for the win they've already had in LMP3. They will get an LMP2 entry, as will the winners in LMGT3, and we'll call that when this gets a little bit deeper into the race. There's a lot more ebb and flow to come yet in LMGT3. And that has been a really, really engaging race all the way through to this point.
So the 3 in contention at the top of LMP2 for the championship. 48 VDS Panis Racing, that was one of their drivers, Oliver Gray, after his opening couple of stints. EDEX Sport number 18, Jamie Chadwick's out of that car, Danny Juncadella in, and the 43 Inter-Europol competition car, which is 3rd, and now in the hands of Nick Yellowly.
So 1st, 5th and 3rd
All
in that
cars
order.
to check if they are eligible for the pass around. All cars to check if they are eligible for the pass around.
Remember, that will be any car in the train behind the safety car that has their class leader behind them. So currently the class leaders are VDS Panis Racing. That car is the car behind the safety car. It is TDS Racing's number 29 Orica in the hands now of Clem Novalak. It is the 68M Racing LMP3, and it is Kessel Racing 74 Ferrari in the hands of Andrew Gilbert.
And if you're in front of your category leader and behind the safety car, then you should be eligible for the pass around. But it is down to your own team manager, your engineer, to pass up on that instruction with absolute confidence. And once the information is sent to everyone up and down pit lane that the pass around should be done now, then you can do that probably on the main straight.
Start seeing
François Perraudot in good humour for this weekend, coming back unfortunately from a
everyone to check
tricky moment at Silverstone.
of their cars for the pass around. We will shortly be working on that subject.
So yes, get to that in a moment's time. But as we're up to 90 minutes now, and this is ideally the time that the GT bronze drivers will be wanting to get out of the cars, but you can't get into pit lane for a driver change. It's currently closed because of the first 3 laps of a safety car.
Indeed, there will be definitely pass around for LMP2 Pro. I'm trying to spot on our spotter or tracker just exactly which classes there might be. No pass around going to be happening for LMGT3 because that is our leader, 3rd in the order. I'm just trying to pick out in the order behind where our leader is in LMP3. There might be LMP3 cars to come.
For the pass around.
Definitely LMP2 Pro.
For the pass around. No zigzagging. Cars eligible for the pass around. Move right.
And that will once again, by the way, include the
Start the
number
pass
20
around.
APR
Start the
car.
pass around.
Trying to work out how many laps that we've had under this safety car. It's been out for 5 minutes or so, so that's certainly one.
It's the second lap.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe
I think so.
Yeah, more 1.5, let's call it. So it's a bit of a while yet before any of these bronze drivers can legally get out of their cars, having now done the 90 minutes that most have to do. Silver drivers, in most combinations, it's a minimum of 45 minutes. And then the only restriction on the gold and platinums is actually the maximum drive time of 1 hour and 15.
Intriguing moment when we go back to green, by the way. It's Esteban Masson aboard the VDS Panis Racing car, the championship leading car. Right behind him, 24, Nielsen Racing, in the hands of local hero Felipe Albuquerque. And Nick Yellerly in the 2nd of the contending cars of the championship, right behind that. Lots and lots of action, lots of storylines, lots of discussion points still to come. We are not yet at the halfway
Pass
point
around
of this
is
final
concluded.
race.
Pass around is concluded. You can resume weaving.
So the only cars eligible
Cars
to
which
pass
did the
around
pass around, let's do our best to catch up behind the safety car.
were 4 LMP2 Pro. There's 3 of them. 4th is the number 20 car. It's now profited from 2 pass arounds in this race. Lock up there. That is the
Nielsen car.
27, I think, isn't it? That is Sergio Seta Camara.
In a Nielsen car, yeah, spot on. I'm also keeping track, or trying to, on the LMP3 longer stops, and quite a number of teams have managed to tick both off now. One in the first virtual safety car, and the second one in the second BSC. So they have fallen nicely for a lot of the P3 teams. Unfortunately, Ultimate are still paying the price for missing the long stop by a second. They attempted to do it and then were just under it. So
taking a double hit then.
Exactly, it's a massively long time to be in the pit lane when you don't actually tick off the 1 minute and 50 second
Safety
stop.
car is picking up the pace. Safety car is picking up the pace.
It will be this lap and no more, I think, beyond the safety car in this phase of the race at least.
Safety car instructed to go at full speed. Safety car instructed to go at full speed.
Which then will give the chance to all the GT3 runners to pit at the end of that lap.
Should do. It should do.
Should be open at the end of this current lap that they're on.
Yeah, how many of them will take to pit lane? I suppose all things then being equal, so you get a safety car coming in, yes, and the track back to green, but if everyone with a bronze driver on board has got to do a pit stop...
This is 2 laps complete or 3 laps complete?
We're unsure of that.
I'm not entirely sure. I just went, go on.
Because if it's 2 laps complete, they will not be able to follow the safety car down pit lane.
Good point.
Because it's got to be completed laps, and that safety car will not have completed that lap. Well, the safety car train will not have done. We are 2 hours. It will do on pit lane. If it has to complete it on track, they will have to go around again.
Wow. Okay.
Well, we'll find out just as soon as the safety car comes in. But I'm edging towards Graham's opinion here. I don't know what's wrong with me. Well, I have been ill this weekend.
Yeah, I was going to say you are still looking a bit feverish.
Yeah, that'll be it.
It's the reason I do this. It's the respect I get. That's what it is from one of my events.
You've always said that.
Deluded.
And we still don't give you any more of it. Okay, so safety car's in this lap. And he's picking up the pace. We'll find out whether the lights go out or not between turns 13 and 14. The lights are out. So back to racing speed. And this time Esteban Masson is potentially going to go with the Ollie Gray type antics in backing the field up as much as possible. And as Graham has said earlier on, yes, you pick your speed, but you cannot then dip that speed. And once you accelerate, that is the point where you must continue to accelerate. But
when you go, you got to go.
Yeah, but this speed is okay as long as it's consistent. So the green flag's waving 2 corners after this. Now Masson hits the loud pedal and actually reacting pretty well to that. You expect nothing less from someone like Philippe Albuquerque, who's a local boy, of course, as well, from Coimbra in the north of Portugal. And
they have gapped the cars behind.
They certainly have. Those two.
That's Andrew Gilbert in the Kessel 74 car. You're not allowed to overtake until you get to the line, are you?
So Nick Yellerly was trapped there. Had to wait until...
trouble.
There's a problem for the number 12 car, which has been in the wars for most of this race. Torsten Kratz with no power in the WTM by Rinaldi car, and that was just before he headed onto the main start-finish straight.
While you're looking at the shenanigans here, I'll tell you that the team manager of the leading car has been called immediately to race control.
What's that about?
That is the VDS Panis Racing team. So we'll wait and see what comes of that one. What happened here to the 12 car?
Just didn't have any power.
Yeah.
All of a sudden.
Still, maybe it was still with the safety car speed or the pit lane speed limit that they have engaged.
Trouble again for the Vector Sport car.
Oh, they're having a troubled time, aren't they?
This is Vlad Lonko this time, taking over the car from Ryan Cullen.
Or so down, aren't they, after they got the car out?
Oh, that's the Euro International car.
Coming out of Toravit, which is the hairpin at turn 5, and it looked like it maybe had a tag because it was in a big moment. So let's try and clear some of this up as...
We just spun.
I think he may have been hit by the DKR car.
They got tagged.
So that was Vlad Lonko's moment, which put him on the grass on the inside of La Gauche corner. Back to live action. It's now going to be a drive-through penalty for Andrew Gilbert in the number 74 Kessel Racing Ferrari.
The lead car.
Yes.
Also hearing from Steph down in the pit lane, the preferred fix for the number 12 car is a switch of steering wheel.
Which, from another shot we're getting from the 12 car in the pit lane, it doesn't look like it's fixed the problem.
That car's going to the garage, isn't it?
I think it is. They've got the skates. So I think that's... Yeah, electrical issue that they cannot get to the bottom of. Switched the steering wheel, but it wasn't fixing the problem.
That may well be the end of the career for this car with this team. As I said at the start of the show, this car up for sale from WTM by Ronaldo at the end of the season. And every expectation we might see them back in Ligier machinery in 2026.
These restarts are crazy busy when you've got all the classes mixed up. Everybody fighting for their spots and they're racing against one another, but they're also trying to make sure that they don't ruin anybody else's race and trying to pick their spots coming into this corner like turn 5, and you see guys running wide and then they're trying not to ping the track limits, so they then just jink left, and then any car to the inside of them then gets pushed across. So it really is, you're trying to understand and figure out how everybody's going to work their lap, and all of the different classes do it slightly differently.
There is that flurry of some LMGT3 cars in at the end of the 90 minutes that the bronzes have to do. So Andrew Gilbert, although he's got to do a drive-through, he's not going to serve it by the looks of things, because that car's just come in and been taken over by Fran Rader. So Rader's going to have to come back in to serve the drive-through at some point. Also in was Custodio Toledo in the 50 Ferrari. Scott Noble came in, and Horst Felbermeyer in his number 60 Porsche, all to do driver changes.
Love this shot here, Dane Cameron on board, and he's just absolutely threading the needle here through all of the traffic, and this track is brilliant for it. If you can follow a car and going through this P2 car, going through all the GT3 traffic, and the way that he has to pick his points, the different braking points, the different lines that they can take, where the performance really comes with the P2 car, it's brilliant to be on board.
He's, of course, in the fight for the LMP2 Pro-Am Championship win, and the car he's in the fight with is 0.7 of a second behind him.
Whoa. No wonder he's getting on with it.
But needs to gap that car, because they do have a points advantage in number 20.
4 wide. Oh, it's crazy.
This is the 15 car fighting back, or trying to, after that early delay for RLRM Sports. It's not been there yet this year.
Several cars being told to put on headlights, both headlights. They're all GT cars, but one of the cars in that list is the 82 TF Sport Corvette. Either put both headlights on or come in to repair them. I suppose the good news is that Koizumi's still not come in yet for his driver change, so they can look to rectify that if they can't do it whilst the car's out on track.
Yeah, everybody's stuck with their strategy of keeping their bronzes out. And so, to say Graham was right again.
Yeah, you're going to get used to that, really, aren't you? Double yellows turn 13 at the moment.
Got around there.
And,
when you say everybody, I mean, yes, the front runners in GT have kept out, but there were 4 or 5 that did come in, and I think we should be paying attention, therefore, to people like Jimmy Bruni, who's just taken over.
Okay.
And who else did I give you on that list? Riccardo Agostini's just taken over in the 50. Richard Mille, of course, a Ferrari.
And Agostini's had a good season this season. He's brought that car into contention on a couple of occasions. We've seen that 50 is probably the car that we've seen spend most time at the back and then spend time at the front. It really has been a pretty well-balanced squad in terms of the ability of their 2 pro drivers against the AM driver, sticking with the programme, sticking on the lead lap, on board here with the 18 car, now in the hands of Danny Juncadella, and Danny all over the back of Jean-Baptiste Simonin in the second of the 2 into Europol cars, and he's clearly looking for a way by, and soon.
Yeah, Danny was making up a bunch of time, always on corner entry, just the way he's rolling the speed in. And he's just trying to line him up here at 13. Can he get the drive off? Down into 14, he's looking to go up the inside, not quite there. He's going to get pinched off, and now he's going to compromise his run off the corner. He's now going to have to build that attack again as he comes through turn 15 and tow up against behind him coming down into turn 1.
He's under pressure as well from Paul Chateau from behind in the EDEX Sport number 28.
That's where you've got to be strategic in your passes and where you look to attack. If you look to attack at a low percentage point where you think you're going to get the deal done, it hurts you, and then somebody who's attacking you then gets the advantage.
Absolutely. More side-by-side action, this time between the Aston Martin from Racing Spirit Le Mans and the 57 Kessel car. There was avoiding action required by the following McLaren from United Autosports. So that little group, by the way, battling away for 4th place.
And he's still lunging there, looking for his way by. He's got to just be one eye out the windscreen and one eye in the mirror.
Yeah, tough to do when you're the meat in the sandwich, but Juncadella probably a bit faster than the 34 car.
Yeah, he has definitely got more performance.
He's got to unleash it by getting past, and
got to be smart where he picks.
High percentage overtakes are the order of the day.
Just want a quick moment to Mark Matteo Caroli posting the fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:32.691 last lap around. Bit of a wiggle there, and contact.
Whoa, that was never on either.
And then the car that was struck comes right across the bows of the 88. So Tim Cressett has little choice but to go through the gravel trap, a little bit like Colin Noble did earlier on in the day in the Michelin Le Mans Cup race.
M Racing, by the way, still leading the race here. It was M Racing that required the long stop again, though, isn't it? Were they the one that did the 149? Ultimate, my apologies.
35. M Racing, I think are fine, yeah.
But, M Racing head of CLX Motorsports by less than a second, by the way. That is the gap.
I'd say that the Inter-Europol car is running a little bit of a lighter downforce setup. Danny can't seem to run with him through the final turn. It's just, I think, relatively easy flat in the P2 car. But then coming onto the front straight, he just can't get anywhere near him. And then through all of this, turn 5, 6, 7, he really closes up. He seems to have more performance. Oh, that's tricky right there. Side by side in turn 15. Andrew Gilbert really...
That's Fran Roeda
now.
Oh,
Fran's in the car, excuse me.
Yeah, and side by side with the number 60 car. Battling away for, this is 11th place. This is Hurst Felix Felbermeyer.
Just goes to show, if you're at the inside of turn 15, it doesn't always guarantee that you're going to get the advantage and it's going to pay off. Usually that outside line, if you're the side by side, usually, and you've got your nose ahead, you usually end up coming out in front as you come up into the front straight.
And Fran has served the track limits penalty that was assessed to Andrew Gilbert.
He's got it
very
done.
early on.
He's got it done.
Kadea and the outside, just put away at the wrong point there. But yes.
Look up the inside of the Inter-Europol as well. The EDEX Sport car is going to make it as well.
Oh, I think he's going to hang on around the outside, trying to get it done, but no.
Oh, almost a snap there from...
The Inter-Europol car is fast on the straight. Look at its straight line speed. You might be able to tow up by him. Run around the outside into turn 1. Be a brave man.
It's just muscled slightly wide as the 28 car takes the line. Paul-Luc Chatin did that one to perfection. So the two EDEX Sport cars both go by the Inter-Europol machine. This is how he got it done.
So it's coming through turn 12 and then switched back to the inside line to straddle the white line, but still had a couple of wheels in contact with the racing surface, I would wager. And the nice thing about the final sector here at Portimão is it swings left and right and left and right, and you might not have the advantage through all of those corners, but Juncadea knew precisely where to put his car to be on top at the end.
I think Danny could just turn in with that little bit more confidence in the rear of the car. When you're running a slightly lighter downforce setup, the rear of the car can get a little bit edgy on the way in. You can start chasing it, and I think that's really where that setup difference has paid off for Danny.
So the change now is the top 3 cars in the championship are all in the top 4 now. First, third and fourth for those 3 cars. So Esteban Masson leads the race by 1.5 seconds from Felipe Albuquerque in the number 24 Nielsen Racing car. Less than a second, 4 seconds, 5 seconds behind Nick Yellerly in the 43 car. And then the battle we've been watching over the last couple of laps. This, though, is further trouble potentially for Jean-Baptiste Simonal. This time he's got a flying Matteo Caroli, our pole sitter from yesterday.
He was impressive yesterday.
Wasn't he just pumped up?
Absolutely.
Exchanged a bit of a message with Matteo yesterday evening. Delighted with his performance.
Did he say, who's this?
Thought it was you, mate. But, dear me.
Yeah, Matteo's certainly got the bit between his teeth, and that car has been absolutely on point, the Iron Lynx Proton car, all weekend. He's going to lunge up the inside, not quite got it done.
But what he's looking to do there, isn't he? He's trying to force him to go deeper than he wants to compromise the line out.
Yeah.
It's not worked there. And the traditional flashing of the lights to congratulate him on the way to the corner there. Not.
Yeah.
But this has got a lot more twists and turns as a race and as a championship still to come.
Yeah, Simonal's really hustling the car, but he's using a lot of rear tyre at the moment, just trying to get past the AF course car. Whoa. One up the inside, one around the outside. And
Caroli's on a charge here.
He really is. I think he's going to look to go up the inside here.
Yeah, and he's done it, and he's done it relatively simply.
Yeah, that was pretty easy to do in the end there. Made it stick. Simonal also knew he was coming, gave him room, didn't want to fight him too much longer. Yeah, so he sort of lined him up. He's got the tighter line coming there, up into 13. just delivers the car to the apex nicely. Got the car slowed up, stopped easily. Yeah, nicely done.
Nice piece of work there. Here's the 24 car, Felipe Albuquerque. Still trying to get onto terms with the race leader, Esteban Masson, in traffic.
I have to say that Nielsen car 24 has had a very strong weekend, and to be there still with Masson, the VDS car, I think it really shows a great statement of intent for Nielsen.
And actually, you know, almost as impressive, holding, and if anything, taking time out of Nick Yellerly in what is his championship contending car behind as well. Just goes to show it's been a season of what might have been for Nielsen Racing. They've had pace.
They have, and they've won a race, haven't they, in Pro-Am?
They have in Pro-Am, yeah. But I think they'll come out of this disappointed that there wasn't more consistency, there weren't better results, there wasn't as big a step forward as they hoped. It has been a step forward, but not quite of the scale that I think they were anticipating they could achieve.
Yeah, hopefully bright things ahead.
Yeah, let's hope so.
I love this shot, what an amazing shot with the drone and the way it sort of allows to follow the car and see how they're placing the car to the apexes, and you know, really it's fantastic to see. This corner in particular is just wonderful, one of the best corners in the world to drive a race car through.
Felipe Albuquerque is not letting him get away here.
I think they've got genuine pace here today, and I think they're really in the hunt for the victory, which is great to see.
Inside of the 60 car, puts the car between himself and his pursuer. Nick Yellerly, meanwhile, is not closing this gap. It's still 4.9 seconds the third place car needs to get with the programme here, because the championship fight is what matters beyond that. Talking of championship fights, here's the 99 car. Still in his wheel tracks, though, is Ollie Caldwell in the number 20 car, and that would be good enough at this point to give the championship to the Algarve Pro Racing team in Pro-Am. Ultimate and Inter Europol in LMP3 both on pit lane. Will this be the moment that they decide to burn the missed opportunity earlier of a 1:50 stop for Ultimate? This is the battle for third place in LMP2 Pro-Am. Ollie Jarvis under pressure from Rennie Binder. The 77 crew, epic qualifying performances the last couple of years, but need to deliver the race results that the single lap pace that we know is in that car can deliver.
Yeah, Giorgio's lap yesterday was really out of nowhere. I mean, he was looking like he'd lost the pole to PJ, and then he just...
We were calling it as a PJ pole.
Yeah, we were, and Giorgio just did a phenomenal job of stringing that lap together on worn tyres, and it just goes to show his talent, but also it goes to show the speed that's in this car, and it just seems that Proton can't quite unlock it for the whole of the race. They have massive flashes of speed and really looking very strong in certain points, but then something always unhooks it.
Yeah, absolutely. Quick moment for Proton's efforts. Tomorrow's rookie test, we will see another young Reed in the car, and we'll also see the oldest driver ever to test.
It's not me.
Second oldest. The oldest driver ever to test an LMP2 car, Dom Bastien, will be aboard one of the two Proton cars tomorrow, and Dom will turn 80 years old next month.
It's extraordinary. Ollie Jarvis defending hard, he's gone deep, gone wide. Rennie Binder through, and Rennie should now be able to sort of make haste and get away.
And that's Ollie Jarvis under pressure from Dane Cameron.
99 car is going to pounce here as they come down into turn 5, and Dane is going to get it done. Didn't he just? Yeah.
Now this is what Dane Cameron needs to do. He needs to put cars between himself and his pursuer. You can see in the background the number 20 car. Now, all of a sudden, with that move, there's progress made.
Yeah, there is.
In terms of the points difference. Cameron needs to get to the front of this field. 16 points, I think, was the difference at the start of this race, and there's not 16 points difference on track right now.
It's funny how just a couple of moves can really get your confidence back. Oh, Ollie Jarvis.
He's two Ollies, isn't it? It's Caldwell.
Bombarded.
Caldwell versus Jarvis.
Love this. As they come up to turn 13, Ollie Jarvis has just managed to get the advantage back there, but that was really nip and tuck. The two of them giving each other respect, giving them racing room. And yeah, great side-by-side action.
Yeah, Ollie Caldwell capable of really strong performances in LMP2 cars. We saw just a sniff of it there, a bit of aggression required to deal with the more experienced driver, and almost paid off.
It did, it did. He just needs to sort of gather himself again and go to release. Oh, this is the move here by Dane. Oh, maybe there's a tiny little bit of contact there, but he's got it up the inside.
Properly aggressive.
It was, but it just goes to sort of show sometimes that you get those opportunities and you know you have to deliver. You've got to pounce, got to take advantage of that opportunity that's been presented to you, and Dane fully delivered there.
Yeah, Dane Cameron, big part of AITF's plans moving forward. Already an IMSA champion. And looking to add another title to his CV, and titles beyond that with whatever plans AO Racing have got. You might think you know what those plans are. I bet you don't.
Are you asking me?
No.
Okay.
I think it's a crocodile in LMP3 next time. We've got the dragon, we've got the dinosaur.
Kugarasan here, chasing down Duncan Cameron, and I wonder when they're going to blink and get everybody in, get their bronze drivers out. There's clearly strategy in play here.
They're clearly all running to their fuel strategy at this stage, and that should see us with these cars on pit lane. Well, it depends on what they did under safety car, doesn't it?
Yeah, we didn't see.
So they could go much longer.
Yeah, they could. Sure. Performance-wise.
At the moment, with very few, just looking further down, Riccardo Agostini, Tom Fleming, but they're way further down the order. There's not really a disadvantage by staying out and waiting to see who blinks first.
We're just going to sort of see how that stop and that switch, that driver change really does drop you back, and then the mix of strategies that are being employed today, it really has. We're going to have to wait for it to all unwind.
So just 4 minutes over the halfway mark in this race. And everybody that was in title contention is still in title contention.
Well, that's good to hear, isn't it? That was close there for Kazumi-san.
Being corrected, by the way, it's a 9-point spread for LMP2 Pro-Am. So it's a difference. It's not a big enough difference yet. He needs to put cars between himself and Ollie Caldwell. Of course, the more he does that in this position, the more the points gain in terms of both the difference and the number of points he's scoring becomes. This can change very, very quickly, and particularly if we get another safety car and this field compresses once again. So number 20 car, by the way, on pit lane. I think I'm looking at a different camera view here, Ollie. I'm not sure this was the cleanest of pit stops for APR.
Yeah, I don't think that was it? But, this is the leader here in Pro-Am, TDS car. Looking to get their way past the into Europol machine.
Yeah, 1:29 on pit lane under green. That's not great news for Algar Pro Racing. It would look like a full service stop. It was not a driver change there. Ollie Caldwell will stay aboard, but I think they had a problem in the front left. So away we go. And of course, that does drop Ollie Caldwell back further from the AITF car. So now what is that? 3 cars between. So at the moment, 4th place, 8th. 4th place would be good enough for 12 points.
Yeah.
8th place, 4.
Watching Simonow here in the Inter-Europol car, and he's not been enjoying that. It doesn't look like today. Really, the car just looks a little edgy, and he's been caught by the 29 TDS car with Novalak on board, and he's looking for that opportunity to get by, but it seems that coming out through this final turn here at turn 15, that Inter-Europol car is really rapid, particularly here and onto the front straight, and none of the other competitors can really get close to it in the toe here as they come down to turn 1.
Indeed, but if the race was flagged out, it won't be. I can tell you, as the Ginetta just comes out from pit lane. LMP2 Pro-Am would still go to Algarve Pro Racing by 1 point. Wow. Well, lots going on in both LMP2 Pro-Am and LMP2. Let's go down for a bit of an LMP2 story with Steph Wentworth. She's down with CLX Racing now.
And down with actually one of the home heroes, Manuel Espirito Santo, driver of the number 47 CLX Motorsport, should I say. You've jumped out of the car, a solid first stint from you. How did that go from your perspective?
It was quite an enjoyable first stint, making quite a few positions up to P2 at one point. Unfortunately, during a safety car restart, I made a mistake, which cost me a position back down to P3. But from then on, I felt like the pace was good. I felt quite good in the car, and so far it's been quite a fun race, so I'm excited to keep going.
Of course, it's only you and Enzo Fittipaldi today. It's only you and Enzo this weekend, so you'll be jumping back in the car. What have you learned from your first stint that you can take into the second one?
It's quite good to have a break in between, because I can take a lot of information that I did wrong or that I could improve for the second stint. So I've had a look at what I can do better, so I'm looking to try and perfect those weak areas and try and do a better stint.
And lastly, this is your home race. It's a great way to finish the season off. What does this mean to you?
It's really special. Firstly, it's a really cool track, and in a really cool area here in the Algarve. It's really beautiful, and it's really nice to have family and friends here to support. It's the only time in the season where I have almost everyone here. So it's really special to race here, and even nicer to drive the track.
We'll see you back in the car very soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
And while we leave that interview, massive drama in LMP2 Pro-Am, because being wheeled into the garage is the number 20 car from Algarve Pro Racing. I'm sure Steph Wentworth will be running down there to find out what's actually going on with the Algarve Pro Racing car, but that changes absolutely everything.
Oh, it's a tough race for Algarve Pro, isn't it? They're really up against it there. Their 25 cars had issues and problems. The 20 is now there as well.
It's a sitting duck here, and we can't really see inside the garage. I'm sure we'll hear from Algarve Pro Racing shortly. 17 CLX car into pit lane as well at the moment. So 20 came out the pit, straight back in, wheeled back into the garage, and the the championship leading car is in the garage and having work done. That can't drop any further down the order in terms of positions. It is already 8th.
Right.
Remember what we said, if the race were to finish now, they would still finish ahead on points of AO by TF, but that assumes they can finish the race.
Yeah, exactly.
So, meantime, back to the running order. I'd say we've got another special guest to be joining us in a few moments, and a major surprise for our listeners and viewers. It's not often that you get some of these major names in motorsport coming to the European Le Mans Series. You know, you think about people like Scott Dixon, you know, Valentino Rossi. They're not here, but someone else is. But back onto track 85 Iron Dame, Celia Martin, sticking with the programme, and right there with Hiroshi Kazumi. It's been a mix of 3, 4, 5 cars, Ollie, since the start of this race in LMGT3 that have been in the mix. Is the 20 car coming back out here? I can hear the dulcet tones of Stewie Cox.
Yeah, there's plenty of action down there, isn't there?
As you might imagine, there's a championship on the line here, and the Le Mans entry on the line here, remember.
Yeah, absolutely.
Car going up on the Jackson to be put onto the dollies, I'm sure, but I think that's coming back out. It is. So major drama. After coming in for service, the car came out, went back into the garage, and our championship leading car has been in trouble here. It's about to rejoin the race, and the championship position really tightly balanced now. It's about right now, if they can't make progress and they'll have lost a lap, the 99 car needs to move up one more position to be in a championship winning spot.
It's been whatever that was. I'm sure that we'll get that update from down there in the pit lane. But it is, yeah, that came sort of out of the blue, didn't it?
It did indeed. Well, Ollie, we're going to say thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
You've got stuff to get stuck into for the rest of this race. Good luck with whatever your endeavours are there. And we'll introduce our next guest very shortly.
Thanks, Ollie, and not only for today, but yesterday as well, in all seriousness, because several people across the day yesterday needed to jump into my seat with my absence, but fighting fit again, I'm glad to say, and very much enjoying this final race of the season, which was always going to give us all manner of different scenario through the course of the 4 hours. So just catch me up, because I've been out for a little while. Just catch me up on the latest.
So the latest drama was the 20 car coming in with Ollie Caldwell at the wheel for what looked like a normal service, maybe a little bit out of sequence. Rejoined the race, came back into the garage. So at this point, if the flag came out now to the end of this race, there was a 9-point gap at LMP2 Pro-Am. It would be a single point with AO/TF not taking the title. It would be still the Algarve Pro racing car. But is that in full health? And can AO/TF make any further inroads on this? We're going to find out, I think, pretty soon. We mentioned, just as Ollie was leaving, that we've got another special guest here this afternoon. And joking aside, motorsport is filled with legends. The Andrettis, the other guys, the Fittipaldis. There's another family. They're quite good.
Two of them in the race, mate.
Two in the race, absolutely. And the dulcet tones there of
prizes for guessing. Just give me a moment.
ELMS champion.
Oh, yes.
ELMS champion. And big wheel in what I believe is called single-seat racing nowadays, as well as big wheel in historic racing. Welcome back to the booth in the ELMS, because you've done this before with me. Alex Brundle, delighted to see you, mate.
Thank you. I don't think I've ever been introduced like that ever. So
that's
really,
why you've come here.
I really appreciate, and how great is it to be watching some sports car racing? It's been fab. Dropped in for this weekend, and it's bringing it all back. You know, it's so great to watch these prototypes and GT cars go around.
It's a really great track for sports car racing. We were lucky enough to be here with the World Endurance Championship during the COVID years for a couple of turns around Portimão, and it's one that we all look forward to coming and watching. I know the drivers all look forward to coming and racing it, and boy, can you see that in terms of the body language of all these cars.
Yeah, a circuit that really challenges the drivers, and it works really nicely in terms of its flow for sports car racing, both in terms of driving the circuit. We saw brilliant qualifying sessions yesterday, but also, as we can see through this race, in terms of racing wheel to wheel. It's tough to get the move done, but it is possible, and we've seen some great wheel to wheel stuff already, not least this little battle, guys, which is shaping up beautifully in LMP2 Pro.
One that is dropping off, though, because losing second place and dropping off the pace is Felipe Albuquerque. 1 minute 40 last time around. He's dropped back now behind Nick Yellerly. It's a 10-second gap for the lead now between Esteban Masson and Nick Yellerly, and Felipe Albuquerque is dropping back further on that. Is about to be caught, and I think passed by Nick Yellerly, by Danny Ucadella as well. Drama then for Nielsen Racing, and that will mean, gentlemen, that our three remaining title contenders are running 1, 2, 3 in this race.
Yeah, is that tyres for Albuquerque? Because he was absolutely on fire in the early part of his stint, but just seems that performance in the 24 car is fading at this stage.
So having watched this leading battle, the only one that's off sequence from the others, I believe, in that tyre strategy out front is the 43 car. They look to throw a different strategy at Kuba Spikowski. At the beginning of the race, you'll remember he was struggling for pace a little bit in the early stages, and as you can see from their last pit stop time look, he's around 16 seconds shorter than the Nielsen car. So that's a set of tyres, I believe, on the other side of that argument in favour of Albuquerque.
It's a strange one, isn't it? There is the 18 car going past the 24, so we're back to a position, or for the first time rather, in the race, as we're on board with Dane Cameron making progress himself up the order. We'll keep an eye on that one. Esteban Masson leads. He leads the championship with VDS Panis Racing. Nick Yellerly into Europol. They're second in the championship. In comes the 77 and 99 together. We'll get to that in a moment. And Danny Uncadella in the number 18 EDEX Sports car. They're the third title contenders. They're in third place. The separation between those three, 20 seconds. On pit lane now, battle for effectively for the championship for LMP2 Pro-Am.
Leading car in that category is still Clement Novalak, but he's not involved, so we'll focus far more on these cars stopping. Remember, the René Binder car, which is the car that's so often qualified by Giorgio Roda, and 4 pole positions he's had this season. but they've only, I think, been on the podium once this year, so they're desperate to try and convert their what is normally Saturday pace into a Sunday success. It's a day before in the format of this weekend. So Binder in, Dane Cameron in the AO by TF car, and Sergio Seta Camara in the 27 Nielsen Racing car.
An interesting stop, guys, because this will be the first time, I believe, they've run to fuel on green.
Wow.
We had so much safety car and virtual safety car intervention at the beginning of this race. We're finally getting an idea for how long these cars can run on green. They stopped at just over 2:40 to go. So it's almost 50 minutes for a fuel stop for LMP2.
And that's a switch between the 77 and the 99. So that's, I'm pretty certain the 77 came in ahead of Dane Cameron.
60, 63 and 85 under investigation for a technical infringement with relation to tyre pressure.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a lot. That might well be a warning to start with. The 82 car comes in on pit lane from second place. This will be the end of the running for Hiroshi Kazumi, and this is, I think, going to start to rush to the pits for the bronze drivers to finish their contribution. It's been mighty to this LMGT3 battle. Some cracking stuff from 3, 4, 5 of these bronze drivers this afternoon. Kazumi-san will know very much. So contact with a GT we're hearing from Steph Wentworth for the 20 car. So the key there is their laps down, and all they can do is run to the finish as quickly as they can. What that means is the championship fight is effectively now in the hands of the 99. They need to be fault-free, they need to be quick, and they need to pick up places. It's a 9-point gap at the moment, and I'm going to double-check it as well, what that looks like in terms of countback. And the answer is that if it came to countback, it would go to TF. AO by TF, it would be 2 wins each, but 2 second places to AO by TF to 1 from the 20 car. So these are critical moments.
So having to go down to the secondary results, we have had it much further down than that. I think we had a championship decided on something like 4th place results in the past. That's the nature of having a season that only involves 6 races, but lots of hours of racing, do not forget. With respect to, well, we're still trying to work out how long an LMP2 car might be able to go in full green. I think there was a bit of yellow at the start of that stint.
Yeah,
so
they rolled for a bit, didn't they, in terms of safety car right at the beginning, so it would have extended it, or a little bit of time at the beginning.
But if you're doing 45 minutes under green, that's tremendous fuel mileage for a modern-day LMP2 car.
You may not have seen it last year, Alex, with the damp end to the race for the series finale. I think you were probably commentating one of our feeder series somewhere across the other side of the world. But we did see Algar Pro Racing almost win the Pro-Am title by sending Alex Quinn at the end of the race for an entire stint on 40% throttle. And he was only passed at turn 6 on the final lap to lose the title that they otherwise would have gained. There's so much you can do in terms of strategy here. Here comes our race leader.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to interrupt you for leader on pit road. The one thing we do know is because of that safety car intervention, we've got very limited strategy diversion, haven't we, between all of the leading cars of both LMP2 and LMP2 Pro. And indeed, as you've been across, Johnny, with the stops of the LMP3 car. So effectively we are seeing a pace-dominated race here, really, to the finish. Top 4 cars on pit road, guys.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
It is VDS Panis Racing, Inter Europols 43. It is both in sport cars, with Danny Junckerdella in the 18 car running in 3rd, coming into this pit stop, and the 28 car in the hands of Paul Chatan in 4th. It's a glittering array of star talent in these cars and on pit road.
Looks like there Chatan is going to have to, unless the 18 is finished, well before Chatan, might have to be wheeled out there.
Should be okay, because he did come in first. Meanwhile, by the way, the other Interpol car cycles through to the lead. There goes the VDS Panis Racing car. They're going to be first out of the pits. Esteban Masson is that takes it back out. They are on pit lane for 1 minute and 13 seconds. It's these 3 that's going to be critical. Away goes the number 18 car, and it's order restored, basically. And I'm expecting to see some very similar pit stop times as they clear the pit lane. It's 1:20 for the Interpol car. Danny Juncadella is a 1:12 and a 1:11 for Paul Luke Chatans. They pulled a lot of time back. What did they do there? Is it a full tyre stop for the 43 car?
I think that can be the only difference, because they're all matching each other, as Alex has said, on fuel mileage and on times that they're stopping. We've got nobody radically off strategy, so maybe a 2 tyre stop for a couple of those cars, and all 4 for Nick Yellerly's, which has just gone back into the race and been delayed by that. But obviously the benefits should be present very, very quickly in the early stages of Yellerly's next stint.
There comes the Corsa car, Vector Sports on pit lane as well, and the DKR Orica, all in the latest group to come in and out. We'll keep an eye on these stops and then take a look at where things stand in the running order once things have settled through this pit stop cycle. In comes the 34, our race leader at this point. We'll lose that as the tearing group of front-running LMP2s comes round to retake the lead. Just looking where they are on track right now, struggling to pick them out. And the answer is they are coming through turn 14 now.
The team manager for that car, the one on the outside, number 29, is being sent to race control. It doesn't have the immediately attached to that message, but you can't hang around too much. That is, one phase of the race was leading in LMP2 Pro, but only through the pit stops. It's re-emerged now in second position with Matthias Besch at the wheel. So has Besch just taken that car over? He's been in the car for a while. Matthias Besch in 29. He's just taken it over, according to Steph. So that was a driver change for 29.
Something we haven't spotted is the 24 car is in the garage. That car that had been running strongly in second place, there clearly was an issue. And the Nielsen Racing car that had run in challenging for the lead is now in the garage. So bad news for Nielsen Racing. Up on the jacks for the Iron Dames. Cracking stint from Celia Martin. She's done, what is that, 2 hours and 15 minutes in that car.
Wow. So 45 minutes more than she needs to do according to the regulations, but that's a very typical Iron Dames type approach.
But also the way that the strategy panned out with the interventions. Everybody kept their bronze drivers aboard, and I guess you were just waiting to see whether anybody would actually fulfill that through to the fuel strategy, or someone would cough first. Replacement door, by the way, on the right-hand side of the 50 car.
That's correct for the top 5 or 6, and I don't think they wanted to give up road position. But if you were further back down the order, then why not get the pit stop out of the way? Because, as I mentioned, we had Gianmaria Bruni to get in. There was Horst Felix Feldmeier, so Feldmeier Junior, and other very quick drivers. I mean, Tom Fleming took the 86 GR Racing car over
a while
just
ago.
About 90 minutes in. He might have been 95 minutes, and that's been very beneficial to get the car up to second place now.
The 2 cars that did switch early to professional drivers are the 2 cars now leading. The number 50 leads the race. The 86 GR Racing car is now running in second, and we'll see how that pans out.
So we're quite a bit more than half distance in the final round of the season, but we got underway in glorious conditions. The sun's still belting down here at the Algarve International track, and Jonas Reed really did get a cracking getaway, mainly because those 2 in behind, Kubish Michowski and Jamie Chadwick, were hammer and tongs, absolutely side by side into Primera corner and La Gauche. There was a little tag on the rear of Ryan Cullen's car at the number 10, which he controlled well. And otherwise, the only other big incident was for Torsten Kratz coming out of the kink at turn 4. We'll see that in a moment, I reckon, as he spun to the, what is the inside of the track, but the outside of turn 4, and had to get first gear as quickly as possible and rejoin, but he was right at the tail of the LM GT3s as he did so. Fabulous re-emergence out of the first safety car period for Ollie Gray. He was right on the button and reacted far more readily compared to the number 9 of Jonas Reed. Took the lead in the process, and PJ Hyatt, that's 1, 2, and I think 3 cars he was able to overtake, some of them putting laps on LMP3 cars. Big crash for Benjamin Pedersen at the end of the start, finished straight, hitting those Tech Pro barriers with some force. Thankfully, he was able to step away from that incident then at almost unabated speed. Side by side between the GTs, And it was these three providing the entertainment in the first hour. Clement Matter, Takeshi Kimura and Hiroshi Koizumi, I should say, and Celia Martin. Then a delay for the 22 United Autosports car when it was dead stick on the start-finish straight. There was a spin for Georgios Kolovos in his DKR Engineering LMP2 car. More side-by-side action as Celia Martin got the jump on Clement Matter. Martin Berry watching all that unfold in front of him. And a good overtake. Was it off the track? Was it not for Ryan Cullen? Unfortunately, all of this very hard work from Ryan would eventually be undone by an incident at Tora Vip. It was this one, in fact, as Jamie Chadwick went for a charge down the inside. She knew it wasn't going to work, so took to the escape route. But Ryan Cullen, very wary of where Jamie was going to be, then hadn't noticed the P3 car on his outside, and contact was made. He drove into the gravel track. A spin for the number 9 Proton car as well, the Iron Lynx Proton machine. And then once Danny Juncadella took over the 18 EDEC Sport car, he would straight away start to attack the 34 Inter Europol competition car, now being driven by Pedro Perino. So they locked together for lap after lap, coming out of the penultimate corner at Sagres, but so many of the EDEC mechanics were absolutely willing Juncadella on for a number of overtakes. Been a real up and down affair as far as Algarve Pro Racing are concerned. One of their cars, the LMP2 car, is already out of the race. The 20 car has led its category. I mean, a blistering getaway for Alex Quinn from the back of the field to actually lead before the end of the first lap. But unfortunately for them, that 20 car is towards the back. Here's the current race leader, though. VDS Panis Racing, with Esteban Masson taking over from a rampant Ollie Gray in the opening couple of stints, Graham.
Absolutely great stuff. VDS Panis Racing lead this race and the championship from their nearest title challengers, Inter Europol and EDEC Sports, in the opposite direction, by the way, in the point standings in LMP2 Pro Am. It is AOBITF to the lead of this race in a championship winning position now. We'll keep an eye on that one. LMP3 in the hands of CLX Motorsport, already our champions this year, and LMGT3 at the moment in the hands of Richard Mille, of course, one of 7 championship contenders. Alex Brundle with us at the moment. Al, you're here to recognise our champions at the end of the season. At the end of the season due tomorrow evening after the rookie test, but all sorts of phases here. Fantastic championship decider here. The rookie test tomorrow, where we'll start to see the shape of part of the championship to follow, and then actually incredibly importantly recognising the achievements of the teams and the drivers in a season. You've been part of that ceremony as an awardee in the past. Tell us what it means for a young driver just to move the way through this kind of step on the ladder up towards the heights of World Championship racing.
Well, a couple of things. Firstly, it's amazing to see how this series has grown. I was part of the year in 2012 when the end of the European Le Mans series was merged with Petit Le Mans in IMSA because it was believed that the event would not be big enough. We would not get enough cars. When you look at the series as it is now, it's quite incredible to see that. It's going to be a huge night for those who are picking up awards, for those who are picking up trophies, especially with the way the world of endurance racing has developed. I mean, you look at drivers, for example, Mathilde Schubert, who is going to be in Genesis liveries for a long time yet, I believe, throughout this year, what they've been able to demonstrate in this series and what that's given them the opportunity to achieve and the opportunity to move forward into in the World Endurance Championship. And it's a great proving ground, as it always was, to be fair, European Le Mans Series for the next level of endurance talent. But it's also great to see drivers who were around before even I rocked up. Matthias Besch, I believe, is out there somewhere pounding around, and it's great to see. It's great to see those drivers still out there doing the business.
United Autosports, your old team, of course, in taking that LMP3 win in this championship in the early days of that class. Now, a decade-old LMP3. You were a big part of the start of that with United Autosports. We've got titles still to be awarded. The big change in the last few minutes has been the change in fortunes in LMP2 Pro Am, and that's come in 2 directions. Algarve Pro Racing with what we believe may have been a clash with a GT car, delaying the 20 car that leads the championship That means that to get to the championship, their only remaining tormentors, AO by TF, need to finish in 3rd place. They are now leading the race, and that is rough luck at the moment for Algarve Pro. But gentlemen, whether or not it's you with me in the booth here, whether it's you down in the pit lane or in the car, Alex, we all know, don't we, that with an hour and 36 minutes to go, there's an hour and 36 minutes where something bizarre might happen.
It's a very, very long time in an endurance race, isn't it? Especially around a circuit like this. I should highlight, gents, the 24 is back out on track. Nielsen Racing in the hand still of Felipe Albuquerque. So they came into the garage. They've obviously rectified whatever the problem was and have managed to get back out on track.
They'll be looking to get some decent running, but unfortunately the many laps down now, so the chances of a meaningful finish for that car, I'm afraid, are gone. Ran it's in 2nd place, challenging for the lead at one point. Slippery surface flags are out. Didn't spot which turn that was, gentlemen, but that I'm sure will be dust and gravel, as it's been throughout this race. LMGT3, the battles continue, as you can see. Good to see United Autosports in the mix there. Garnet Patterson chasing Tom Fleming for 2nd in the GR Racing car, being chased by Rui Andrade, Ferrari, McLaren, Corvette. And those 3 words are symptomatic of the change in GT racing and ACO rules racing in this new LMGT3 era. Great to see different names, different shapes, different teams, and different drivers coming to the fore.
It's the 2nd season for the platform, and what a phenomenally successful platform GT3 is. When you look at the plethora of cars that are out there on track, this battle rages on. 74 car getting a little bit wide there in the mid corner. 63 snatching the place through the exit of turn 13.
Yeah, good move there from Lorcan Hannafin in the AMG from Iron Lynx. Absolutely right. I mean, at the moment, in all sorts of ways, rule makers in motorsports get pretty rough treatment. It's got to be said, between initially SRO and the FIA, the development of the GT3 platform has been one of the major successes in world motorsport in the last couple of decades.
Oh, that's a send up the inside. 82 TF Sport, brilliant stuff. And will Patterson be able to get back up the inside through the exit of turn 11? He will not. That's a lovely little move up in turn 11.
Yeah, that Corvette looking pretty hooked up at the moment. So at the moment it is Richard Mille AF Corse in the hands of Riccardo Agostini. Tom Fleming in the GR Racing car leading this little group with Rui Andrade in that silver Corvette. Garnet Patterson in the orange and black United Autosports McLaren. 3 very different cars, 4 very different teams, and 4 very quick drivers.
Garnet Patterson caught a little bit napping there, but Rui Andrade was fully committed and just going slightly deeper than he would ordinarily do, just to make sure that Patterson couldn't turn in at the top of the hill. So tremendous overtake. Can he do that a few more times? The people that stand ahead of him, Tom Fleming in the GR Racing number 86 and Riccardo Agostini's Richard Mille AF Corse car, but Andrade is inching further and further towards where that car started. It's been quick all weekend.
It looks like an incredibly sendy move there in the Portimão corner at the top of the hill, but when you're actually in the car, it really opens up for you. It's so much, it's such a shorter distance to the eventual apex. You just got to have the bravery to send it over the hill to an apex which you're not even sure exactly where it is as you start braking. But once you've got over that initial, I'm going to go up the inside of the car and try and capture an apex I can't see, you're travelling so much of a shorter distance, actually a pretty easy one to pull off.
Yeah, but there are 1 or 2 areas around this championship actually where the last ditch manoeuvre, I think about the final corner at Le Castellet, which is always a cracker to just charge your way into, and then you're compromised a little bit by the angle you've attacked it at, but if you've boxed the car off to your left, then it shouldn't be an issue.
The only peril is the world's deepest gravel, which is on the outside of turn 11, so I'm told by others who've been in it.
Yeah.
Ollie Kevin, would have been Ollie, surely.
He's been in every old trap, hasn't he, around the world?
He's been off everywhere. He knows all the lines.
It was never his fault.
No.
So Esteban Masson leads by 12 and a bit seconds. There's then a gap of 8 seconds between Nick Yellerly in second and Danny Juncadella in the EDEX Sport number 18. It is tighter in behind Daniel, though, for Paul-Luc Chatin in the second of the EDEX Sport cars. 4 seconds or so separate he from Matteo Cairoli. So only a couple of seconds between Dane Cameron and Matthias Besch. They're no strangers to doing battle for a lot of the season. And in GT...
Well, GT, here is our virtual point standings, and as things stand, it would be the Richard Mille AF Corsa squad that take the win, and by a chunk, and that's been partly due to the kind of topsy-turvy form of some of the cars that at the moment are pretty close to the front of the order. They are leading the championship coming into it. Here's the virtual point standings in LMP2 Pro Am, and as we said, that swung, well, very heavily in the favour of AO by TF. The point to watch here is AO by TF third or better, if there are no dramas for anybody in between them and the 20 car, will be enough.
Louis Delatraz, of course, yet to come
Absolutely.
in that machine, and there is a man who I have there's a guy who I have handed cars over to and did so with complete confidence. So I'm sure Dane Cameron will be doing the same thing.
What's Delatraz's record in this championship? Is it 3 titles on the bounce or something, or 3 titles of 3 different teams? Might it be 4 titles?
I'll have to check that for you as we're watching the virtual figures for the overall championship. VDS Panis Racing from Inter Europol and EDEX Sport. That would be both those top 2 cars being invited to Le Mans. Let me just have a quick chat, a quick look at Louis' form.
It is phenomenal in this particular title. I'll tell you relatively easily how many wins in the ELMS he's had, but I'm pretty sure each one has been with a different team as well. So European Le Mans Series,
You're right.
Korea.
You're right. He has won titles in the 3 of the last 4 years. Team WRT, Prema Racing, 21 and 22. Then third in LMP2 Pro Am with Racing Team Turkey. But even there, 2 race wins. Then all of Team AO by TF in 2024, taking the overall championship, and stands to take a first championship in LMP2 Pro Am this year. So it would, if they bring it home, be his 4th championship in 5 years with, well, effectively 3 different teams, because TF Sport have run 3 of those teams, and the only other result was a 3rd place with 2 race wins in amongst it. Phenomenal stuff from Louis Delatraz.
Big lock-up a moment or 2 ago for Leo Weiss into the Portimão corners. I just spotted that 12 car's really been in the wars with one thing and another. It started early for Torsten Kratz in the WTM by Rinaldi car. They're still pounding round, mind you, and could be in the top 10 by the finish, but kind of broken away from the main pack of LMP3s. Led still by CLX Motorsport. They had their one duff race, if you like, last time out at Silverstone. You are allowed 1 blot on the copybook, I'd say, in a 6-race season, but any more than that and you're pushing it to get a title.
So it is 12 seconds to the good. Esteban Masson from VDS Panis Racing ahead of the 43 Inter Europol competition car. And looking here at the 24 crew, it's Mark Scaife there, number 1. Commiserating. I think they're done. I think we're going to hear shortly from Steph Wentworth about what's going on at Nielsen Racing.
And we are seeing that is a I'm retiring face from Felipe Albuquerque that we're seeing on a different camera there. So yeah, definitely seen that one before.
Sad moments. That was a really competitive run from the team. They've had their struggles this year, as well as a few triumphs alongside the tribulations. Esteban Masson, though, is pushing on here.
Well, he loves this place, Albuquerque. As I say, it's not exactly a short drive to his hometown in the north of Portugal, but he's got lots of friends and family down here in the Algarve, I'm sure. We'll get some reaction from him, because he put a brave face on it. Here's Steph.
Yes, I'm joined by the home hero, Felipe Albuquerque, driver of the number 24 Nielsen Racing. And this is such a shame that it's come to this, especially here. I know you were hoping for a really good run, and it looked like you had amazing pace towards the beginning of the race.
Yeah, I mean, it's heartbreaking. I mean, Jem was doing a great job. I got in against the big boys of the other cars as well. But yeah, we worked for the first time. We could keep up with them, and was like the car was on rails. I'm really happy with the balance, because I was in charge of the car balance for the race, and Verdi was qualifying it. So I'm happy with it because I was having fun. VDS still had a little on us, but he's not going so far away. But then after one corner, the engine just simply lost power, and I could feel straight away that something was wrong. We tried to change, engine maps, throttle maps, whatever we could do in the car, but we were 9 seconds off. I could barely pass GTs. I didn't want it to destroy the race of anybody because I could see I was I think 7 seconds off. So again, it's just heartbreaking because I think a podium would be possible, and what we have been doing with this car, with this team, where we started and where we are going now, it was a big change. So I'm proud of that. We did everything right. It was just a shame that he let us down.
Big shame. Thanks, Felipe.
Thank you.
Yeah, lots of promise, and be fascinating to know what his plans are from 2026 moving forward, whether he sticks with Nielsen. But he felt like through the year they have been plodding along and definitely getting better and better. There seems to be more consistency, but it's just these little errors or little mechanical dramas that creep in on occasion.
Well, good to hear, though, that in amongst the, I'm sure, is despair, there's a recognition that steps and strides have been taken and that they want to use this to carry them forward. That's the good news here. Let's see what the future holds for the revived Nielsen Racing team.
You know, in some way, to have a fast car be out on track and then have a mechanical issue is better than to pound around for 4 hours and finish 7th.
Yeah.
You know, and say, wow, okay, now we've got to nitpick through all of the strategy, the car setup, everything that we're doing with the tyre, and work out why we're slow. That's not what's happened for them today.
They've had something let them down.
They've been quick and they've had something let them down, so they'll be taking heart from that. Just analysing the front of the race, guys, you've got everyone on sequence in the leading group, 48, 43, 18, 28 and 9. The 43 car is the only one that's on, for me, a different tyre strategy. It has around an 8-second longer last stop. The 99 car, when we move to LMP2 Pro Am, is the car I think is out of sequence in terms of the tyres it's used with the rest of the pack. That's had a shorter stop as well, with Dane Cameron aboard. So interesting to see Dane Cameron still able to keep pace relatively with the pack, but being caught slowly, which would indicate they've gone potentially fuel only in the last stop. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Almost exactly now 2 full fuel stints to go. Of course, it's not going to work out like that, is it, for the LMP2 cars, because they're going to be running about half fuel now.
And I think the key thing here to remind people is if there can be no further progress up the order from the number 20 car, the delayed number 20 car, which leads the championship, that progress, frankly, at this stage, will only likely come from problems with anybody ahead of them, because the gap, because of the time they spent in the garage, is too great. If third or better for AO by TF will secure them the LMP2 Pro Am Championship and that coveted invitation to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It's a bitter pill for Algarve Pro Racing to swallow, particularly here at their home race.
Up to the top of the hill at 13 and 14, nose-to-tail action in the GT category, with Tom Fleming still under pressure from Garnet Patterson. Remember, that's the McLaren he overtook not so long ago, but Patterson's still sticking with him, and Sarah Bovey is giving him the hustle as well. So 3 cars together. They have in front and now pit-stopping Riccardo Agostini, so he'll give up the race lead. There he is in the blue and white, number 50 Richard Mille Ferrari, and that'll give Rui Andrade briefly the lead back again.
Well, this is the key. Where are they on their fuel strategy for the LMGT3s? I thought for a little while that the 50 car has been a little bit out of sequence here. Here is Lilu Radu. This is a critical moment for this championship. Remember, these are the championship leading crew. Is Lilu on her way to 2 championships within a single week on both sides of the Atlantic or not?
That strikes me as a dab early, but then, you know, we'll see how the rest pans out. Nobody's getting to the end from here, of course,
no.
But we'll see how that goes. Obviously, it's always better to go further into the race, not just because you might take a stop out of the race, but also when you do eventually stop, if everybody has to stop, of course, there's less time to fill the car. So you get a quicker stop if you've run longer, even if everybody has to stop in your class.
The other car on pretty much the same strategy is the 86 car. Look to the rear of your picture, you can see the white and the black and orange Ferrari. Tom Fleming bringing that car in for their latest stops. These two cars are on pretty much the same strategy, and were also on the same strategy for taking their bronze drivers out earlier than the rest. So they chose to go with the pro drivers pretty much as early as they possibly could. Could that be the difference at the end of this race? Choosing to give up some time on pit lane against the sustained pace of the pro drivers. That's ultimately what's going to determine who wins this race and this championship in LMGT3.
Agostini, I reckon, had done about an hour. It was 58 minutes. Fleming in the 86 Ferrari, probably going to be due in, has come in, I should say, and that's what Graham's just mentioned. So I'd expected those two to pit at roughly the same time.
They did.
Rui Andrade is only about, how long? Half an hour or so? Yeah, just under half an hour to his stint. And Andrade pretty much matches Garnet Patterson's McLaren in that they'll come in, but in about 30 minutes' time.
The key strategic point here is Mike Wainwright has completed his minutes, has he not? And I think so did Custodio Toledo. If they have, it's a pretty simple way to explain this, which is both those two crews chose to sort of abandon the fuel window and come in and change to the pro drivers early. They're the only two that did it. Everybody else ignored the opportunity to change the bronze driver out and went for the fuel window and stuck with the opportunity to save potentially a pit stop at the end of the race. That's what this is going to come down to.
I mean, it's pretty quick maths, isn't it?
Yeah.
You look at the time your bronze driver's going to lose, lap on lap, you agglomerate that over the stint, and then you look at how much your splash is going to be that you're going to add at the end of the race. If one is greater than the other, you go for it. Always remembering, of course, that the splash at the end of the race can easily be mitigated by a safety car.
Absolutely right, and that's a gamble that you're more likely to take the earlier you make that decision, and it is both what the number 50 car, remember, leading the championship, and the 86 car, still, I think, in a points a position where theoretically at least they could win the championship. And I'm just checking my maths right now, and the answer is yes, they could, but just marginally. They're throwing the dice.
Yeah. Well, so at this stage of the season, it might actually be worth doing if your position is not particularly that strong. Then an outside bet could possibly work. To answer your question, yes, Toledo did an hour and 35 minutes, so 5 minutes more than he needed to. Mike Wainwright did an hour and 36 minutes, so they effectively got those, and they couldn't pit at precisely the right time because we were in a safety car and they were locked out of the pit lane at that point. So they've decided to change their driver as early as they could, regardless of how much fuel was in the car, and others, particularly Celia Martin's car, she stayed in for well over 2 hours in the end. So that seems to be working okay for the Iron Dames in third position. We're speaking about the 50 Ferrari though. Let's head to Steph Wentworth.
I am joined by Riccardo Agostini, driver of the number 50 Richard Mille by AF Corsa. You've just jumped out of the car from your stint from the lead position, and it's great for your championship hopes right now. This race couldn't be going better so far.
Well, actually, everything is still open. We are in a different strategy compared to our competitors because we had actually nothing to lose at the beginning of the race. We were back on the field, so we just opened the possibility to play, as I said, a different strategy as we did in Silverstone. And yeah, still 2 hours to go, maybe a little bit less. I did the best I could out there. I had a clean stint, so hopefully our strategy pays off at the end of the race.
Of course, the battle is very close in the LMGT3s, but you guys have been quite consistent and have managed to pick up 2 wins over the course of the season.
Yeah, this is what brought us on top of the field just before the last race. Of course, we are not the fastest car because of the success ballast this weekend, but we learned that from this championship actually you can really achieve a great result without any expectation. So this is what we are hoping for once again, and we are doing our best so far, and I think Custodio and I did the best we could.
Okay, best of luck. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Sorry, we're busy taking selfies in the commentary box. That's when we're supposed to start talking again, isn't it? So Agostini's done his drive time. He runs to a maximum of 1 hour and 15, but he got out after 58 minutes because it just makes more sense. But that's putting a bit more pressure on Lilou Wadou. However, coming off the back of a title win last weekend at Petit Le Mans and potentially going to get another one. Now, at the bottom of the screen, we're spotting a 10 seconds to be added to car 29, by the way.
Well, that's his TDS Racing, yes. Second in LMP2 Pro Am, so that just makes it slightly easier for A by TF. That's the net result of that in championship terms and in race winning terms. But it's going to come down here to when do these cars need to pit and what tyres do they have left in the final hour and 15 minutes of this race.
So there are 3 sets of tyres total for those LMP2 cars over the qualifying and race distance. Some will have laps on them from qualifying, of course, and they need to use them sparingly. As you mentioned that, Graham, we've got the 9 car in as well. The Iron Lynx Proton machine is the first of those leading quintet to pit.
Shows, well, principally because we've had the safety car intervention. Still, we've got this lead group, this leading 3-4 cars, the VDS Panis racing car, NT Europol's 43, and both EDEX Sport cars. The next one really in the order is the number 9 car, and it's not really been able to challenge those 4 ahead. And as he comes in now, drops into the lead group of LMP2 Pro Am cars. Interesting message on screen, and it affects 2 LMP2 cars. Black and white flags for both car 3 and 77. Cockpit temperature.
So there is there's a sensor in the cockpit, and it's taken very seriously in general. It's by the driver's head in the cockpit, and it cannot. It relates to the ambient temperature, so it cannot be more than a certain amount over the ambient temperature. Teams are generally required to rectify that.
Indeed they are, and the reason I mentioned it as being potentially significant is because how long it takes to rectify it might, and I say might, affect the potential finishing place of the 20, which by the way is back on pit lane.
Yeah, it's a good point. Ambient temperature is currently 25 degrees here in Portugal. Track temperature is 34, but there's very little wind here. I mean, not that really that affects the cockpit temperature, of course, but yeah, how quickly can they adjust that, bring it back to the required level? A black and orange flag, normally if that's a mechanical problem, you've got, 3 laps to try and react to that, bring the car in and get it fixed.
What you find is the cockpit temperature tends to grow through the race. Partially through the driver's exertions, partially because the duct to the driver's cockpit gets slowly blocked with debris and detritus. You have to allow for that. And because basically the engine is pumping temperature through the car, which slowly bleeds into the cockpit. So even though the sun is now starting to just dip behind the grandstand across the straight from us, the cockpit temperatures will still be growing of these machines. They'll be hoping the ambient, 34.
Trouble for the 34 car. That's not the championship contending car. 34 car is in the hands of who at the moment?
Pedro Perino.
Okay, that car is running very slowly on track. Now, is he able to get that car back to the pits?
Coming over the rise into Tora Vip at the hairpin at turn 5. He sensibly drives off the circuit. Very nearly.
I think he's going to drive. No, he can't get to a place of safety from there. So it looks like he's going to try and get the car back.
It's moving.
Off track.
It's not as bad as, for instance, Manuel Maldonado's issue in the 22 United earlier on. And there was another car as well that was on semi-limp mode, but at least it's gone up the hill, approaching turns 7 and 8. But something clearly not right, and all of a sudden the mechanics kick into life at Inter Europol competition. As Graham says, the 43 is the bigger concern at this stage, because that's running second and only 16 seconds away from Esteban Masson, the race leader.
Very few things that can actually go wrong with these machines that make them sort of limp like that. So it's engine or electrical.
Yep.
We've got the leader for LMP2 Pro Am on pit road.
Well, we'd had one car with an engine problem already. He heard from Felipe Albuquerque, and pretty certainly said it was an engine issue, didn't he? And the 99 car from the lead in LMP2 Pro Am. This will drop him back into the pack, but how far into the pack? And looking where we are now, there will need to be one more stop after this stop for the number 99. This is where you start to count back, really, and the 34 car has stopped. Now, will they be able to restart that? There's a power recycle, lights go back on, lights go back off.
The question now for the 99 and Louis Delatraz, who I've just seen has got in the car on pit road, is will he be able to get that going? It looks like he's managed to control out, delete it there on the outside, and they'll be breathing a sigh of relief, because what they don't want to do, of course, is do their pit stop under green flag conditions. Then everybody else gets a virtual safety car and a much cheaper stop.
Yeah, so that could be a game changer. Still trouble though for the 34 car, trying to get it home.
Weird that it kicks back into life after a reset, but only lasts about a corner, because he's now at the top of the hill at 13 and inching its way back. Thankfully, he got his foot on the brake, but it's never in a nice position either. So he was sitting on the outside of turn 12 initially, now right in the firing line at 13, but once more he'll get a few more meters, rejoining right in front of Lorcan Hannafin's Mercedes, who frantically flashes a light, saying, please don't get in my way, I'm embroiled in my own battle with a scrap with Erwin Bastard just up ahead.
Yep,
the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin.
That was the fourth. 77 car on pit lane from, what is that, second? It was second in LMP2 Pro, drops back into the order of course, yellows at turn 14, he stopped again.
I think the question is, I mean, you can pretty much roll back from there. The question is, will he choose to?
Because got to cross the track in the process, though.
Well, it's an incredibly fast right-hander, flat out in P2 machinery.
Sister car has pitted, so there's no advantage to be drawn at this stage. In fact, there's a disadvantage to be drawn if there's an intervention at this stage for the sister car.
Yeah.
So if he can get far enough, isn't there a road that's sort of inside turn 15, which will bring you finally around? So the sanctuary of that large, higher friction asphalt potentially, but he's got to get there first.
Yeah, you've got to cross the track. I mean, other car in the pit lane now, the 34 meaningfully out of contention. They'll be desperate to get that thing behind something, so this is not an intervention. You've got TDS and CLX on pit road as well.
Yeah, so of the leading group, we've just got the EDEX Sport cars that have not yet pitted. So VDS Panis haven't pitted, have they? It was the AO by TF car that pitted from LMP2 Pro-Am. So there are cars that could still profit from an intervention here.
Yeah.
Remember, why are we saying that? Because if you can pit under a virtual safety car, for instance, you're doing so while everybody else is moving more slowly. You're effectively losing, or rather gaining, more time against your competition. He's rolling again.
I was going to say, just before we started rolling again, I would be surprised if an incident like this actually generated a virtual safety car. I think it's more likely to be dealt with under a full course yellow. This was the bit I was really bothered about, and as long as he can make that at the inside of turn 15, then he's virtually home. But this bit's still quite uphill as well. Get over on that yellow stuff, Pedro, and then it's a bit safer if you do stop again.
Red light flashing in that windscreen. Now that's not the red light that you'd see in a hybrid car, of course.
Was that one of the cars that was in the list for cockpit temperature? No, it wasn't, because they were both
77 and 3.
Yeah.
He's got to clear that rise, and what'll interest me is if he can make it all the way in, and he can do so. There was that road on the inside, by the way. Who suggested that? Was that Graham again?
No, that was me.
That was you. I knew he couldn't be right 3 times in a broadcast.
Or in life. Thanks, Fruits.
Now, this is a replay, so yes, the 34 car stopped, but it's no longer stopped. It's made the pit lane, yes, and he's in. So even if it stops before the garage, the team can run up and push it the rest of the way.
Important moment there, because that is a pass on track. Matthias Besch being passed by Louis Delatraz. These are very important moments for everybody involved here.
So they'd switched through that pit stop phase. Matthias Besch had come out back in front of Louis Delatraz. Delatraz has now made the pass once more on track and regained what will eventually be the lead
and it's
of LMP2 Pro-Am.
Full tyre change for Matthias Besch, 1 minute and 36 seconds. Fuel going aboard the 32 car, but that car, I think, is it going to need attention? So what was that? Was he out of fuel? He can't have been out of fuel.
I'll try and work out how far into the stint he was, but if they're confident in sending
The red
car
light's
back
gone
out
out.
again.
The red light goes out. Was he out of fuel?
If that red light was just an identification light, sometimes you have an identification light in the cockpit, because I can't think of anything that...
He's not up to speed again.
No.
And I mean, you wouldn't have a red light to say the car's out of fuel, because that's a massive strategic advantage to everybody else, isn't it? If the red light starts coming on when you're down to the dregs.
Well, the question will be, will this 34 car make it all the way round once more, and will there be...
He's run off track here. He's in trouble.
2 IDEC cars on pit lane. So the last car...
that could benefit from intervention is the race and championship leader.
Yeah.
It was a longish stint for Perino, but 37 minutes, it's still not as long as you can go under green. I mean, even with a little bit of yellow, we got to, I think, 50 minutes for some
I'm
cars.
not sure that race control is going to be particularly thrilled they let that car go.
No. There's one thing that definitely has tended to fix every car that's run out of fuel. That I'd ever driven, which is putting fuel in it. And they just did that. So I think it's got a different...
It wasn't that, was it?
It's got a different problem.
Their argument will be that we thought it was fuel, that's why we sent it,
yes.
And that's how we maybe get out of any hot water. But what they absolutely cannot do now, if Perino makes it back to the pits, is do that again.
No. In comes our race leader, number 48, so the opportunity for advantage to be drawn is ticking down right now.
Critically, though, that means 48 comes in latest, so if there is a long safety car in this stint, they might...
They're the ones who will draw most advantage. They'll also be the ones who need a shorter splash.
Exactly, right at the end of the race.
So this is looking good, is it not, for the VDS Panis Racing team. Their main contenders need to finish ahead of them, and the team are about to go to work in what will be the penultimate stop, all things being equal.
You may be asking us why we're ignoring the other classes momentarily, and that's because they've not come to pit lane, and not a huge amount is going on at the moment at the front of LMP3. There's a 2-second gap between the 2 leading machines.
Yeah, Team Virage are in that fight without a shadow of a doubt with CLX Motorsport, already of course our champions, and they will be getting an invitation to Le Mans through that. Here comes the 34 car, being passed at will by the number 18 and coming round to complete that lap. That's the difference as the 18 car comes around the final turn. Off pit lane comes our race leader, the 48, so it's effectively the length of the start-finish straight is the gap. AF Courses 83 and the DCAR Engineering number 3. The other car, by the way, apart from the 77, warned about cockpit temperature. They're both on pit lane, so that cycles the 18 and the 43 back through in the opposite order. That is the change. It is the 18 car now ahead of 43. So that's potentially significant for second in the championship.
On board for the first time in the race so far, Matthew Chalbert.
And the same can be said for Charmy Lacey in the leading car, because he's just taken over number 48, weaving down that relatively short straight between turns 4 and 5, because there are no tyre warmers in this category of racing any longer, so spend the first few corners trying to get some tyre temp before you really need it in the closing stages, but he's not going to make it home from here.
The pride of France, those 3 drivers, isn't it, that will be in these cars to the finish, all things being equal at this stage. Out comes Vector Sports. They've had a pretty torrid time recently. That car now is down in 14th place, 7th in LMP2, and amongst the tail enders of LMP2 Pro-Am. Alex Quinn, by the way, is aboard the number 20 car. He'll be pedaling quickly, but it's not going to be a race for speed. It's be a race for survival for the 20. Hope that others will fall in front of them and make the task more difficult for AO by TF. We're about to re-inherit, I think, the race lead in LMP2 Pro-Am.
I think the AF Corsa car has done a massively shorter stop with Mathieu Vassiliere, has just come out of the pits and
has got the lead. I think you're absolutely right. It's not a big lead, it's about 4 seconds, but that comes courtesy of 1 minute and 12 seconds on pit lane for the 83 car, 1 minute and 31 for AO by TF, that's going to be tyres.
Yeah, it's a tyre differential. So we discussed earlier on that AO by TF car, which now has Louis Delatraz aboard, was on a different tyre strategy. The other side of that tyre strategy is now played out. They have taken tyres on that machine. It's a 1 minute and 12 second stop in comparison for the AF Corsa machine, now with Mathieu Vassivière on board. So you've got your typical endurance racing tyres versus track position battle.
And also a real battle here. This is the battle for second place overall from the drone. Mathis Jobert with Tom Dillman in his mirrors here on board with the young Frenchman, heading for a hypercar drive with Genesis Magma Racing next year, part of their trajectory program this year. It's held up slightly in traffic. This is, meanwhile, Louis Delatraz. He's trying to get by the number 47 car for position, not class position, but actual position, because just ahead is the 83 car of Mathieu Vassivière, and that is a move that would count.
This is a problem for Delatraz. I mean, that AO by TF car's still in a position to take championship glory. So
yes,
but critically, he'll be thinking about the race as Espirito Santo goes up the inside of LMP3 machinery.
Just to mention the other crucial difference between the 83 pit stop and the 99 pit stop, there was a driver change for 99, whereas 83 didn't. Vassivière was already in the car. So that's why it was 1 minute and 30. That's generally a driver, well, it's a full service, so driver change tyres, fuel, a lot. Costly, yes, but it kind of has to be done to make sure that the final drivers are in when there's this amount of time remaining, because this is another crucial pivot point in the race. Get your third driver in so that they are at the wheel for 1 hour.
Final hour of the European Le Mans Series starts for 2025, and it is a 8.7 second gap for the lead car, Charles Millet. So we're going to say thank you and good afternoon to Alex Brundle. Thanks for bringing your expertise, your bonhomie to the booth for this. We'll see you tomorrow night.
He's the master of ceremonies tomorrow night, isn't he?
We'll be jeering and beering. And
I hope you've brought a suit, or maybe better. 2 suits.
Two suits.
There's going to be a costume change halfway through. My word.
But delighted to be joined both by Ollie Gavin and Alex Brundle, pair of them multiple championship winners in sports car racing, and they're very different brands of analysis from the driver's perspective, the strategist's perspective. Great to hear it for this broadcast. Car 20 under investigation, tyre pressure, technical infringement. I'm not going to worry about that too much at the moment. That might come into being a factor a little later as we watch this battle. Johnny Palmer for second place. Mathis Jobert trying to fend off the close attentions of Tom Dillman, the 18 EDEX Sport car, the 43 into Europol car. And one of these guys battling for, they'd love this to be the lead of the race and the championship, but second place takes one of these cars to Le Mans.
This is the levels that we're playing for, folks. If you didn't know that already, quite how serious winning or indeed finishing second in this championship is. Mathis Jobert, one to certainly watch, now heading for a hypercar drive in the near future, but wanting to perform so well in this closing race after the season started brilliantly for he and Danny Juncadella and Jamie Chadwick, with 2 category wins, 1 overall win in those first 2 races. Charles Millet installed into the race leading car, but those are the 2 that I was talking about that are Jobert's teammates. Jamie Chadwick on the left, Danny Juncadella chatting to her on the right.
LMP2 championship winner and the second place car automatically invited to the 2026 24 Hours of Le Mans. Away from the trophies, the medals, the titles, the whole shebang, the champagne that you'll get on the podium, there can be few bigger prizes in motorsport for performance than an automatic invitation to the biggest race in the world, the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And trust me, they all want it. This is getting very close indeed. Jobert doing all he can to get this car up the road, but he's not being allowed to do it at the moment by Tom Dillman, who's just reeling in 10th by 10th, the EDEX Sport car ahead. And by the way, they are being dropped very slightly by the race leader, but it's just 10th by 10th on each lap here. And catching them is Job van Uiter, quicker than both of them. He's got about 9 seconds to make up on this pair, but he's doing that. Matteo Capietto meanwhile, is a further 10 seconds back and could well be in this fight in a few laps' time. On pit lane, by the way, at the moment, are championship winners and previously leaders in LMP3, CLX Motorsport. Theo Jensen is rolling after what will be his final pit stop, I believe. So Quentin Antonel for M Racing takes the lead, but will require another pit stop.
Yeah, we're now in the realms of pit stops for LMP3s and LMGT3s should be their final stop, because they can do an hour, maybe on some occasions just slightly less than that, but 56 minutes is doable in either category of car. And LMP2's more like doing 40 to 45 minutes. So there are certainly some that will come in with about half an hour to go, but I reckon I've tracked a couple that will come in for a splash that will see them through to the final 20 minutes.
Delatraz on the 83 car. This is for second. It's more points on the board. It's another step towards the title for AO by TF. Alex Quinn still lapping in the Algarve Pro Racing car in 8th, but remember he's a lap down on the nearest contender to pick up any further points. So he's a sitting duck, I'm afraid. It is about where can the 99 car finish. And the answer where is, well, at least second at the moment, because that's another place gained by Louis Delatraz, passing Mathieu Vazevière. Next up is Matthias Besch, and he's just a second and a half up the road. They'd love to win this race, to win this championship with a win, and it's on at the moment.
So Vazevière, who was leading not too long ago, has now dropped to third.
And he's under pressure.
I'm just going to look at his lap times, because he seems to have no speed whatsoever all of a sudden. This will be a double stint of tyres, I'm going to suggest, because it was one of those quick stops. Vazevière was already in when he came and made his latest call.
Yeah,
but he's only 5 stints into this latest endeavour, and he's gone from doing 135s, 136, 137 the last time around, so he's dropping speed consistently.
Remember, he was 20 seconds quicker on pit lane than the other cars. That can only really be a tyre choice, and it looks at the moment to be the wrong tyre choice. Here's James Allen looking to get up the inside. There's a big squeeze there. Vazevière, he goes around and will take that position, I think.
Yeah, they'll seal it at the top of the hill at Portimão, but not for the first time. Someone trying to hang it out around the outside through the kink at Craig Jones corner, turn 9, and made it work. So another place lost for Mathieu Vazevière, and 1 or 2 down at AF Corsa must be not quite ruining that decision. I don't think they've got any tyres left, actually, or maybe they're keeping their best set for the final run to the flag. So this was one of those stints that Vazevière just had to grit his teeth and come out of it as best as possible. I've got a glimpse on Francois Perrodo, who doesn't look particularly chuffed with how this race is panning out now.
Well, they knew they couldn't take the championship here after failing to be on pole position yesterday. Francois is still smiling, loves his competition. He'll be back next year, he tells me. He'll be looking for a better run at this. But he's been a stalwart competitor. But sometimes a season just doesn't go your way, and it looks like this is one of those seasons for Francois Perrodo. Titles in pretty much every series he's taken part in. In comes the 82 car from the lead, Riandrade, for what will be the Corvette's final planned stop.
And if things remain equal, they are on course for a title. They need to win and hope that the 50 car doesn't finish third or better.
Well, the 50 car will start to cycle up, but I think we predicted, didn't we, the 50 car will need a splash.
Let me check.
I think that's right. I think they stopped outside the final hour. Hearing from Steph Wentworth that she believes that they do. Also on pit lane, the Iron Dames, so on an identical strategy to the TF car. So that is a battle on pace between the two.
Lidou's stint started at 5:10, but remember this race started on the half hour, so she can get to about 6:10, but she'll need another 20 minutes worth of fuel.
There it's going to be Charlie Eastwood versus Michelle Gatting for the pace of these two cars at the end of this race. Third place car, a minute back from this pair. Conrad Lauritsen coming round. He pits as well. So they're all on identical strategies. These two have pretty much a minute's advantage on the third place car. Who's going to get moving first? The Dames move first. Where is the Corvette? It's further back down towards the end of the pit lane. And it's going to get rolling before the Porsche gets to the end of the pit lane. This is the gap then between the two cars that came in from the lead. Lilou Wadou moves through into the lead of the race, but does require another stop. 77 and 83, and that is another change. The 83 dropping back down the order.
Just a hot knife through butter for Ben Viscal. Very little defence, but I don't think he's got anything to play with now.
It's got to be tyres.
Yeah, you feel for Mathieu Vaxivière, who I'm a massive fan of, but his first stint was great. The second stint on these tyres, I mean, maybe he's pushed a bit too hard on stint 1 and then not left himself too much to play with going into the second 40 minutes or so. But Vaxivière now back down to 5th position.
So now it's simple in LMGT3. There's two pairs of cars on two different strategies. The two cars we've just seen on and off pit lane. This car, in terms of the race win on pace, is out of it about a minute back, the 51. And it's the two cars that chose to put the pros in early who've now cycled back to 1st and 3rd. Lilou Wadou leads the race in the 50 car, but we believe needs to pit again. What is the gap? And the answer is not enough. It's under 20 seconds, not enough to get a splash of fuel in and get out again before the Corvette. So now it becomes about the pace of Charlie Eastwood. What can he do against Lilou Wadou to effectively put that campaign to the sword? But it still might mean the 50 car takes the championship win.
There's a lot of permutations that we're trying to work our way through. Meantime, what have you missed if you're just joining us? Well, a cracking start under blistering sunlight as the cars work their way down the hill, as the track drops away from a flat plateau where the pit lane is, but then they plunge their way into Primera corner. And bar a minor touch on the back of Ryan Cullen's car, everybody else kept it pretty clean. Here was that tag from the number 28 EDEC Sport car in a one-off livery for this event. And Ryan Cullen may not have known that his car was in contact with another until he was at 45 degrees to the ideal direction of travel. The GTs in one huge group go through as well, but a Torsten Kratz spin would have been a worry for everybody else, and him, of course, but he was able to rejoin the race. Coming out of the first early safety car, Ollie Gray got the jump on Jonas Reed in the Mark VDS colours for VDS Panis Racing, and he ran the outside of the number 9 car to cement the manoeuvre. Speaking of going around the outside, PJ Hyatt running the high rail at Craig Jones. Didn't work though for Benjamin Pedersen into the first corner. Possibly something broke on the car, or there was an imbalance somewhere, and a hard hit into the outside barrier at the base of the grandstand that overlooks the first corner. TF Sports Corvette that started on pole position, and Clement Matter in the Aston Martin of Racing Spirit Le Mans together with Celia Martin were having a terrific scrap. Manuel Maldonado's 22 car unfortunately conked out before, well, might have been about the hour mark actually, not really knowing precisely what the issue was there, but it was an unusual failure. There was a spin there for Georgios Kolovos in his DKR Engineering LMP2. 3 more GT cars going hard at it, and Ryan Cullen around the outside of the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton car, just about keeping it on the straight and narrow and pulling off that manoeuvre. And Jamie Chadwick, the very next corner, lucking in as well, as Jonas Reed would lose a number of places hand over fist. This was a moment involving 3 cars that couldn't all get through Tora Vip at the same time. Jamie Chadwick actually had to take to the red paint there, but unfortunately the collision, which also involved the number 9, I hadn't realised that at the time, but Jonas Reed also involved in that incident that meant that Ryan Cullen was heavily delayed, trapped in the gravel, and the 88 of Tim Cressett, who'd been doing a really good drive up until that point. Side-by-side action between EDEC Sport and the number 34 car of initially Luca Giotto, and then Jean-Baptiste Simonard took it over, but EDEC chuffed with that overtake, and then charging the number 9 car back up the order. A combination of Massimo Capietto and Matteo Cairoli, who is currently driving it. Pedro Perino in firm strife with a stop-start difficulty in the number 34 into Europol competition car. Two cars arriving absolutely side by side after Vaxivier's performance has gone to some degree off a cliff, all tyre related. But Charles Milesi leading the way in number 48 as we have entered the final hour, the final 50 minutes indeed, of the last race of the season here at Portimão.
So where the things stand, battle for first place is TDS Racing fending off AO by TF Sport and LMP2 Pro Am. And AO by TF at this stage looking very comfortable indeed. Need a third place if there's no improvement in the order from the number 20. That's a couple of laps down after that issue after contact, we believe, with a GT car. Third place or better would secure the 99 car, the LMP2 Pro Am Championship. So it's been a frustrating day for the Algarve Pro Racing squad. On board now with Louis Delatraz as he tries to get things better of it with a gaggle of GT cars coming into turn one, but side by side with three of them. And wants to make sure he's seen. Yes, he'd like that win, but what he wants to do is to do it fault-free. He's got one more GT3 car ahead of him before he can get stuck in again to the task of trying to catch Matthias Besch for the lead of the class. Overall, Johnny, Charles Milesi, 9.3 seconds, holding that gap pretty effectively to Mathis Chaubert, who is still seeing off a spirited attack from Tom Dillman. It's VDS Panis Racing that led coming into this race. They lead this race. They're therefore, at the moment, heading towards the championship.
So that will feel good at this stage, but they don't want to be considering things a little too early. They'll be calling their car through each and every sector, possibly for the next 45 minutes, actually. Third, fourth and fifth together at the top of the hill.
Right,
GT. It's
time for the Goodyear Wingfoot Award. Remember, the change this year, you decide who's the most valuable driver of the race in the classes shod by Wingfoot. You can vote right now on the @ELMS_official Instagram story and pick your choice from the offerings that have been fed to you by an esteemed panel of industry experts up and down this paddock. So have a go at this one. This is becoming something the drivers love to have, and this is be awarded on the podium at the end of the race for LM GT3, for LMP2 Pro Am and for LMP2. So vote now on the ELMS Instagram story.
And stick around because the result of that will be declared during the podium presentation.
Indeed.
A little later on. Oh, very sideways for the 21 United car and almost took out the E-Deck 28 in the process. That's difficult to read. I think it was just a bit too much throttle, and all of a sudden the car swapping ends for Marino Sato.
Gets a track warning, limits warning into the bargain.
I didn't think he caught the curb, but that might have been for an earlier lap. Was it for the previous lap, that?
It's quite unusual to get a track limits warning after doing track limits on both sides of the track at the same point.
It's a good, yeah, it's a good point to highlight there, but it was certainly in the first sector because the little orange pastel that appears next to each sector time and then the eventual lap time. Stopped car on the main straight.
That's the Racing car.
Racing 68.
And that car's been in contention and has led this race more than once. Has got the car back going. So what happened there? Was that just running out of go juice?
Canton Antonel in a very sticky spot indeed. Thankfully he got the car somewhere between pit lane exit and the main racing line.
By the way, this is a great battle here. It's the 86 GR Racing car of Ricky Perra under pressure from Michel Gatting and from Wayne Boyd. 2 wide already. This is going to make it 3 wide for the position coming down into turn 1, and threading the needle comes Wayne Boyd through the middle and takes both places, gets the car turned in for turn 1, keeps it on the island and takes 3rd place. What a move from Wayne Boyd.
Is it going to be undone by the Porsche trying to stick its nose down the inside? The confusing factor in all this is the LMP3 as well, which arguably the GT cars are slightly faster than in the slower speed stuff. Now the LMP3 picks up its speed down the back straight.
42 minutes to go, that one right there. That's a candidate for pass of the season, Johnny. Absolutely epic stuff from Wayne Boyd, but Michel Gatting's not giving it up. Ricky Perez had to give it up, and he's dropped back behind the two of them. Wonder if Ricky is on a fuel save here.
Yeah, it's possible. Whilst all that was kicking off, I was just busy trying to work out how far into the stint Antonelli is, and maybe that did provide an answer as to why the car just suddenly stopped. It could be as many as 40 laps, which is well over an hour. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's low on fuel. Maybe there's a fuel pickup problem for the 68 car.
Still this pair trying to battle away for second place in this race in the championship. They're beginning to lose a little bit of ground to Charles Malaysi, who's got the VDS Panis Racing lead to over 10 seconds now. We've got 41 minutes to go. Remember, all these cars will require one last stop. And likely fuel only for each of these. TDS Racing's Matthias Besch has got Louis Delatraz 1.6 seconds back. At this stage, Delatraz does not need to pass. I can tell you the M Racing car has managed to get back to the pits. And with no fuel line going on that car, and indeed the engine cover is coming off, so they've got a problem rear end of the car. It wasn't fuel. Jan van Uter, by the way, has not given up the chase for this battling pair. He's under 10 seconds back and able to close in clear air.
There you go, very nicely. The Dutchman with two very quick sector times for that car. 43 running in third in the hands of Tom Dillman, chasing Mathis Jobert and within touching distance. The problem is he can't quite get close enough and was 3 or so tenths slower than the Frenchman last time around. Both Frenchmen, of course, but Jobert, the newer man on the scene.
We'll tell you, by the way, Wyatt Brickerjack has moved up into a podium position in the Ginetta at this stage with the issues for the number 68. It's been a good, solid, drama-free run for the Ginetta. Wait to see whether or not DK Engineering return with this programme next year. Switched, of course, from the Duquesne to the Ginetta for 2025. And a class win at the Road to Le Mans, one of their pair of cars. Under 40 minutes to go. Just keeping an eye on the form in each of these classes. Charlie Eastwood is beginning to make strides into Lilou Wadou's currently 10.5 second lead. That's one to watch. We believe Lilou will need to stop. We don't think Charlie has to. That's looking good at the moment for TF Sport. To pit lane for what should be the final time. 40 minutes to go. Mathis Jobert. So that feels earlier than I expected it to be.
Yeah, okay, well, some theories in the strategy world actually say you get to your fuel window and you just pit regardless of how much fuel you've got on board, with the potential of a caution to bunch everything up. On the other hand, the closer you get to the checkered flag, the less fuel that needs to go in, and therefore the stop can be quicker. So there are arguments both sides. It's probably only 14 laps that Jobert's done. So it's the less popular way of doing it, but I do think it's crucially getting within the fuel marker to the end now. So you get 40, you get a full tank in, which is about 40 minutes, and that will see them through to the finish and let everything else pan out around you.
It's a good gulp of fuel going into the number 18 car. Mathis Jobert bobbling around inside. He's released now, and that's going to be a chase now without the car on his tail. Up into second place for the moment comes the 43. It's both EDEC cars on pit lane, because Jan van Uter followed him in and follows him back out again.
So they decided not to split their strategy, that means. And Lilou Wadou now arriving on pit lane as well from what was the class lead.
This will be the final stop for the 50 car. And it's at this point, once this settles in, that we need to see the virtual points. In comes the race leader, 37 minutes to go. This will be the final stop, planned stop at least, of the season for what has been an impressive run from VDS Panis Racing. Whatever happens now, this has been a great season for this squad. talented drivers. Excellent execution by TDS Racing, who've been the service provider for this new look effort for Olivier Panis and Mark van der Stratten's effort.
And
Team
Panis
manager, car 50 and 55 to race control. Now, that is our championship leading car on pit lane at the moment. What is that all about?
I'd be very surprised if it's anything to do with this current pit stop, because it's happened too quickly. But
Lilian Wadou, by the way, cycled back round to 11th, 12th place now.
yeah,
I don't think this is going to pay off for them.
depends how many cars ahead of them need to stop. But
The problem is it was really just 2 cars on that same strategy.
Yes.
The problem they've had is it's been full green for a long time. And here comes the 99 car for what will be the final stop for AO by TF. This needs to be a faultless stop as well. Louis Denatras will stay aboard the car. Screen gets a clean. Who else on pit lane? 83, Mathieu Vazevier is on pit lane. In 2 comes the 43 car from what is now the lead. We're working our way through the final pit stops planned for this race and this season, Johnny. It's been a cracker. It's had ebb and flow all the way through in pretty much every class, with the exception of dominance by CLX in LMP3. And they, by the way, lead the race there, albeit only by 6 seconds from Team Virage.
yeah, I'm not sure whether their winning margins all the way through the year have been that great all the time. We said they're dominant, and clearly they are in sweeping up the points, but actually, if you look at each individual race, there may have been some closer finishes, but a lot of that's down to strategy calls as well as terrific driver lineup. When you're performing as well as they have done in 5 out of 6 races, they are worthy champions, make no mistake about that.
So 48 has rejoined, 43 now rejoins. Iron Linked Proton number 9 leads the race at the moment, but will lead to pits. Others are doing this around them, side by side here between the 43 and the 77. As the 43 comes out, gets up to speed. It's a black and white warning flag for car 63, causing the collision with car 20 at 16:25. That was the car involved that may have ruined Algarve Pro's day. It was the AMG. Fab Schiller, by the way, aboard that car at the moment, running in a strong 5th position.
And feels like only recently into that car, because we were talking about Lorcan Hannafin not too long ago. So one strong driver handing over to another. They've got a really good package this year at Iron Links in a Mercedes from a driving perspective. And another car that we're less used to seeing in this style of racing, but the door has been opened to them and McLaren and others as well because of the effectively GT3 rule set with a few additions. Here's the number 9 car from the race lead, Maceo Capietto, although he'd been cycled through to that position after the stop from Charmy Lacey.
Oh, there's a spin there for the number 83 car. In the hands of Mathieu Vazevier on his outlap. A couple of interesting moments in that pit stop cycle. 43 car, Tom Dillman, 1 minute and 1 second on pit lane. The chasing Mathis Jobert 10 seconds longer. Did they have tyres to throw at that stop?
I think they must have done, because of their time difference. So, sorry, which car did you mention is the longest stop?
The longest stop was 18, Mathis Jobert. Meantime, VDS Panis Racing, by the way, 59 seconds. So quicker than both. So fuel only for certain for the Inter-Europol car and the VDS Panis car, which, by the way, cycles through into the lead.
I think Jobert, that's likely to be 2 tyres rather than the 4.
Yes, yeah, 100%. If that's what they did, it'll be 2 tyres and no more.
Yeah.
They'll have thrown whatever they could at it, frankly.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. And 1 minute 44, I noticed, for the Neil Jarni DKR Engineering. That was the car with extra time to serve, though, wasn't it? There were 2 for the...
Yes.
For something.
We'll also mention, by the way, with the stop for the number 50 car. I'm just looking to see where Lilo Wadu has cycled. It is 12th place, Lilo Wadu. And the GR Racing car in the hands of Ricky Perra cycles through in 4th. So what happened with the AF Corsa stop? TF Sport lead the race, but Wayne Boyd in the United McLaren is catching Charlie Eastwood. 3rd, Michel Gatting. The gap's not huge. So Wayne Boyd is 5.9 seconds back with half an hour to go. Michel Gatting 3.2 seconds back, and Ricky Perra a further 11.8 seconds back. I'm not convinced that he's made his final stop. We thought that Lilo Wadu pitted a little earlier than she needed to, and I don't think Ricky Perra has pitted yet.
Not sure whether Lilo pitted earlier than she needed to, but what it meant was there were 20 minutes of extra time that she'll need to come in for a splash to get through, to get to the finish. So tell me which car you're questioning now?
86.
86. Just bear with me a minute. Right, okay, let's go for that one. No.
Also, team manager car 29, that's TDS Racing to the race director. As things stand at this moment, the 99 Air by TF car is in 4th place. That would not be enough. But what are the gaps? He's 5 seconds back from Matthias Besch, but I think both the 3 and the 77 still need to stop.
Right, so 86's pit stop happened 50 minutes ago when Tom Fleming handed over to Ricardo Perra. So that was at just before 5:10. It's now exactly 6 o'clock as the sun is descending, as it always does this time of year, rapidly towards the horizon. We're not going to be far away from sunset time at 6:30, but to answer your question, yes, the 86 Ferrari, we need to come in about the next 10 minutes for one final stop, and it'll be a splash to do the final 20.
But don't look to be in podium contention at this stage. If the cars ahead do not need to stop, and we don't think they do. 77 in the hands of Ben Fiscal is on pit lane now, and that should see Neil Jarni in the DCAR Engineering car also need to stop. TDS Racing's Matthias Besch sits 3rd at the moment, may well move up a place. It's all about where do these 4 cars with Air by TF pan out. There is the 86 and the 63 side by side. This is for 4th place, Fab Schiller and Ricardo Perra. Valentina Haase-Klo is right there as well. This is 3 cars in the battle for 4th place. And they're 15 seconds back from the 3 cars contesting the podium. Keep an eye as well on Wayne Boyd. He is closing the gap to the Corvette. Could it be Corvette? Could it be McLaren? Could it be the Iron Dames?
All 3 are fine to the finish, so they've now, and they're not even, it's not even a fuel save mode. They should have plenty in reserve, as now side by side with the Aston Martin and this car that will be pitting in the next 10 minutes or so, the 86 Ferrari of Ricardo Perra. And Perra gets a bit loose up on the curb there, so the overtake is completed by Valentin Haase-Klo.
It's a gamble that came from the 86 and the 50 that I just don't think has paid off. I think they were hoping there might be an intervention in the latter part of this race that could have actually offset the disadvantage of effectively guaranteeing they had an extra pit stop, and it's not worked for them. Ricky Perra fighting hard. He's been a star all season in this car and elsewhere. 47 on pit lane from 5th place. Means we're back to order restored with the top 4. VDS Panis Racing 12.4 seconds ahead. They've profited from that exchange on pit lane. Mathis Jobert is a further 17 cars back, and I'm afraid, I know it's the car 51, it's the Charlie Samani car, isn't it? A drive-through penalty for pit lane speeding. Mathis Jobert is 17 seconds back from Tom Dillman. So through that pit stop cycle into Europol, have taken the advantage, and I think that might be enough to secure second place in this championship. We'll see, I'm sure, some virtual points shortly. We get into the final half hour.
Well, when David Enrigon comes in to serve that drive-through penalty, that's one fewer car for Lily Wadu to have to worry about, but it still only put her into 10th position.
It's points. She starts to close the gap.
Yeah.
But not enough.
Not enough, indeed. And running out of chances for that to change in any way.
But there is the other key here, which is there are other cars around her that are some of her championship opposition. They came into this race with a points advantage, and let's just take a quick look at just exactly what that looked like. She was 12 points clear of the Aston Martin, that at the moment is in 5th place. She'd still be ahead of the Aston Martin. She was 14 points ahead of the TF Sport car. That's the one that's going to do the damage. And ELMS. So at the moment, the way this is panning out right now, as things stand, TF Sport and the Corvette would take the championship win.
Yes. Yes, because Lily Wadu and the 50 Richard Mille AF Corsa Ferrari have to finish 3rd in order to outscore what the 82 is heading for at the moment, which I think is 78 points. But if they finish level on countback, the Corvette team would get it.
We'll take a look at that, but with another pit stop from JMW, Lilu back up to 9th place now, so that's good enough for 2 points. So the target then would be 68 points, and with 25 points on offer for the win, it would be 77 points for TF Sport.
And the pole from yesterday.
78 points, so well enough to take that title. She needs to make progress, and the next car up the road is Ben Tuck, and he's 17 seconds clear. I think this is falling away pretty rapidly. It was a gamble, certainly worth taking. At parts of this race, it looked like it could be a very good gamble, but it's beginning to fall away in the last 24 minutes. 86 pits as we speak, GR Racing. That'll be another position gained by Lila Wadu, but again, it's a big point. It's not 2 or 3 points.
Yeah.
It's heading towards double figures in points, and pretty much everybody else ahead of her is on the same strategy as the TF car. So LMP3, still not a big time gap between CLX Motorsports and the Team Virage car. After that, it's a big gap to the Ginetta, a minute. Ian Aguilera chasing hard in the Euro International car, just 10 seconds back and looking for a podium. Salvage something which has been from what's been a disappointing season for them. Here are the virtual points. Gosh darn close. But that is with AO by TF in 3rd place. Does Neil Jarney still need to pit? I think he does.
So 2 points favouring AO by TF and Spike the Dragon, so PJ Hyatt's team. This car, in fact. And Neil Jarney is the next question, which I can certainly check to see when he last was on pit lane, and therefore how long he's likely to be able to go on this current fuel load, bearing in mind that the amount of distance you can cover in an LMP2 is considerably less than GT cars. So Neil Jarney re-emerged at 28 minutes past 5, so yeah, he'll get to about 10 past 6, so another 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah.
And then that will put Matthias Besch back to the front in LMP2 Pro-Am.
Indeed it will. Now, how far down will? It's certainly going to drop him below the A by TF, so that's another 3 points in the bag for AO by TF on rotation there. That's looking pretty secure if they stay reliable. PDS Panis Racing, they look pretty secure here. It's still knocking on for 12 seconds. And LMGT3, the gap is still coming down for the race win. Not necessarily the championship.
No.
But here's where it starts to get interesting. What about second place for TF Sport? Because we've just seen another place go with the 86 car for Lila Wadu, now in 8th place. So 8th place would be enough for, checks notes, 4 points.
And Eastwood in this scenario loses 7 by falling from 1st to 2nd.
So it would be 70 points for...
71 points.
No, 70 points for the Richard Mille car, 4 points on their 66. It would be 19 points for the weekend. It would be enough. Oh no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong car. They'd win it by a point.
Yeah, I think that's right.
That is remarkable.
So it would mean that TF Sports Corvette would be on 71.
Yes.
And you reckon that by finishing, what, 8th?
8th would put the 50 car on 70.
Yeah.
So what else could come into the mix here? Lilu does not look as if she's got an opportunity to take a place on pace here, because the next car ahead of her is 16.5 seconds clear, and it's Ben Tuck, who's a quick racer in a quick Kessel Racing Ferrari. I don't think that's doable.
And there really isn't much between them. Lilu was marginally faster through the last lap, but we're talking a few tenths here and there. And straight away, Ben Tuck's right back on Lilu Wadu's pace anyway the next time around.
Did we see this one? Instant revolving cars 29 Besh and 99 Delatraz under investigation, forcing off track at turn 4. I don't recall seeing that.
No. Normally there's a time next to some of these messages just to kind of put that into the context, but no, I don't remember seeing it.
Neil Jarney has pitted. That puts AO by TF and Louis Delatraz up into 2nd place. 20 minutes to go. Here is our race leader. Where is the McLaren? It's not going to be too long a shot. You get the long shot down the pit straight here. You'll see the McLaren behind this car. There it is.
2.4 seconds.
He's catching him quickly.
2.2 seconds now at the line. And how much is Charlie Eastwood willing to fight this? Because 2nd place is still good enough, albeit by a point. But you don't want to give up.
Charlie could well be on a bit of a fuel save here.
Yeah, okay. Yes. But it's a huge deficit. I mean, you know, in the grand scheme of things, maybe not, but when you're trying to fight for a championship, to score 25 points or 18 points, you're just going to give up 7 points in the blink of an eye, and he won't want to do that quite clearly.
He will certainly not want to do that. These two guys will know each other very well. Two accomplished, rapid, constructively aggressive racers, what you like to see in GT cars. Wade Boyd knows how to win European Le Mans Series races.
It shouldn't have to be a fuel save, because he came in with 48 minutes to go when these cars can do pretty much an hour. But they might have been trying to save time on pit road.
I thought he was close to the hour. About you've got the strategy in front of you.
Yeah.
But
so you think he pitted closer to 5:30 rather than?
Yeah. But I'm prepared to be told I'm wrong on that.
But also, you know, you don't put too much fuel in the car.
No,
so
no.
You're only putting 50 minutes worth into it because you want to be as quick as possible when you're refilling the car. So there may be just 1 or 2 whispers in his ear saying, listen, we gave you slightly less fuel than you would ordinarily have wanted, just because we wanted to save time on pit lane. So, and he also may be taking care of his tyres as well.
Yeah.
Because tyres, oh mind you, they're not actually restricted in LMGT3 in this series. So it's pretty much a fresh set every single time. Tyres in GT unlimited.
18 minutes to the end of the season, the end of this race. VDS Panis Racing, 12 seconds to the good. Charles Malisi from Tom Dillman. And looking set to be in a good position to take this race win and the championship comfortably here. Mathis Chaubert is dropping off. I should say that he's just taken a second out of Tom Dillman, but he's 20 seconds back in 3rd place. At this point, I think I'm right, 43 would take 2nd place in the championship, and the 2nd automatic invitation to Le Mans that comes with that. And the answer is, now would they? Hang on a minute.
It was 2 from 3, wasn't it?
It's no, they would. Sorry, they would. There's only a single point difference coming into this race.
Right, so pretty much 43 and 18 were level, and they're running second and third right now, but 3 extra points for
whichever
the car in
finishes
second.
ahead takes second place in the championship, effectively. In LMP2 Pro-Am, TVS Racing lead the race. AITF for second. That at the moment will be good enough for the championship because of the delay for the 20 car that came into this race with an advantage, but had a clash with the 63 AMG earlier in this race. Is that a pass for position? It is. That is the 15 car ahead of, oh no, it's not. That's not. That's RRM Sports. Gillian Omrion. Sorry, it was Gillian Omrion going past Due de Decker for 5th. And that's been a mighty recovery from RRM Sport. Another great stint from Gillian Omrion. Has he got anything else in the tank? He's going to be 46 seconds off Ian Aguilera, who is trying to haul in Wyatt Brickercheck to the final podium position, which at the moment looks like going to the Ginetta. CLX Motorsport in a comfortable position there. TF Sports 1.6 seconds now ahead. Charlie Eastwood of Wayne Boyd and United Autosports McLaren for what would be the first win of the season. I think the first win ever in the European Le Mans Series for a McLaren.
I think it's almost got to be, because McLarens haven't been eligible. Well, I suppose going back into the earlier.
We did
How
have
far back are we going?
GTC. We did have the GTC class, didn't we? I wonder if we had a McLaren win then.
Yes.
I'm going to check on that one.
It's possible. And again, it depends on whether you go back to when it was first called the European Le Mans Series, which was 2012, or back into the GT era of the Le Mans Series. And those races had actually LMP1s involved in them as well. 2004 was the first year of that.
2013 to 2016. We'll take a quick look and see whether or not we did ever get a McLaren win there.
In the GTC GT3 based category for those cars. 6th, 7th, 8th places, very tight on track, with Manuel Espirito Santo under some pressure from the yellow and black Iron Lynx car of Massimo Capietto. Louis Delatraz is not that far away. He's a second back from Capietto, but what, 1.5 seconds separating 3 cars. So that's an intriguing fight to keep our eyes on. Into La Gauche corner. I didn't actually realise it said La Gauche in the grandstand there. It almost looks like it's been hand painted, but that's the name of the corner as well. And then through the nameless left-hander onto the parallel straight. See the paddock there over to the left, with all the many trucks backed into the garages, they being the ELMS entry, with space elsewhere in the paddock for the Michelin Le Mans Cup cars and the Ligier European Series, both of which have been in action this weekend for their final races as well.
The answer is no McLaren win in the 3 years we had that class.
But then McLaren's actually entered.
ART entered a couple of 650Ss, I believe, in 2014.
Okay.
Grand Prix.
Good. There's got to be a very specific pub quiz where that crops up, but you know, you're still waiting for the opportunity. I'd have you on my team.
What, ELMS trivia you might have forgotten.
Yeah.
Car 60, by the way, drive-through penalty for track limits. That car is down in 12th in the hands of Matteo Cressoni out of the reckoning. Keeping an eye on what's going on with Lila Wadu. She's still in 8th place. The gap is not coming down to Ben Tuck. The gap is coming down to Charlie Eastwood and Wayne Boyd, and that is now down to 1.1 seconds. We've got 13 minutes left in this race.
Manuel Espirito Santo went to the outside line of Charlie Eastwood's Corvette just then, whereas the chasing car, the number 9, to the inside. So for a brief period, Eastwood was surrounded, and now there's a spin for the number 9 car of Capietto. That just shows you how hard he's been pushing then to try and hustle by Manuel Espirito Santo. Lost places.
Almost collected Charlie Eastwood, and that has helped, I think, Wayne Boyd, who's now right with the Corvette. You can just see ahead there, almost nose to tail. Recovering number 9 car goes alongside Wayne Boyd. That's not going to help his challenge, but it's not stopped him. Keeps the boot in, and he's herring off up the hill. And this is a proper battle for the race win in LMGT3. As things stand, it would not make a difference in the championship as long as they keep it clean. These two will be hoping, these battling LMP2 cars and LMP2 Pro cars, get by quickly. It's a 1 second stop and go penalty for the number 35 car from Ultimate. Not respecting the minimum pit stop time. That was very early on. They did not do another long stop. Here's how it all happened. Clip the curb, car's back end in the air, and when it grabbed on return to planet Earth, kicked the car sideways and was lucky not to collect that car. Then championship leading cars in both LMP2 Pro-Am and LMGT3.
In fairness, I think Cappietto is trying to give the number 60 Porsche as much room as possible, so you could argue that the Porsche driver was pinching him a little bit, but that car's got to go through the corner as well. So Cappietto gave him plenty of room, but as a result, vaulted over the curb. But then, I mean, whether that was by accident or design, I think he actually controlled the rejoining spin so well, because he didn't edge over to the left-hand side of the track, which is where Eastwood was.
He was in a position to overtake that car 2 corners later.
Yes.
Remarkable recovery,
yeah,
it really was.
But also to be able to sort of spin turn it and keep it on the right-hand side of the track, which was the less dangerous place to be.
Just watching a few adjustments from Wayne Boyd on the dashboard of the McLaren. I can tell you what that is. He's turned it up to 11.
Yes, various red lights have been flashing in all sorts of cars this weekend. There might be different reasons for those red lights kicking into life, but it's a good shout. It's now over the top of the rise. The Corvette's not too concerned about the 74 Ferrari of Miguel Molina, other than the fact that it is there, and now it actually forms a barrier between it and the chasing McLaren of Wayne Boyd, but Boyd is able to dispatch Molina pretty well at Portimão corners.
Great pass there from Wayne Boyd. That's it looked like he would take a bit of a dive in that battle, and if anything, it's aided him. There's a bit of a lunge there up the inside of Miguel Molina, but we're GT racing, and for a race win here, Wayne Boyd can sniff the possibility of a race win against Charlie Eastwood. Charlie is not going to be easy to pass, but Wayne Boyd is not going to be easy to fend off either. TF Sports, Chevrolet Corvette, United Autosports with the McLaren. Not the kind of fighting finish between 2 cars and 2 teams we're used to in the European Le Mans Series, but what a joy to be able to say it.
So there are the points, 78 versus 70. TF Sport ahead of Richard Mille of Corsa. You might think, well, that looks really comfortable. However, if this McLaren could get ahead of the TF Sport Corvette, it then becomes 1 point because of the difference between 25 for a win and 18 for second. And Charlie Eastwood's nerves must be jangling. I was just about to say he'd be chewing through his fingernails, but he can't because he's wearing driving gloves. But metaphorically, you get the meaning. Then again, it's just a very level head. Ever since he became a Porsche Carrera Cup GB champion all those years ago, and has then driven a variety of different GT cars, being able to monitor, though, who is behind him all of the time, not taking the natural apex through turn 8 at Samsung because he knew there was an LMP2 car there, for instance. Gives that a wide berth on the approach to turn 9. 8 minutes to go.
This is the absolute visual explanation of the phrase, catching is one thing, passing is quite another. Message from across the other side of the Atlantic, Ryan Smith, Corvette Racing's long-time PR. Hi, Ryan. He's glued to this and is willing Charlie Eastwood to, and I quote, channel his inner Catsburg from this same circuit with the GT LM car, the GTE car, that took the championship back in 2023 in the WEC.
That was with Ben Keating.
It was with Ben Keating, yeah.
Excellent. Well, clearly certain cars favour certain tracks, and this has become, I mean, the Corvette's been improving all year regardless of where we've gone to, and I remember it making a real breakthrough at Imola as the 3rd race of the season after Le Mans, and we went there in the early July. So again, a bit of peace for Charlie Eastwood because there's an LMP2 car sitting directly behind him, but that will be short-lived. There you go, there goes the P2 car to nip by the silver Corvette. but it's put the McLaren just a little bit further back by two car lengths or so.
Here's a remarkable thing. Should Charlie lose this lead and win it by a point, the championship has been won by Hiroshi Kazumi's pole position. Because on countback, I think they would have lost it. Actually, no, they wouldn't.
No, I think they're all right.
They wouldn't. It would have been 2 wins each and a 3rd place for TF Sports. Remarkable stuff this season. How is it that such different cars and different drivers and different teams constantly come down to this kind of battle at the last race?
Well, actually, it wouldn't have been 2 wins because you're counting today.
Oh, no, you're right. No, he would have lost it. They would have lost it on countback.
It's easy to do that when you're working through scenarios. You factor in today's result as well. But yeah, we were in a scenario where the Corvette finishes second, but still wins the title by a point. But we're not there yet because Charlie Eastwood has totally different plans and says, I'm still going to win this, boys. Don't lose faith in me. Now there are yellow flags at turn 5, which isn't going to affect this battle quite yet. And it's a slow 47 LMP2 car for Manuel Espirito Santo. He was very close to, well, earlier on, Massimo Capietto. Capietto's still not past him, I don't think, but was there some contact?
Louis Delatraz was in close proximity to that car through the last timing beam.
Yes.
Let's hope there's no issue there.
And he is now behind Delatraz, so 1 car that got through, 3 cars got through.
Yeah, Capietto's passed him as well.
And James Allen is now by him in the Nielsen car, number 27, running on course for a podium.
Meanwhile,
LMP2 Pro-Am.
It's a stop-go penalty, track limits for car 60. That's a 2nd penalty, I think, in the last few minutes for the number 60 car. Here comes the TDS racing car, Matthias Besch. He's now 14 seconds ahead of Louis Delatraz. He doesn't need to stop, does he?
Don't ask me that, with 5 minutes to go. Delatraz.
Besch.
Besch, okay. I was just going to check Delatraz because I'm not sure that's correct. But Besch, number 29. No, he's only just pitted.
Right. Okay.
Only just pitted. He's 6 laps in or so.
So VDS Panis Racing, that gap coming down a little, but I'm sure being managed. Under 9 seconds now. Tom Dillman taking about 1.3 seconds out of Charles Malaysia in the last lap. Mathis Chabert is dropping back against Dillman. It's edging out towards 30 seconds, the gap to 3rd. Job Van Uter, 9 seconds back from that. Matthias Besch, as I say, 15 seconds, the gap to Louis Delatraz. Neo by TF. There you go, Wingfoot Award. PJ Hyatt is taking the Wingfoot Award for LMP2 Pro-Am. I think we just missed as I was looking down. It's Clément Mathieu for LMGT3, and it's Ollie Gray for the number 48 car en route to this car, en route to what looks like a race win and a championship win. Same for PJ Hyatt as far as the championship's concerned, but looks like it's going to be from the 2nd step of the podium. They won't mind that. And that, by the way, we talked about Lulu Wadu and 2 championships in a week. Is the same for AO Racing, and both of them attracting a auto entry or auto invitation to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And what's going to happen with that one? I know what PJ's told me he'd like to do.
But you're not allowed to tell us.
Well, I know they'd dearly like to bring Rexy, their dinosaur liveried Porsche, to LMGT3 at Le Mans in some way, shape or form, but against regulation it would be an LMP2 entry.
Ah, okay, yeah.
I have to say, I know if I was the ACO and wanted to attract an audience, I think I might allow the Porsche in, but that's another story. Maybe not the year to ask for an extra Porsche.
Yeah, fair enough. We'll see where you're going with that. 2.5 minutes to go, and we're on lap 133 for Charles Milesi in the 48 VDS Panis racing car, on course for a title, although the gap is relatively tight back to Tom Dillman, but it's manageable at 7 seconds.
I have to say, Charles Milesi's pace has dropped right off. That might be just being conservative here, but when I say right off, 2.5 seconds off. Keep an eye on that. Seems to have recovered a little here, and all of a sudden Looks like Charlie Eastwood girded his loins and pulled out a little bit more of an advantage. 2 minutes to go. We look for where Charles Malaysia is on track. It'll be, I think, this lap, and this will be coming into the final lap of the season, or will it? It's going to be quite close. Maybe not. Maybe one more after this.
I think that's right, because it's judged by the finish line rather than the start line.
Yep.
He'd already crossed the finish line with slightly more
Two
lap
more
time
laps.
in the bank.
Well, could that be significant for any of these battles? Keeping an eye on all the available potential dramas. One of them is this one, LMGT3 and the race win. But as things stand, with Lilu Wadu not able to make an impact on Ben Tuck, championship seems to be heading to TF Sports and Corvette. Charles Malaysia is trying to fend off Tom Dillman.
Now then, 48's caught up a little bit by an LMP3 car, so the gap's come down again. Tom Dillman doing his absolute, well, his best.
He really is. It's his,
he's just pushing like crazy.
He's just put in his fastest first section of the race, and it's 7/10 quicker.
Yep.
The gap is under 6 seconds, and it's this lap and one more, and takes another 7/10 out in the next sector.
So 7/10 and 7/10, but is this just race management from Charles Malaysia? He doesn't give a great deal away when he's out of the car, but those down at VDS Panis Racing don't look overly concerned by this, as the car then heads out with 7, 6, 5 seconds to go, but it'll be one more lap because the finish line was there, and this indeed is called as the last lap of the season.
5.6 seconds is the gap with the final lap to go. What else is up for grabs? Certainly LMGT3 in the win. Third place in LMP3 could be up for grabs. It's a lot quicker a car in Aguilera's got under him in the Euro International squad. The Decar Engineering Janetta of White Bricker check, but I'm not sure there's enough to do there. But look at this, Johnny Palmer, because this is final knockings of LMGT3 in 2025. And both these teams would really dearly like the win.
And they'll have one more to go, won't they, at the end of this, because they're now completing their penultimate lap, but with the race leader behind them on the racetrack, there'll be still 4.6 kilometres to decide this, because Malaysia's not close enough to overtake them before they reach the finish line. It's just around the next corner. So out of Galp, one more go, and that's possibly where Eastwood is most vulnerable, at the top of the hill at Portimão. And how willing is he to carry on to lead the race? Ollie Gray almost can't look at the screen.
I can't blame him. This is a huge moment for him and his career. A huge moment. What a massive part he's played in this campaign. Massive.
So through the final few corners, the car bouncing around because Charles Malaysia says, I could have gone faster, but I didn't need to go faster. They have been the team to beat in the closing stages of the 2025 season. And Esteban Masson, Ollie Gray and Charles Malaysia are the 2025 European Le Mans Series drivers and teams champions, with VDS Panis Racing taking a win to finish it, and they will seal the title in the process. Meantime, a win again for CLX Motorsport in LMP3, a superb, almost faultless season in 2025, so they are runaway winners, sealing it with a round to spare. CLX Motorsport number 17.
29 car of TDS Racing coming home to win this race, but it looks as if it's with a 99 AO by TF car that will take the championship. And just in the wheel tracks of the LMP2 Pro-Am leading car is the battle for LMGT3, and it's still not done. They are absolutely nose to tail, 2-3 tenths apart. Here comes Matthias Besch to take the win, but it won't be the championship. That should be going to Spike, the LMP2 Dragon. Looking to see who comes across the crest ahead in the LMGT3 stakes, because they're very close now to the end of the race. And it is TF Sport, the gap, 0.364 of a second.
They were almost neck and neck. They were side by side, one car to the pit wall, but that's Rui Andrade already celebrating with all his family. And there's the PJ Hyatt car, the 99, which was a season completed by Louis Delatraz, with Dane Cameron in that lineup as well. And Spike the Dragon, I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of fireballs from the nostrils of that LMP2 car now to celebrate, because they've been riding that Dragon spectacularly well all year. And a big name from US racing descending on Europe and taking the title, not necessarily by storm, because we'll see in a moment what the championship points tell us, but it's a handful that give the 99 the advantage by finishing second.
Well, in terms of the overall race results at the moment, let's stick with those for right now. It is VDS Panis Racing that take the win, 5.5 seconds ahead of the 43 car from Inter Europol competition and the 18 from EDEC Sport, who started the season so strongly. TDS Racing take the win in LMP2 Pro and 5th overall ahead of AO by TF, and Nielsen Racing complete the podium in the 27 car. In LMP3, CLX Motorsport fend off a race-long challenge from Team Virage. DKR Engineering, I think their first podium of the season in the ELMS in the Ginetta. So that's a great result from them. And in LMGT3, TF Sports, confirming they're the team's champions for CLX. TF Sports and the Corvette take the win from United Autosports in the McLaren, and the Iron Dames complete the podium in their Porsche. Quite an event, quite a race, what a season, and looking forward to next year already.
We'll work out how many days it is away in a moment or two, but the prologue for that event actually starts elsewhere in Iberia, because we're back to Barcelona for the build-up to the first race of next year's season, which again is in April, as it was in 2025.
Olivier Panis there taking
now
a moment to...
Have the Panis team, in all of their iterations through the years, ever won the European Le Mans Series? I don't think they have.
I don't think they did.
And the thing is, after having partnered up with TDS, who have lots of experience of winning this title, that seems to be a winning formula. As you say, service provider, and they are always neighbours, because the cars are effectively run by the same entity. So you have VDS and TDS in next door garages, and if it's the TDS influence that have managed to get this car to the title, then it's a partnership that will continue to run and run, I would have thought. But when you think back to, it used to be Fabien Barthez racing, then just straight Panis racing, VDS Panis these days.
Best result was what is incorrectly called vice champions, runners-up in 2022 for Panis Racing. And, they've been there and thereabouts, but this is by far their best performance. Fabulous stuff from this team. They've looked a completely different organisation. TDS Racing taking the control of the service provision for them, and that has made a big step forward. And absolutely we need to recognise the talents of all three young drivers in this car. Charles Malaysia, already a hypercar driver. Esteban Masson surely can't be very far away, and Ollie Gray gets his first taste the first week of November in Bahrain. Gets to drive whichever car takes the win in the World Championship, in the FIA World Endurance Championship.
So there's Ollie on the left of your picture. Esteban Masson still just taking it in, and it feels like that's going to take a few hours, days, and a few beers potentially as well. But, well, absolute jubilation, and it shows you how much this championship means now to have on your CV, because it is a dogfight every single month.
Well, here's the thing, the opportunities in sports car racing now are so huge that having that calling card is a massive part of a massive opportunity. They're very well aware what this means.
Yeah.
What this means is it's just easier to get to the front of what is not a very polite queue.
You've been sent into the fast track lane.
It's great. It's great to see that it's truly talented drivers that get those opportunities. Home comes CLX Motorsport. They've already celebrated their championship last time out, and they'll get to do so here again from the top step of the podium. that really neat looking livery on the car for this race. The three very talented young men. And what can you say about this? You would never at the start of this season have said that this was going to be the result in LMGT3. But Charlie Eastwood, Rui Andrade, and yes, you, sir, absolutely blinding stuff from TF Sports and the Corvette.
And I would say that their season really only got going from the third round. Just going to check their results prior.
I've got it here. It was 6th retirement, a win at Imola, 8th.
But that's where all of a sudden, because we met Charlie Eastwood and Rui Andrade in the paddock at Imola, and they went, "Car's good this weekend.
Yeah.
We're happy with the single lap pace." And then they go and win it, which I really didn't expect actually. And then that led to, well, a bit of an off result in Spa, but they were still in the top. They're still in the top 10. Podium at Silverstone, and then another win today. And, well, those 2 wins and one other podium result have meant that they were not quite head and shoulders above everybody else, but sufficiently in front. There's the result from today then. And that gap that was narrowing between VDS Panis Racing and Inter Europol competition, I don't think was ever a threat for Charles Lacey. He knew what he was doing. But Tom Dillman was giving it everything, make no mistake about that. Matisse Jobert and Job van Houten together 3rd and 4th, both for EDEX Sport. And the win in LMP2 Pro-Am going to Matthias Besch for TDS Racing and the rest of his crew in car 29. LMP3 win, another win for the season for CLX Motorsport in their championship winning campaign, number 17. And the 82 TS Sport car win a championship in style by taking their 2nd win, the final race win of the season.
Brilliant stuff from this trio.
So much conversation now will just begin as crews that haven't really been able to have a full-blooded conversation for obvious reasons will be able to break out a little bit in the green room ahead of the podium. There's Charles Lacey in a deep embrace somewhere in the middle because Olivier Panis was congratulating him as well. Been quite the day here at Portimão. The podiums are to come.
And as you can see, the winners here are absolutely elated. I'm joined by the winners in LMP2, not just of the race today here in Portimão, but also the championship. Esteban, it has been a long season and a very tough fight at the front of the field, but it must feel so good to have pulled this off.
Yeah, I mean, just amazing. The team has been faultless all year. We did a really good job. The car was amazing. Again, big thank you to my teammates. I think we pushed from the first race. It has been really tough, and especially this race to lead after the amazing job from Oli to keep the lead, increase the gap, and give the car to Charles in a good position. And then he just did the job as usual, and to finish off with the win. It has been tight with IDEC, Inter Europol, going into the last round with like 6 and 7 points gap. It was really tight, and we had to do the job. So really happy today.
Charles, bringing it home and seeing your teammates and seeing the team so elated. Emotions are running so high. It must feel absolutely incredible to pull this off.
Yeah, for sure. You know, all season was not easy. There was a lot of competition. You know, we're quite far at the beginning of the season. Then we catch up. We're leading 25 points, and in Silverstone, and lost everything in Silverstone too. And yeah, we knew that coming here it was going to be tight. But yeah, I think we managed to do a great race. And yeah, you know, last year we were also fighting for the championship, and unfortunately we missed it. But you know, this year I think we had the lineup, we had the car, the team, and yeah, thanks to everyone, thanks to the whole team, to the LMS too for this incredible championship. And yeah, hopefully we will come back next year and to the different title.
Time to start the celebrations. Enjoy. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, the winning started actually at Imola again, similar to TF Sport, but they'd had a good result at Barcelona with 2nd position. The only difficulty came at Silverstone, but again, that was a points finish after the pole the previous day. Final race of the season, the 4 hours of Portimão, which finishes the European Le Mans Series for 2025. Jonas Reed led them away from pole position with in behind the yellow and green car of Kuba Śmiechowski alongside Jamie Chadwick in the EDEC Sport Genesis Magma backed car. That's the orange and black machine. Little tag for Ryan Cullen from the 28 EDEC Sport car of Paul Lafargue, but he survived that. But just look how tight it is going into La Gauche corner on the opening lap. Amazingly, all of the LMP3s got through this stage at least, but we did then lose one briefly, which was the spin. There's actually a tap, I noticed, between the 8 and the 4 as well, but the spin came from Torsten Kratz in car number 12. He was able to recover. Out of the first safety car, which only lasted about 2 or 3 laps, a great restart for Ollie Gray, which gave him the race lead. Needed to be careful not to go too soon. And then around the outside of the Craig Jones corner was PJ Hyatt overtaking a handful of cars. Hard hit into the barrier, though, for Benjamin Pedersen in the Duquesne number 30. That will put that car out of the race, sadly. And we were treated to a spectacular fight in the early stages between namely 3 GT cars. The Clement Matter Aston Martin, the Corvette of Koizumi, Hiroshi Koizumi, and the Porsche for Celia Martin in the Iron Dames colours. Spin there as well for the DKR Engineering LMP2 car of Georgios Kolovos in Pro-Am. Martin and others were then joined by Martin Berry. This was a tag between Ryan Cullen and Tim Cressick as Jamie Chadwick had to take to the inroad and that red paint, but what I hadn't spotted at the time was that the number 9 Jonas Reed car was also hooked up in that somehow. Maybe he was having his own moment in avoidance, did eventually get going again. Then Danny Juncadella now installed into the number 18 EDEC Sport car, doing battle with Jean-Baptiste Simonauer, and they were door handle to door handle for several corners as well. To the high side, which so often can work at Sagres corner, much to the delight of the mechanics at EDEC Sport. The number 20 car sadly spent quite a lot of time in the garage, and also these stop-start problems for Pedro Perino in his number 34 car. You reckon this was the best overtake of the season, Graham, as the McLaren of Wayne Boyd threaded the eye of the needle to go down into turns 1 and 2 and take a handful of places in the process. Meanwhile, as the GTs were caught by the LMP2s, that's where track space becomes a real premium, and Massimo Capietto, after whacking the sausage curb, spins himself out, but that was doing the gentlemanly thing. The win, though, at the end of the year seals the championship for VDS Panis Racing. Esteban Masson, together with his teammates, win it. Charles Milesi coming home, of course. 29 wins the race in LMP2 Pro-Am, but the title goes to AO by TF. And the flashing of the lights for TF Sports Corvette means that they not only win today's race, but they seal a European Le Mans Series LMGT3 title as well.
Great stuff. Well done there, Johnny Palmer. It's been a long day, a long weekend of racing here at Portimão. CLX Motorsport, of course, securing another win with the title they'd secured last time out at Silverstone. It's been quite the day, quite the season. There's loads more still to come. Podium still to come. I'm delighted to say that pretty much everybody I've spotted in the stands is staying to greet our race winners. Championship winners will be recognised tomorrow evening. That's why we've got Alex Brundle here. He's going to be the master of ceremonies at the end of season awards. So it will be our race winners on the podiums you'll see this evening. Keep an eye on YouTube and on the social media channels of the LMS for all the fun and games for the end of season awards. Jamie Chadwick there, part of the effort that's just fallen short of an automatic entry to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, but they've got to be very much in the running to get one via the selection committee. I think everybody just getting their instructions for the podium.
And we're in that sort of twilight phase as well. You wouldn't know it from the camera technology being utilised by the drone high up in the sky, but nearing official sunset time. But the race deliberately arranged to end at about now because it increases the atmosphere, I would suggest, for the podium presentations and today's final race.
If you're with us today, as we wait for these podiums, I can tell you, by the way, there's been a change in a result yesterday, which means a different champion than we announced yesterday. It is Motorsport 98 take the championship after a post-race penalty for one of the other cars. To the podium come the number 18 crew, Danny Uncadella, Mathis Chabert, both heading towards Hypercar. Jamie Chadwick, I'm sure, will stay with the trajectory programme. Here comes the trio for the 43 from Inter-Europol competition. Second here, second in the championship and going to Le Mans. But this trio, writing legends, Esteban Masson with Ollie Gray and Charles Mallacy, the 48 VDS Panis Racing crew. They take the win here and with it the championship. They too, as a team, will go to Le Mans.
And the celebrations are that bit more ramped up than for a standard 4-hour race, I'm going to suggest, and we understand the reasons why. It's nice that actually a couple of championship winners can experience the top step of the podium today as well.
The Vice President of Goodyear Global Racing. Trophy for the third position in Export with Jamie Chadwick, Mathis Jobert and Daniel Juncadella.
We got the full version there of Le Marseillaise with courtesy of the guys down at ground level of the VDS Panis Racing crew. We'd already had a cracking rendition of that from, who was that earlier in the day?
It was...
it's been a long one.
RHGP.
RHGP, well remembered.
Xavier Freport, the Vice President Goodyear Racing, with the trophies. He's have shod these cars all year long. And it will be now the race winners that get their trophies, and then we'll get into the spraying of the champagne. It's a short season, but it feels like a long one, Johnny. There are lots of miles gone into this, either at the racetrack or in testing. Delight there from Olivier Panis on the legends of French motorsport. It's not going to hurt that legend, being a championship-winning team owner now. So close to a Le Mans win this year as well.
Yeah.
Failure right at the end of the race.
Well, at least they know they're going back again in 2026. And as Charles Mallacy pointed out, they were very close to the title in this series last year, missed out. Coming back a year later, they win it. That same might be said for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, therefore, just 1 year later, respectively. So the champagne is flying for the race winners and for the championship winners as well. VDS Panis Racing, congratulations to all three drivers there, but well done to the others that complete the podium. It's been a stout fight all year for the 43 Inter-Europol competition crew as well. But try not to keep all the focus on the main championship, because there were three others racing today, and we have those interviews covered as well. So let's go back to Steph Wentworth.
Here we have the overall winners in LMGT3, not just of the race today, but also of the championship. Incredibly, the 82 TF Sport. Congratulations, Charlie, you just brought the car home. How did it feel? You had a lot of pressure behind you, and it was dependent on other finishes as well.
Yeah, that was the thing. We definitely made that pretty hard work in the last hour. Just, yeah, the McLaren has been super strong all weekend, and it got close, and I started just having to take a lot of risks with traffic, because although if we finished second, we might have still won, but we didn't know if other Ferraris were going to let the 50 car pass and end up winning. So I was just all out to try and make sure we got it to the line, and yeah, what an achievement for the whole team. These guys were unbelievable all day, as was the team. So yeah, I'll remember this one for a while.
You can share this championship as well with the sister team, the AO by TF as well. Rui, how does that feel?
Yeah, I think it's becoming a habit of Charlie's to pull off these amazing wins in the last lap, which ended up with me losing my voice. But yeah, so happy. I mean, it was, for sure for Charlie, it was stressful in the car, but from us, from the outside, watching it all unfold was even more stressful. But never had any doubt that Charlie could do it, and then in the end he pulled it off. I don't know how he did it, but he managed to hold off the McLaren and win the race, which is what we needed. So yeah, couldn't be happier right now.
Congratulations. Off you go to the top step. Enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you.
I'd like to be a fly on the wall in the conversation between Charlie Eastwood and Wayne Boyd, by the way. Yes. It'll be very friendly, but
will be.
Quite a little bit of banter exchange, I'm sure.
There is the final championship standings in LMP2. Comfortable win eventually by 14 points for VDS Panis Racing from the 43 into Europol competition crew, and a 2-point gap, and just a 2-point gap to the number 18 EDEX Sport team. It's the top two that will take those automatic invitations to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and all three teams have put on a great show. There's our drivers' champions, Sharma Lacey, Esteban Masson and Ollie Gray, from Kubish Mikowski, Nick Yellerly and Tom Dillman. Danny Jungadella, Jamie Chadwick and Métis Chaubert ran them awfully, awfully close. Great stuff.
And it's always going to be tight for the second and third place finishes as well. So remember, it's the top two in LMP2 that get the auto invitations. Therefore, the 18 crew just missing out.
There's the provisional championship standings in LMGT3. It is TF Sport. So we get to the podium. The Iron Dames on the podium here. Sarah Bovey, Michelle Gattig and Celia Martin. Michael Birch, Garrett Legonnet-Batterson and Wayne Boyd, oh so close.
To a first ever McLaren win in the European Le Mans Series, but they've got to be pleased with the progress they've made.
On reflection, I think they were delighted with their progress. Hiroshi Kazumi at 56 years old on the podium. Rui Andrade, Charlie Eastwood, an African, an Asian and a European walked into a car and came away with the championship.
Into an American car.
Indeed.
There's another continent that you can lump into that.
Johnny, they're about to play our song.
Are they? Not that one.
No, not that one.
No, okay. Well, here we go. Another national anthem. Let's hit play and see if it works.
Round of applause for the first three teams, LMGT3, and to present the awards, I call Jean-François Tolis, Total Energies Head of Department Partnership and Events.
So there we go.
Another very valuable partner, by the way, to this series, Jean-François and Total Energies. These are the brain boxes behind bringing those renewable fuels to endurance racing. Just a few seasons ago, and that's been a game changer in terms of the stories that can be told by our fuel partners here, Total Energies. So there will be all sorts of changes coming for next season. And I'll add a couple of hints by saying there's at least a couple represented by what's going on the podium right here. Big changes coming in LMGT3 across the board. Not least of which in the WEC will be it moving to a single tyre stint formula next season, or the potential for that, the option for that. So very much turning it up to 11 in LMGT3 in the WEC next season.
And that's effectively how LMP3 has worked in this championship.
And boys, it worked well.
Yeah, true. So you can keep putting tyres on as long as it works in the latter stages as far as your strategy is concerned. There may be one or two teams who actually turn down the chance of new tyres in the closing stages.
Well, this is the great thing, is you get the opportunity to balance them. And we know, don't we, that the good years will last.
Yes, that's very true. And they've built a tyre, certainly over the last few years, to be in that respect. But yeah, the different parameters for Goodyear to work towards in the near future for the WEC. And as the celebrations and conversations begin after the GT podium, and we can go back to Steph Wentworth for more reaction from today's race.
Here we have the winners in LMP2 Pro Am, and it was not an easy fight. Matthias, congratulations. You guys are on the top step of the podium here, and also you have the sister team, the VDS Panis, on the top step in LMP2 as well. So it's a great job for everyone in general.
Yeah, that's a great job from the whole team. Super happy for the sister car. Congratulations to them. They really deserve it. On our side, we were chasing this win since, I would say, Le Castellet. So and it was not an easy one. And it's such a pleasure to share that for the season ending with my teammates, Clément, who did an amazing job the whole season, and Rodrigo, who did, again, a super strong race that allowed us to fight for the win. But I think you see on track, we fight to get that one, because we're really eager to get our first win.
Well, finally can stand on the top step of the podium. Off you go, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So, win for both the TDS cars. There's Charlie Eastwood, by the way, with Hiroshi Kazumi and Rui Andrade top the points in LMGT3, ahead of the 50 Ferrari crew, Custodio Toledo, Lilo Wadu and Riccardo Agostini. Great season from them. And then the Race and Spirit Le Mans Aston Martin crew. There are the winners in LMP2 Pro-Am. AO by TF by 5 points from the luckless today 20 Algarve Pro Racing crew. Dane Cameron, Louis Delatraz and PJ Hyatt beat off the challenge of Krytel and Tudis with Alex Quinn and Ollie Caldwell. It is the winners today that finished third, just 6 points off that second place.
Yeah.
So a tight season, and lots of competition between the LMP2 Pro-Ams and the LMP2s proper through this season. Again, goes to show, doesn't it, how well balanced these cars are.
Yeah, I suppose that's not necessarily the case on a Saturday this weekend, Friday, because we had a standout pole position winner again. He didn't get them all, but Giorgio Roda just seemed to be able to turn it on, even when it's most unlikely, as he did yesterday. 4 poles for the season, but you then look at the driver standings and the team results, and 77's not really there. So again, they're scratching their heads a little bit over the winter period as to how to convert a good Saturday into a Sunday race.
Congratulations, by the way, Nielsen Racing on the podium with their number 27 car. So our championship winners for the second step of the podium in Clem Novalak, Matthias Besch and Rodrigo Salas in the 29 TDS Racing car make it to the top step of the podium for the first time this year.
And again, we're going to hear a national anthem we've heard once before, in fact, during this segment. The national anthem of the winning team in Pro-Am.
National anthem of France in honor of the winning team. We'll be presenting the trophies for the first 3 teams. For the third position, Nielsen Racing, John Fowle, James Allen and Sergio.
Yet again, another rousing rendition of the Marseillaise. Matthias Kipp, the head of Goodyear Racing, your Middle East and Asia, is running up the trophies here. Another part of the globe-trotting Goodyear team that's such a big part of motorsport in all its forms.
And the winning team, number 29,
So
TDS Racing.
there is the trophy. They'll accept today, AO by TF, but there'll be a bigger one tomorrow. The LMP2 Championship winning trophies. That's the biggest in motorsport, absolutely huge. But TDS Racing, deserved winners here today. But on the left, it's the AO by TF crew that will take the win, the championship win for the season.
The pyrotechnics are unleashed again then, just a moment before the champagne is cracked open, and one or two winning the race firmly ahead of others. But again, some terrific shots from our drone all day, and particularly in this twilight podium segment.
Should mention, by the way, we didn't get to it because they came quite quickly to this. For Nielsen Racing, James Allen, Sergio Seti Camara and John Falb in third. Let's go and see what the championship winners and race winners in LMP3 have got to talk to Steph about.
I'm joined now by the winners in LMP3. It's the number 17 CLX Motorsport. It is not a surprise to see you guys here. This is the 5th race win of the season. And again, to conclude the championship that you already wrapped up in Silverstone, it must feel fantastic to end out the season on such a high.
Yeah, it was an amazing win. All of us did an amazing job, no mistakes, really good pace. And yeah, I mean, it was kind of a boring race. I mean, not really fighting with anybody that much. So, I mean, yeah, it was an incredible race.
Okay, well, you can enjoy your celebrations now. Officially the championship winners. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, and there needed to be, I suppose, the final race done and dusted so that they could then firmly focus on being champions. And it's a monstrous lead of 61 points in the end. So tremendous effort from CLX Motorsport ahead of Team Virage. With their second place today, they finished second in the championship, only 3 ahead of Inter-Europol competition. It was going well for the 88 car before that spin for Tim Kresick that arguably wasn't his fault. M Racing in 4th place. But Adrian Clomeneel, Paul Lancher and Theo Jensen are the drivers' title winners ahead of Daniel Nogales, Rick Kern and Doe de Decker.
No, Doe de Decker third with Reece Gold and with Tim Kresick. Switcheroo in the team for the Virage guys.
Yes.
But what a season from the CLX Motorsport trio. And what future awaits for each of those 3 in their next endeavours. They're surely going to move forward from here. Cracking stuff.
Canton Antonell was the car, the guy, in fact, stuck on the main straight, you'll remember, dead stick, and not a nice place for him to be in. The M Racing car did eventually finish in 8th position today.
Just about to see the podium for LMP3. And it will be, by the way, a first podium of the season for DKR Engineering and the Ginetta. The previous best result, 5th place in the second race of the season.
And now it's time for the big welcome to
Bibendum has rather reduced in size since I last saw him, and he was towering above the track.
Absolutely, looming, I think is the word I've used.
I'm not sure whether he's still out there in the darkness, the larger version of him, but no, been shrunk down. And he's podium-sized now, perfectly placed in readiness for the only Michelin category that races in the ELMS. And welcoming to the podium, first of all, then, the DKR Engineering trio of Antti Ramo, Wyatt Rickarczyk and Mikkel Pedersen. Second place going to Julien Gerby and Daniel Nogales, both of the Iberian region, so not actually their home race, but in the neighbouring country. And Rick Cohn of the Netherlands completing that lineup in car 8. But the win goes to CLX Motorsport. We've said that many times through the season of 2025. Paul Lancher, who's tended to start the races, Adrian Clomeneel and Theodore Jensen have been sharing qualification duties and are equally as fast during the races.
It's Nico Lapierre will be the team representative, correctly so, for this final race of the season.
Here's the national anthem.
The trophies, Gaël Rigex, LMS manager for Michelin Motorsport.
So Gaël Rigex stepping forward. She was on presentation duty earlier in the day as well for the Michelin Le Mans Cup, the ELMS manager for Michelin Motorsport. We thank her for her time as well, often put forward by Michelin to do this job, and always with a big smile on her face.
Absolutely, and you know, these key industry suppliers make it happen. Oh dear. Somewhat premature. Put a lot of effort behind the technology, but a lot of effort behind the promotion as well. And LMP3 continues to provide a conveyor belt of talent.
A big round of applause for the first three in LMP3 at the end of this race here in Portimão.
Johnny, it's been another fabulous finale for the European Le Mans Series here in Portugal. Always great hosts to us at European Le Mans Series. Not much left to say, other than we hope you'll join us.
Well, we've got one more thing to do.
What's that?
We're doing the Wingfoot Award.
Oh, the Wingfoot Award.
Come on. I know it's the Michelin segment of the podium, but we're going to change tyre manufacturer back again in a second.
Yes, so we love Michelin right now.
Oh, we do? Yeah, of course. Even though there's lots of the other tyre manufacturer in the background, but that's been changed in readiness for the final award, the final presentation of the season. In fact,
at the circuit rather than the party.
Yes, indeed, that you will see live on YouTube. Unless tomorrow, something like being streamed, is it live?
No, nothing from the rookie test. Lots of news coming. Watch the ELMS social media channels and the website and your favoured news outlets, which I'll remind you is, of course,
DennisPascal.com. So high fives from Bib to all of the drivers involved, and indeed team representatives in the case of Nicolas Lapierre, and a chance maybe to let one or two champagne bottles escape back to elsewhere in the paddock. This precarious thing of dropping them off the ledge and hoping that whoever is beneath has good hand-eye coordination. But I think they'll be getting the hurry up pretty soon because of the final presentation today, which was for the Goodyear Wingfoot Award. 3 winners, one from each of the Goodyear categories, and they were decided in race.
By you.
Yes.
By you, the viewers.
Not me, but you out there, yes.
I voted more than once.
Did you?
Yeah.
Who? You're not going to tell me who for?
None of them won.
Okay. What, not for Ollie Gavin. I know he wasn't a nominee, was he? Wouldn't even come close.
Well, no. He's got to be on the short list. Come on. It'll be a very, very long list.
Well, there's an indication. If you've never been to Portimão, the Algarve International Circuit, please have it on your list, because that's the scene every single night here.
Absolutely.
At this time of year.
And by the way, any other evening when you're not here into dusk, you could be looking at that view from the balcony of your villa with a beer or a glass of wine in your hand.
Yep. Or port. I've heard that's quite popular in this country.
Here come the Wingfoot Award winners.
In LMP2, the public, the audience in social media, voted the best for Oliver Gray from VDS.
So Ollie Gray's going to be, I mean, he's going to have to need a separate flight to get some of these trophies home at the end of the weekend.
So, race winner, LMP2 champion, and Wingfoot Award winner. He literally couldn't win more today. Clement Mathieu from the LMGT3, and it will be PJ Hyatt in LMP2 Pro Am. They are the 3 guys that you, the viewing audience, has voted to get the Wingfoot Awards from the season completing event here in Portimão. I think it's going to be Mike McGregor from Goodyear. He's been a big force behind pushing this Wingfoot Award forward this year. Goodyear's head of endurance racing. And always a tale to tell, Mike. Fantastic part of the paddock family here. Great little awards these, actually. Do like them. So if you feel like voting for me next time, I might get one.
Okay, listen to that, folks. But the Wingfoot emblem has been used for, I mean,
It's over a century.
Hasn't it? Over a century, was going to be my guess. I just didn't want to commit to that. But
yeah, it most certainly is over a century.
Via the blimp as well, which has not been here this weekend, but has been present in other locations. Well, that really is it now, Graham. Thank you for your company. Thanks for your hard work yesterday, and my absence, by the way, as well. To Alex Brundle, to Oliver Gavin, to Graham, to Steph Wentworth for today and the rest of the season as well. We're going to see you all next year if all things go to plan, and hopefully this has wetted your whistle sufficiently for another 6-race campaign in 2026. It's good, this endurance race stuff in Europe, isn't it? Come back for more next year, please. From Graham Goodwin and Johnny Palmer, good night, and we'll see you in a few months' time. Bye-bye.